Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 2049, Unyielding Willpower. Dark, Shadow, Sword, Spirit. 1. Tong-en was feeling a bit frustrated. She had just questioned Wang Teng's abilities, and now she found herself proven wrong. Didn't this fellow just cut a small wound on the head of the Naga race's armored corpse? Why had the armored corpse stopped moving? Something wasn't right. The others were equally perplexed. They had assumed that Wang Teng's strength, while impressive, wouldn't be enough to deal with a Naga race's armored corpse capable of wielding universe stage power. It wasn't that they looked down on Wang Teng. It was just a matter of them potentially underestimating his abilities. Now their perceptions had been turned upside down. It seemed that Wang Teng's strike had indeed been effective, but how was this possible? It was just a small cut, but the Naga race's armored corpse lost its ability to move. "Wang Teng, how did you do it?" Tong-en couldn't help but ask. "I just made a random slash. I didn't expect this Naga clan's armored corpse to be so fragile," Wang Teng responded. Tong-en, was this fellow showing off? This was outrageous. How could they not know the strength of that Naga clan's armored corpse? Even with a dozen heaven stage martial warriors joining forces, they couldn't defeat it. Now this guy was telling them he casually solved it with a sword strike. This was beyond belief. Yuan Bai and the others were speechless. How did they not realize that this junior Wang Teng liked showing off so much? He seemed so friendly, yet he turned out to be a show-off. Damn it, they were wrong about him. Wang Teng paid no attention to their reactions. He approached the Naga clan's armored corpse and, with a glint in his eye, realized that this corpse was, at the very least, a universe stage martial warrior. Its body was still intact, showing no signs of damage. Now that the shadow puppetry seal within it had vanished, he only needed to inscribe a new shadow puppetry seal to control it. With this in mind, he waved his hand and collected the Naga clan's armored corpse. Yuan Bai and the others were slightly puzzled, wondering why he was taking this Naga clan corpse after all. It was just a lifeless body, dead for who knows how many years. Its vitality was long gone, and even if it was a universe stage martial warrior, wouldn't it be of little use, unless he intended to study it? The Naga race was a rare sight, making their corpses somewhat valuable for research. However, for people like Wang Dong and his group, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Throughout their journey, Wang Teng had collected all sorts of items and corpses, so taking another corpse was no big deal. These people were kicking up a fuss over a small matter. Wang Dong and his companions glanced at Yuan Bai and the others, feeling a subtle sense of superiority. Their knowledge and experience were truly unmatched. Let's go and explore inside. Wang Teng led the way towards the Grand Hall. The Naga race's armored corpse was now under Wang Teng's control, and the other ordinary armored corpses in the vicinity didn't dare to approach the Grand Hall. It seemed like they were wary of something. Tong-en and the others looked back and felt relieved. They continued to follow Wang Teng toward the Grand Hall. They proceeded with caution. The Grand Hall exuded an eerie atmosphere, and even before entering it, they felt an overwhelming, intangible pressure that seemed to engulf them. This pressure was formless, yet it gave them an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Boom. The group couldn't help but step back, their faces showing signs of alarm. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he refused to retreat. He let out a cold snort, and at that moment a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, majestic and ancient. It was the primordial consciousness. Wang Teng erupted with a formidable aura to resist the overwhelming tension emanating from the Grand Hall. In his perception, this pressure also carried the essence of consciousness, but unlike his own, it exuded an indomitable and unstoppable battle conscious. That's right, battle conscious. Wang Teng had previously grasped the concept of battlefield awareness, which was a form of combat awareness and not exactly battle conscious, but they shared some similarities. Wang Teng had previously grasped the concept of battlefield awareness, which was a form of combat awareness and not exactly battle conscious, but they shared some similarities. But why was there battle conscious in this great hall? Wang Teng was a little curious. He resisted the overwhelming and majestic battle conscious and advanced step by step toward the interior of the hall. The rest of the group watched in astonishment as he forged ahead. This guy was actually resisting the formidable tension without taking a step back. After exchanging glances, each of them released their aura and stepped forward into the hall. However, they realized that they couldn't match Wang Teng's presence. His aura suppressed theirs. From a close distance, they could feel the deep and ancient aura emanating from Wang Teng, which left them deeply awestruck. Why did Wang Teng possess such a unique aura? This kind of aura was usually only found in immensely powerful and ancient individuals. Yet now it was appearing from an individual of cosmos stage strength, which was truly incredible. Wang Teng didn't know what Tong En and the others were thinking. He continued his advance toward the main entrance of the Grand Hall. The battle conscious grew stronger and began to hover directly above him, almost making it difficult for him to raise his head. Battle! 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 It was as if Wang Teng was hearing faint cries and seeing hazy images in his mind. A figure in the midst of an epic battle. However, it was incredibly indistinct, and the individual's features could not be discerned. What is this? Is it the person who left this battle conscious? Wang Teng's expression shifted as he found it somewhat unbelievable. My primordial consciousness has reached the second rank. It's enough to frighten high-tier Imperial-level star beasts, yet it can't compare to this battle conscious. The person who left behind this battle conscious, how formidable is he? An inexpressible sense of awe filled Wang Teng's heart. His eyes gleamed brightly as he remained focused on the main entrance of the Grand Hall. Chapter 2050, Unyielding Willpower. Dark shadow, sword, spirit, too, just behind that door. He had a premonition that the entity emitting this battle conscious was right behind that door. This isn't enough. My primordial consciousness isn't enough. Wang Teng's eyes brightened and he silently muttered to himself. The blank attribute points started to decrease, and his primordial consciousness rapidly advanced to the third tier. Boom. In an instant, something in Wang Teng's body shattered and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The primordial consciousness had reached the third rank. This aura was on par with a universe stage martial warrior. Primordial consciousness, 130,000, third rank, 20,000 blank attribute points disappeared. It was a considerable amount. Fortunately, Wang Teng had abundant blank attribute points, otherwise it wouldn't have been enough. What is this? Tong En and the others were astounded. Wang Teng's presence had become stronger. And it wasn't a minor increase. It was a huge leap, as if he had jumped from heaven stage to the universe stage. At this moment, standing in front of them, Wang Teng seemed like a universe stage formidable warrior. His aura was so majestic that even they felt the pressure. They couldn't help but step back, unable to keep up with him. Warpath was unaware of how his aura had forced Tong En and the others to retreat. As his aura surged, he found that the terrifying battle conscious, though still fearsome, could no longer impede his progress. Tap, tap, tap. Step by step, his movements were unwavering and resolute. The aura could no longer shake his stride. In the next moment, he finally entered the interior of the Grand Hall. Beyond the door, the darkness gave way to a dimly lit space. Inside the Grand Hall, Wang Teng saw someone. It was a member of the Naga race. Standing in the very center of the grand hall, this Naga warrior held a dark sword in his hand and was adorned in battle-worn armor. Despite his body bearing numerous battle scars, he stood with unwavering pride. His gaze was locked upon the entrance, exuding an aura of disdain, as if he looked down upon all others. Wang Teng's pupils contracted slightly, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Bang! At the next moment, an even more powerful battle conscious surged towards Wang Teng, much stronger than before. Wang Teng's complexion turned slightly pale as his third-rank primordial consciousness was unable to withstand it. The overwhelming battle conscious forced him to step back 3 times before he could stabilize himself. Fight! 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 The roars echoed in Wang Teng's mind, shaking his mental state to its core, almost rendering him unable to hold on. Such a terrifying battle conscious. Wang Teng's face slightly changed, and this was just a corpse. It had been dead for who knows how many years, no longer a living martial warrior, yet it still retained such a formidable battle conscious. This was unthinkable. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder just how high was the cultivation level of this Naga race individual when he was alive. Wang Teng didn't even dare to imagine, so terrifying. This must be at least an eternal stage dupe. Round Ball, who had been silent, spoke within Wang Teng's mind. Tong En and the others followed behind him. Though they struggled more, they were still heaven stage martial warriors and could withstand the battle conscious to some extent. However, upon entering the main hall and seeing the Naga race's corpse, the battle conscious surged, making it unbearable for them. These individuals were even more overwhelmed than Wang Teng, retreating more than 10 steps, ending up outside the door. Oh my God. Tong En and the others wore grim expressions, shocked that they couldn't even enter the hall. Only Wang Teng could enter. The overwhelming battle conscious they had just sensed was enough to keep them from entering, even with their preparations. It seemed they wouldn't make it through the door when they entered the hall. The Queen felt a stronger call from her bloodline, but she was unable to enter the door, let alone use her bloodline power. She felt exasperated. Her expression changed. But there was nothing she could do. She could only stand at the door and wait. Wang Teng, on the other hand, glanced back at the group, but didn't say much. He knew he couldn't blame others for not being able to enter the hall. He was about to raise his primordial consciousness to counteract the intense battle conscious, which was the only way for him to approach the corpse. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to the attribute bubbles next to the corpse. So many. There were many of them. Until now, all his attention had been absorbed by the Naga race's corpse, and only at this moment did he realize that the area surrounding the corpse was scattered with numerous attribute bubbles. Get them. With a glint in his eyes, Wang Teng immediately extended his spiritual power to pick them up. The attribute bubbles flew towards him one by one. Unyielding Battle Conscious, 4th rank, 400. Unyielding Battle Conscious, 4th rank, 300. Unyielding Battle Conscious, 4th rank, 300. Unyielding Battle Conscious, 4th rank, 600. Unyielding Battle Conscious. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to find battle conscious attributes here, which was a pleasant surprise. In an instant, an image appeared in his mind. A Naga race figure stood in the palace, his sword raised to the sky as he bellowed furiously, "Fight! None can make me submit. I will fight to the end." The overwhelming battle conscious surged into the sky, undaunted by death, unwavering as if even in the face of powerful enemies there was no fear, only the will to fight. This indomitable spirit, that fearlessness at this moment transformed into a willpower piercing through the heavens like a sharp sword. Boom. In the sky, a colossal hand materialized, blocking out the sun as if the entire world was within its grasp. Then it descended unstoppable. The Naga warrior, however, displayed no fear. His eyes burned with unyielding battle conscious as he swung his sword. A peerless sword radiance swept out. After a thunderous explosion, the Naga warrior perished. His vitality dissipated, but that unwavering battle conscious remained surrounding his body, never to disperse for thousands of years. Chapter 2051, Unyielding Willpower, Dark Shadow, Sword, Sword, Spirit, 3. Wang Teng regained his senses and sighed deeply. His eyes held an indelible sense of astonishment. He saw it. The demise of the Naga warrior. He also witnessed his unyielding battle conscious. In that moment, Wang Teng had achieved a profound understanding and insight into this type of battle intent, no longer merely acknowledging its power without comprehending its true essence. Wang Teng had now mastered this unyielding battle conscious. Unyielding battle conscious for 550,000. 4th rank. What surprised Wang Teng even more was that the unyielding battle conscious had reached the 4th rank, which meant that he had comprehended it to the 4th rank all at once. Wang Teng felt like he had struck it big. The Naga race martial warrior's unyielding battle conscious was incredibly strong. Even the residual battle intent had reached the 4th rank, which was stronger than the primordial consciousness he had acquired by using his blank attributes. Wang Teng closed his eyes, immersed in the profound insight. This insight, from the 1st level to the 4th level, was naturally far beyond the ordinary. Even though Wang Teng had improved by picking up attributes, he still needed to deeply comprehend it. Suddenly, Wang Teng seemed to remember something. He had once obtained a type of battle conscious, the lighting battle conscious, with thunder as his willpower. Merging with lighting battle conscious, he became the incarnation of the Lightning King, incredibly powerful. Lighting battle conscious, unyielding battle intent. These two types of battle conscious were not distinguishable in terms of strength. One was the grandeur and majesty of lightning, while the other was the indomitable fearlessness in the face of life and death. If you're not afraid of death, why should you fear lightning? There is no reason to. So, these two battle conscious were equal in strength. But Wang Teng thought of something more. What if he were to merge these two battle conscious? Would it become even more powerful? In the face of such a formidable opponent, anyone would feel powerless. Is the owner of that giant hand the master of the shadows? Wang Teng pondered, but no, if it were the master of the shadows, why would they leave shadow puppets to guard this place? But it seems that the Naga race doesn't possess such shadow abilities. Many questions swirled in Wang Teng's mind, leaving him puzzled. Never mind, it's been so many years. What's the point in dwelling on it? Wang Teng shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. His focus shifted to the corpse of the Naga race martial warrior. It was time to reap the rewards. First, it was the space equipment. Where was it? Wang Teng's gaze swept back and forth over the Naga race's corpse before finally settling on his wrist. That's it. He grinned and removed the space bracelet from the wrist. Without immediately inspecting it, he stowed it away. Then his gaze shifted to the battle armor. Unfortunately, this suit of armor is completely ruined. Wang Teng shook his head, finding it regretful. It might be ruined, but the material seems exceptional. It can be melted down and reforged. Roundball chimed in. Right? Wang Teng nodded. He was well aware of this and wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Wang Teng, look at the sword in its hand. It seems to be a Naga race treasure, the Dark Shadow Sword. Roundy's voice suddenly trembled with amazement. What sword? Wang Teng paused for a moment and asked in return. The Dark Shadow Sword, Roundball gulped before responding. Dark Shadow Sword. Wang Teng mumbled to himself, sensing something strange in Roundball's tone. He asked uncertainly, is this sword really impressive? Impressive, it's more than just impressive. Legend has it that the Naga race possesses a semi-divine weapon, and it's none other than the Dark Shadow Sword, Roundball exclaimed with excitement. Wow! Wang Teng let out an expletive and joined in the excitement. A semi-divine weapon. Not quite divine, but it had some connection to divinity. Chapter 2052, Unyielding Willpower. Dark Shadow Sword, Sword Spirit 4, semi-divine meant it surpassed the eternal level, and was on the verge of reaching the divine level of weapons. Divine-level weapons were incredibly rare in the entire universe, and semi-divine weapons were no less scarce. They were typically held by formidable individuals or powerful clans. To have one appear before him like this. Wang Teng could hardly believe it. With extreme caution, he reached out to touch the dark sword in the Naga race martial warrior's hand, as if afraid to damage it. His palm glided over the sword's surface, as if caressing a peerless beauty. Suddenly he sensed a familiar power within the dark sword. Shadow. This was the shadow power. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He was in disbelief. Dark shadow, dark shadow. He muttered to himself for a moment and then asked, "Roundball, do the Naga race have any special talents?" Initially, Wang Teng had assumed that the Naga race, being the ancestors of the snakemen, should have the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline. Moreover, since this poison erosion world was dominated by the poison element, he thought the Naga race should have a strong affinity for poison-type attributes, but now it seemed that might not be the case. Coincidentally, he possessed the shadow talent. This was prepared for him. "Baby, we're fated." Wang Teng stared at the sword with a glint in his eye, eager to extract it from the Naga race martial warrior's grasp, however. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Surprisingly, he couldn't pull the sword out. The Naga clan's grip was incredibly tight, as if it were immovable. "Do you have to do this? Come on, you've been dead for so many years, it's time to let go." Wang Teng felt a bit frustrated. Why was the Naga race martial warrior holding on to it so tightly, not leaving any chance for future generations? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and activated the shadow power within himself. Buzz, the dark shadow sword, seemed to sense something and began to tremble violently. The Naga race's hand automatically loosened its grip. Wang Teng was about to take the sword, but he suddenly froze in place. The dark shadow sword had levitated on its own, and a shadow emerged from the blade, forming a shadowy serpent that coiled around the sword. It hissed and fixated its gaze on Wang Teng below. "What is this?" Wang Teng's expression was filled with astonishment as he watched this scene. "Sword spirit Wang Teng, this is a sword spirit. I can't believe that this semi-divine weapon has given birth to a complete sword spirit." Roundball's voice rang out in shock. Chapter 2 of 3, Snatching the Dark Shadow Sword. Bloodpool. 1. Roundball's voice caused Wang Teng to regain his senses. Sword spirit. He knew what this was as a grandmaster blacksmith. It was impossible for him not to know what a sword spirit was. He had just been momentarily stunned by the appearance of the shadowy serpent and hadn't immediately recognized it. The so-called sword spirit was essentially one kind of artifact spirit. Artifact spirit was a general term for the spirits found in all types of weapons. A sword spirit was, in essence, the spirit of a sword. It was quite evident that the dark shadow sword before him had given birth to an artifact spirit. As Roundball had said, this semi-divine weapon's artifact spirit was complete and possessed considerable intelligence, which was a rare occurrence. Generally, once a weapon reached the eternal level, it could give birth to a spirit. Eternal stage weapons could assimilate with eternal stage materials, coexist with the weapon, or even establish a mental connection with the wielder. And these spirits were called immortal artifact spirits. However, if a weapon advanced to the divine level, it had divine attributes, and the corresponding spirits were known as divine spirits. The question that lingered in Wang Teng's mind was the level of the shadowy serpent before him. Was it a semi-divine spirit, or had it already reached the divine level? Wang Teng felt curious and excited. The dark shadow sword was truly exceptional, giving birth to an intelligent artifact spirit. Wow, it's the first time I've seen a weapon with an artifact spirit? Roundy couldn't help but appear beside Wang Teng, full of curiosity, inspecting the dark shadow sword spirit. "Don't look like a good-for-nothing. You're embarrassing me," Wang Teng said with disdain. "Come on, you're practically drooling over it yourself," Roundball retorted with a roll of its eyes showing obvious disdain. "Am I?" Wang Teng wiped the corner of his mouth, his face turning slightly red. "All right, you're right. It seems like I've been had today," Wang Teng sighed in resignation. More shadow energy surged from his body, extending toward the shadowy serpent. The shadowy serpent devoured everything, and after a good half hour, all of Wang Teng's shadow power had been drained. At this point, The shadowy serpent seemed to have finally had its fill and even burped. Wang Teng couldn't help but sense, a bit exasperated. This little thing certainly seemed to enjoy its meal. "Little one, will you come home with me? I have delicious food here every day. If you don't come with me, you'll have to stay here. I'm about to leave," Wang Teng continued. He knew the creature understood him. The flashes of knowledge in its snake-like eyes couldn't be faked. The shadowy snake appeared to have understood and, without hesitation, began to control the dark shadow sword, flying slowly towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head. This little creature did it on purpose. It seemed like it had intended to go with him all along, but it decided to eat first before making its move. That's why it didn't even hesitate. Darn, he got tricked by this shadowy serpent. Wang Teng felt a bit annoyed, but still showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. However, he remained calm and didn't take any impulsive action. The dark shadow sword slowly flew in front of Wang Teng. He smiled faintly and was about to reach out and grasp the hilt. Suddenly, the dark shadow sword turned into a streak of light and shot directly into his body. The dark shadow sword's speed was astonishingly fast, and Wang Teng couldn't react in time. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately sensed the situation inside his body. Inside his inner cosmos, the dark shadow sword was floating, having made itself at home within him. The little snake was coiled around the dark shadow sword, casting a glimpse at Wang Teng, then disappeared into the depths of the dark shadow sword, seemingly quite at ease. It didn't consider Wang Teng an outsider. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile wryly. "It looks like it has decided to go with you." Roundball also seemed delighted, and it chuckled. Chapter 254, Snatching the Dark Shadow Sword. Blood Pool 2. It seems like it found itself a free place to stay, with food and drinks included. Wang Teng said, somewhat speechless. "Ha ha," Roundball chuckled and then burst into laughter. "You can always let it come out if you're not willing." "No worries, I can afford it." Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, feeling proud. "This little one, only I can afford to take care of it." Conceited. Roundball rolled its eyes and said, "You're just showing off your good fortune, but there's one thing I should remind you of. The Dark Shadow Sword hasn't truly acknowledged you as its master yet. It's just taking shelter inside your body," Roundball said with a serious expression. "I know. I'm a Grandmaster blacksmith after all. Do you think I don't understand what it means to acknowledge a master? This semi-divine level weapon is a bit hard to deal with. I tried to coax it, but all I managed to do was to make it come with me," Wang Teng said. "Considering it's a semi-divine weapon, coaxing it to come with you is already quite an accomplishment. So enjoy it while you can," Roundball said. Wang Teng smiled faintly and didn't say much more. He had already gained the advantage, and the Dark Shadow Sword couldn't escape. It hadn't acknowledged him as its master yet, but once it tasted the benefits, he was confident that it would stay for good. Wang Teng was extremely confident. He looked at the corpse of the Naga race martial warrior and touched his chin. His eyes were shining. This corpse was also quite valuable. If it was turned into a shadow puppet, its power would undoubtedly be tremendous. Although he currently lacked the necessary materials to craft the corpse into a shadow puppet, there would be opportunities in the future. Roundball had a somewhat peculiar expression. Wang Teng had been staring at a corpse for a long time, and its eyes seemed to be radiating a strange eagerness. Could he have some unusual fetish? Wang Teng had no idea what Roundball was thinking, or he would have given it a good scolding. You and your fetishes. At this moment he waved his hand and collected the Naga race martial warrior's corpse, causing the resolute battle conscious in the area to dissipate. Outside the door, Tong, En, and the others felt a change and breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately walked into the hall. In the center of the great hall, directly facing the entrance, a massive throne sat in silence. It was covered in a thick layer of dust, rendering it inconspicuous in the darkness. If not for Wang Teng's activation of the real eye, the throne might have gone unnoticed. Approaching the throne, Wang Teng examined it carefully. The design of the throne was strikingly similar to the thrones used by the snakemen, adorned with various serpent-like patterns, and the armrests resembled coiled snakes. Wang Teng's eyes flickered with realization. He lightly twisted the armrests, and then quickly stepped back. Crack, a strange sound resonated through the chamber. The queen and her companions watched Wang Teng in amazement. How had he discovered this mechanism? Before long, the throne moved forward, revealing a dark hole beneath, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief. Wow! If it weren't for Wang Teng, they might never have found this concealed entrance. It was hidden quite cleverly. Who would have thought that beneath the throne symbolizing the supreme authority of the snakemen lay a secret passage? "Let's go down and take a look," Wang Teng said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Is it safe?" Tong En asked. "Just be careful," Wang Teng replied, and then he descended into the dark opening. Tong En and the others were speechless. While he said to be careful, he behaved as if he had no worries, adopting a rather casual attitude. They exchanged glances and followed suit. Wang Teng's earlier actions had earned their trust. If he believed there was no danger down there, they were likely safe. Chapter 2055, Snatching, the Dark Shadow Sword Blood Pool, 3. There were stone stairs beneath the hole. The group descended for a long time until they finally reached the bottom. Suddenly, a blood-red light emanated from the front. "What a strong stench of blood!" Yuan Bai and the others exclaimed in surprise. What could be in front of them? How could it give off such a strong scent of blood? The queen's face, initially carrying a faint aura of dignity and a hint of coldness, showed signs of excitement. She hurried forward as if something was drawing her in. Wang Teng remained calm. He had already guessed something, so he wasn't in a hurry. As they turned a corner, in the dim underground space, a pool of blood appeared before them. Tong En and the others were utterly shocked. They hadn't expected to find such a place beneath the ground. "I can feel it. My bloodline is boiling," murmured the queen with a glimmer in her eyes. "This place should be the bloodline legacy ground of the Naga race," Wang Teng speculated. Even the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline within him was quivering desire. His bloodline power was yearning to absorb the bloodline power within this blood pool. Wang Teng fully activated the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, and the sensation grew even stronger. It made him feel an urge to immediately enter the blood pool. "It seems like this blood pool can enhance our physical strength." Yuan Bai commented with amazement as he reached out and placed his hand into the pool. He continued, "I feel a slight tingling and burning sensation." "Enhance our physical strength?" Wang Teng thoughtfully nodded and said, "It seems like it could benefit all of us. Rumors have it that the Naga race has strong physical bodies, and they can gather various star beasts' blood essences and absorb them in a unique manner. Could this blood pool be the place for such absorption?" Round Ball had vanished as soon as they entered the hall, but suddenly spoke in Wang Teng's mind, a place specifically for absorbing star beasts' blood essence to enhance physical strength. That's quite possible. Wang Teng nodded to himself, but this blood pool might not be as simple as just enhancing physical strength. Both he and the queen felt the pulsations of their bloodlines. While his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was obtained through acquiring attribute bubbles and not inherently his own, it was his now. This mutual sensation of their bloodlines indicated that there might be something in the blood pool capable of truly awakening the bloodline power for him and the queen. That was the real treasure. Wang Teng glanced at the queen, who appeared to be impatient and couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand. "Everyone has a share. There's no need to be polite. The blood pool is quite large, and it should be sufficient for all of us to absorb its essence." They had all worked together to deal with the Naga race's armored corpse, and so they should share in the benefits. Furthermore, he had taken most of the spoils from their earlier fights, so it was only fair to share this blood pool with the others. Despite his thick skin, he couldn't bring himself to be entirely selfish. "All right, no need to hold back then." Tong En and the others nodded in agreement, clearly pleased. Gaining some enhancement to their physical strength in this place was a nice reward. They could all sense that the power within the blood pool would provide significant assistance to them. Junior Wang Teng You're straightforward. I'm definitely making friends with you, Yuan Bai said with a hearty laugh. No need to be so polite, Wang Teng replied with a smile, feeling a bit awkward. These people were so easy to please. He felt even more embarrassed now. Wan Dong and the others exchanged glances, and Wang Teng didn't stop them from entering the blood pool. It seemed like this was also their opportunity. Afterward, everyone didn't speak much. They stored their battle armor and remained in their ordinary clothing, then stepped into the blood pool to soak up the essence of blood. Although they didn't feel much before, as soon as they entered the blood pool, they felt a burning sensation, like a searing pain, penetrating their skin, muscles, and bones, and spreading throughout their bodies. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Yuan Bai, is this the slight tingling and burning sensation you mentioned? Bai Yao shouted. It was slight just now. Yuan Bai clenched his teeth. Damn! Qin Quan grunted and cursed, saying, It seems like the deeper we go, the more intense the burning and stinging sensations become. The group instinctively tried to use their force to resist the effects. Don't use force, Wang Teng said calmly. Tong An and the others were a little puzzled at first, but quickly grasped the situation. The essence of blood's power was at work here. The more they resisted, the less effective it would be. Enhancing one's physical strength was not easy. It came at a cost, clearly. The burning and stinging sensations were part of that cost. The group looked at Wang Teng's back and couldn't help but be surprised. Had this guy noticed this earlier? Also, Wang Teng appeared as if he were completely unaffected, his steps unwavering as he continued to advance deeper into the blood pool. He had moved ahead of them. Could his physical body be even stronger than theirs? Tong En and the others felt incredulous. Their competitive spirits were ignited, and they clenched their teeth, determined to keep up. On the other side, the queen also followed Wang Teng, heading deeper into the blood pool. She could sense that the further they went, the greater the benefits, so it remained to be seen if she could endure it. Chapter 256, Snatching the Dark Shadow Sword, Blood Pool, 4. As they ventured deeper, the group noticed that a faint blood mist pervaded above the blood pool, obscuring their vision. They were having trouble discerning Wang Teng's figure. This guy, Tong An, and the others were astounded. Not only can this blood pool activate my primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, but it can also enhance my ancient god's physique and true dragon battle physique. However, it's still not enough. Wang Teng activated his bloodline powers and both his physiques, fervently absorbing the blood essence from the pool. With him as the center, a vortex formed in the blood pool, stirring up the blood essence within it. The sensation of burning and stinging for him was like a gentle itch. It was far from painful. The blood pool appeared to be vast, with no visible end. Some distance away, the queen had stopped. She had traversed about 900 meters and had reached her limit. Tong En and the others reached different distances. Those with stronger physical bodies had covered around 800 meters, while those with weaker physical bodies had traveled 600 to 700 meters. After all, they were all heaven-stage martial warriors, and even the weaker ones didn't have frail physical bodies. However, there was one exception. Feng Mo. He had the weakest physical body and only managed to go around 300 meters, lagging far behind the rest. Was he so much weaker than Wang Teng? Feng Mo gritted his teeth, feeling a bit resentful. In ancient times, this blood pool had a standard. Every 300 meters was one standard. Feng Mo had reached the first standard. Tong En and the others were between the second and third standards, and the queen had reached the third standard. Wang Teng was walking the farthest distance. After they stopped, Tong En and the others sat cross-legged, looking at Wang Teng in the distance. His figure had become even more indistinct. They couldn't help but wonder how far he had gone. They initially believed that, even if Wang Teng's physical body was strong, it wouldn't surpass theirs by much. However, the reality seemed to indicate that Wang Teng's physical body was inhumanly strong. Taking a deep breath, they decided not to think about it too much. Dwelling on it further might be disheartening, so they closed their eyes and began absorbing the blood's essence from the pool. Wang Teng had walked about 4,600 meters, and he wasn't sure how close he was to the center of the pool, but the pool's depth was enough to submerge him. He decided to immerse himself completely, closing his eyes and allowing his body to be engulfed by the blood. With his flesh, he aimed to perceive the essence's pulsation from his bloodline. He also released his spiritual power. There should be attribute bubbles here. As expected, numerous blood-red attribute bubbles floated beneath the pool, and he picked them up directly. Blood essence power 100, blood essence power 120, blood essence power 150. Primordial oceanic serpent, bloodline 100, blood essence power 200. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body one by one. Some transformed into blood essence power, coursing through his limbs and bones before ultimately integrating into his flesh. Others became a source of bloodline power, merging with Wang Teng's bloodline. Wang Teng felt an immediate and rapid enhancement in both his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline and his physical body. The blood essence power he absorbed from the attribute bubbles was incredibly pure and could be directly assimilated. This method was far more efficient and quicker compared to how ordinary warriors had to absorb and refine blood essence for their cultivation. If Wang Teng absorbed the blood essence power on his own, he would need to process and purify it before merging it into his physical body. In fact, it was quite fast. Wang Teng had activated his World Devourer divine technique, and his absorption and refinement speed were beyond comparison with ordinary warriors. In any case, with both methods of absorption working simultaneously, it was nothing but beneficial for Wang Teng. At the same time, Wang Teng absorbed the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline from the blood pool. This meant that the blood pool could stimulate the power of the Naga race's bloodline. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was extremely pure. Wang Teng's primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was already at the 4th stage, which made the difficulty of advancing it even higher than for the Queen. However, the bloodline power in this pool could still directly enhance it. This indicated that the bloodline power within this pool had the potential to enhance bloodlines of any rank. It was the foundation of the Naga race, which explained why it was hidden so discreetly. With this pool, the Naga race could continuously produce a large number of bloodline warriors. It was, however, a bit scarce in some respects. Only one out of several attribute bubbles contained the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline. Wang Teng gazed forward, continuing to explore deeper into the pool under the control of his spiritual power. Chapter 2057. No wonder. Sudden enlightenment. One in the blood pool. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, Fang Mo woke up. His physical body had reached its saturation point and couldn't be further enhanced. If he continued to forcefully boost his strength, his body was likely to burst open. With no other option, he stood up and left the blood pool. He gazed towards the deeper parts of the pool, where he could see several figures seated in meditation, with threads of blood essence power flowing towards them. Fang Mo's eyes flickered as he looked even further, where there was another person, someone he couldn't see. He walked so far he couldn't even see his back. It was quite disheartening. Though they were peers, the differences in their progress were striking. 7 days later, several more people woke up, including Dong Lei, Gikdor, Wei Na, Wu Cheng, and many others. They walked out of the blood pool with regret. After all, they weren't known for their physical strength, so they had reached their limit. However, they examined their physical condition and were pleasantly surprised. Their physical strength had increased by at least 30%, making them stronger in terms of defense and power. Among the martial warriors at the same level, they were definitely stronger. They walked out of the blood pool with regret. After all, they weren't known for their physical strength, so they had reached their limit. On the 8th day, Cobb, Wan Dong, and Qin Quan woke up and emerged from the blood pool. They glanced at Dong Lei and the others. Wei Na and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. They were genuinely surprised by Tong En, who had exceeded everyone's expectations. While Tong En was indeed a strong member of their team, they hadn't compared their strengths before, so they didn't know who was stronger. But now Tong En's display of her physical strength was shocking them. This girl had been keeping a low profile, but she was so powerful. Over in the distance, Huan Dong and the others didn't look too pleased. They had been completely overshadowed by Yuan Bai and his team. Was the Snow Child team so outstanding, by the way? Junior Wang Teng hasn't come out yet? Yuan Bai looked around and asked. He's still inside. Wei Na, Qin Quan, and the others had complicated expressions. It was actually Wang Teng who truly surprised them. A Cosmos stage martial warrior lasted longer than Heaven stage martial warriors like them. When did the physical body of a Cosmos stage martial warrior become so powerful? They all shook their heads and turned their gazes toward the depths of the blood pool. They couldn't help but speculate how many days Wang Teng could last. In the midst of their waiting, 2 more days passed, and Tong En emerged from the blood pool. Her beautiful face was radiant, and with a hint of joy, she saw the others and cheerfully said, "Everyone is out. You lasted 12 days." Wei Na immediately hugged her by the neck, giving her a necklock, and exclaimed in amazement, "Sister Wei Na, let me go. I'm about to suffocate." Tong En struggled a bit, stuck out her cute little tongue, and dropped her head, pretending to be lifeless. "You little rascal." Wei Na tapped her forehead, amused yet exasperated, and let her go. "Hee hee." Tong En didn't mind and gave a mischievous smile. She wrapped her arm around Wei Na's and glanced at the others, but then froze. "Is Wang Teng still not out?" "Nope." Everyone shook their heads, not surprised by her question. Almost everyone who came out would ask this question when they didn't see Wang Teng. Chapter 2058. No wonder. Sudden enlightenment. 2. Wang Teng was indeed the biggest surprise among them. He was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but he overshadowed the Heaven stage martial warriors. Far away, Feng Mo felt a bit bitter. He was also a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but why was he overlooked by the Heaven stage martial warriors while Wang Teng was so highly regarded? It was frustrating and seemed unjust. He felt like encountering Wang Teng was a mistake. He was receiving huge blows to his confidence all the time and had almost lost all his motivation. "He's really something." Tong En marveled and gazed towards the depths of the blood pool. "Now that you mention it, that snake woman hasn't come out either?" Wei Na suddenly remarked. "Right." Tong En realized and nodded. "But she's at the peak of the Heaven stage. Plus, she's a snake woman. So there must be some connection between her and the Naga race. Didn't she discover this blood pool with Wang Teng? This blood pool might have some special meaning to her." Wei Na pondered and said, "The snakemen, the Naga race, the snakemen in this poison erosion world might have some Naga race bloodline," Yao suggested. "Do you think that snake woman will experience atavism?" Tong En asked. "Atavism?" "It might not be that easy," Wei Na replied. "It's hard to say. If atavism was that easy, these snakemen would have already returned to their original state. The stellar academies would gladly accept them." Bai Yao explained. "Her fate depends on her luck. She's fortunate to have met Wang Teng. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a chance to enter the blood pool." Tong En chuckled. As they were talking, a loud rumble suddenly emanated from the blood pool. Everyone was taken aback and quickly looked towards the depths of the blood pool. In the midst of the blood mist, a terrifying giant python phantom suddenly rose, coiling above the blood pool and letting out a hissing sound. "That's Tong En, and the others were utterly shocked. Is that the primordial form?" Yuan Bai swallowed his saliva. That Wang Teng definitely had impure intentions. They couldn't believe he didn't have any ulterior motives toward this seductive snake lady, and considering her identity as a queen of her people. Weeb TF. This realization only fueled their excitement further, the queen of the snakeman race. What could be more fulfilling than capturing the heart of a queen? If Wang Teng knew their thoughts, he would probably spit in their faces in disgust. These thoughts were baseless accusations. He was not that kind of person. In mid-air, the giant python illusion lasted for a while before slowly dissipating. The queen landed gracefully. her serpentine tail swaying gently in the blood pool, and in the blink of an eye she was on the shore. "Sister, did you awaken your bloodline power?" Tong En immediately approached and asked in a fawning tone. Everyone, did she fall in love with his snake lady? The queen was momentarily surprised. She hadn't exchanged a single word with these extraterrestrial humans before, and now someone was striking up a conversation with her, which felt strange. However, considering that these people seemed to be friends of Wang Teng, she nodded and replied, "Yes, did you experience atavism? Sister, what's the relationship between the snake race and the Naga race?" Tong En continued asking. "I think so. The Naga race, according to Wang Teng's explanation. We should have some Naga bloodlines, or else we wouldn't be able to awaken the bloodline power using this blood pool." The queen responded thoughtfully. "So it's really atavism. Sister, you're one of the few Naga race remaining in this world. You now have the qualifications to leave this world with us." Tong En exclaimed with excitement. "Leave this world?" The queen was taken aback. This was her lifelong pursuit, and now it appeared right in front of her. It was all because she had awakened the Naga bloodline. While she was pleasantly surprised to awaken the bloodline power, she had never considered that having the bloodline would allow her to leave this world. Her constant belief was that by becoming strong enough, she could defeat the extraterrestrial humans and leave this world. Chapter 2059. No wonder, sudden enlightenment. 3. But now there was no need for that. She had mixed feelings at the moment, along with a hint of disbelief. She needed to talk to Wang Teng about this. Among these people, the only one she could trust was Wang Teng. "I understand that you may find it hard to believe, but it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Teng when he wakes up," Tong En said with a mischievous smile. The queen glanced at her, knowing that her thoughts had been uncovered. She didn't mind and just nodded. Wan Dong and the others looked at the queen with complicated gazes. With the awakening of the Naga bloodline, the queen's talents were likely to become very powerful. They had witnessed the gigantic python-like figure earlier, and that kind of oppressive force was not something an ordinary bloodline could produce. With such powerful talents, the stellar academies would be more than happy to accept her. They couldn't accept the possibility that the snakemen they looked down upon in the past would be having a dramatic shift in status. It was like a commoner suddenly becoming nobility, a feeling that was quite disconcerting. They didn't know how to describe their feelings anymore. What had Wang Teng done to his physical body? Wei Na looked at the still and silent depths of the blood pool and said with a sigh, "We should leave." Wang Teng had been inside for an incredibly long time, and Tong En and the others had their missions and couldn't wait any longer. They had no choice but to leave for now. "All right, this guy is a freak." Tong En nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. "Let's go." The group cast one last deep glance at the depths of the blood pool before flying out of the cave. They restored the throne and left the ancient buildings of the Naga race. Wandong and the others also departed. Despite the poison inflicted on them by Wang Teng, they had their tasks to attend to, and Wang Teng didn't object to their departure, so it should be fine. The queen returned to the Rui Snake City, where the poison tide had already subsided. With the energy left behind by Wang Teng, the city had managed to weather the poison tide and not succumb to it, which was a stroke of good fortune in the midst of misfortune. As the poison tide came to an end, the Scorpion King Star returned to its normal state. However, in a peculiar space, an ancient complex of buildings still existed, and within it, one person remained unawakened. Chapter 2060. Let me see how many punches you can block. 1. Half a year. It had been half a year since Wang Teng left the Stellar Academy. Even when he departed from the Academy, he likely didn't anticipate that he would be delayed for half a year on the Scorpion King Star. The Snow Child team left the Poison Erosion world and returned to the Stellar Academies 2 months ago. Everyone had tight schedules, and they couldn't afford to wait for Wang Teng in this situation. Wan Dong's team also departed and returned to the academy. They hoped that while Wang Teng was still unconscious, they might find a way to cure the poison. Guang Yu and his team also returned to the academy. After being tricked by Wang Teng several times, they were unable to control the shadow power in their bodies anymore. They could no longer stay on the Scorpion King's star, so they came back to the stellar academies one by one, seeking help to suppress the shadow power. Unfortunately, no one could completely remove it. They could only forcefully suppress it, unless they sought out an eternal stage martial warrior, but they couldn't afford the price for such services. These powerful individuals departed, but the Scorpion King's star didn't stay peaceful. Rui Snake City, many Snakeman martial warriors were gathered on a vast square. They were all at the Cosmos stage, and above, they were fully equipped and radiating a strong killing intent. In front of these Cosmos stage martial warriors were several Heaven stage martial warriors, including Marong. They looked at the Snakeman warriors before them with excitement and satisfaction. These were the warriors of Rui Snake City. Compared to the past, these warriors had become several times stronger. This was all thanks to their queen. They gazed towards the sky, where an enchanting and majestic figure stood in mid-air. The queen of their snake race. "My people, are you willing to fight with me?" The queen's voice wasn't particularly loud, and it even carried a hint of calmness, but it was filled with dignity. Fight. Excitement appeared in Marong's eyes as he shouted, "Fight!" The other Heaven stage martial warriors roared in anger. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" One by one, the snake-like warriors pounded their chests and let out roaring cries that shook the heavens and the earth. Their spirits soared. The queen looked down at her people, her gaze unwavering. Her original intention had never changed. She wanted to free the Snake Clan from the oppression of extraterrestrial humans. Unity was the first and necessary step. Only by uniting all Snake Clan members could they intimidate the extraterrestrial humans. She didn't want to leave alone. She intended to take all the Snake Clan with her and explore the vast cosmos. By her side stood a young snake girl. Compared to the queen, she still displayed a hint of innocence, but her extraordinary charm was unmistakable. At this moment, she gazed at her master with admiration and excitement in her heart. Master is still so powerful. Previously, her master was suppressed by the extraterrestrial humans, and even the peak Heaven stage martial warriors among them had appeared somewhat dim in the face of those extraterrestrial humans. But now, it seemed like she could see a brilliant radiance on her teacher. This radiance was not inferior to those extraterrestrial humans, and it appeared even more dazzling. Outside the Rui Snake City's outer walls, many Snake Clan warriors had gathered, hailing from other tribes. They now resided within the outer city of Rui Snake City. They were originally from other tribes, but had submitted to the formidable power of the Rui Snake City's queen. Chapter 2061. Let me see how many punches you can block. 2. However, the words of the queen just now left them shaken. Did she unite all the snakemen to resist those extraterrestrial humans? The snakemen on the Scorpion King's star had long suffered humiliations at the hands of the extraterrestrial humans, and they could no longer bear it. No one was willing to remain inferior, and they wanted to resist, but they didn't have the power before. Now, the queen of the Rui Snake City said that she wanted to lead them in resisting the extraterrestrial humans. Their hearts were filled with hope. Could it be done? Could they truly resist the extraterrestrial humans? They felt hopeful when they thought about the strength of the queen. Fight! 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 The snakemen, martial warriors from the other tribes outside the city, also erupted in a resounding roar, their cries merging with the tumultuous sounds from within the city. The queen gazed towards the outer city, her eyes briefly flashing with a glimmer of determination. "Let's go." With a low shout, all the snakeman warriors soared into the sky and rushed towards the northern part of Scorpion King's star. In the north of Scorpion King's star, there was a city known as Li Snake City, an extremely ancient and massive city in the entire Scorpion King's star. This city was one of the top cities, surpassing even the previous Rui Snake City significantly. But now Rui Snake City had an opportunity to challenge this city, and they held the advantage. At this moment, within Li Snake City, the atmosphere was tense and severe. Many snakeman warriors stood on the city walls gazing at the distant sky as if facing a formidable enemy.
Damba, when do you think Changju will come to attack? We've been waiting for 3 days already. If she doesn't come, do I have to continue waiting like this?
Above the city gate, a burly snakeman with a dignified and heroic appearance, clad in dark battle armor, spoke. Behind him, a pale-faced snakeman stood silently, his eyes filled with gloom. This man was none other than Damba, who had previously encountered Wang Teng and others in the Naga race's ancient architecture complex. After being controlled by the dark shadow, he miraculously survived, but his injuries had not completely healed. The shadow power, which even Guang Yu and others couldn't remove, was still within him. In this situation, and with the Queen launching a massive offensive, he naturally couldn't contend with her and had no choice but to seek refuge in Lee Snake City. Lee Snake City's king was his distant relative a long time ago. They were part of the same lineage, but later Damba's branch split off and established Ostrich Snake City. However, their relationship remained intact, and now, in the face of a common enemy, Lee, Snake City's king, would naturally not refuse his surrender. Brother, she will come. It will be one of these days. I'm very familiar with that woman. She now controls more than half of Scorpion King's star. The next target will surely be Lee Snake City, Damba replied. Is she really that strong, the king of Lee Snake City? Damrung furrowed his brow and asked. Very strong. I don't know what that wench got her hands on, but she suddenly became so powerful, Damba said with a hint of jealousy, his voice filled with bitterness. Do you know why she became so strong? Damrung asked in a calm tone. I don't know, brother. If I knew, I would have told you. Why will I hide it from you? Damba's gaze flickered for a moment, and he quickly replied, I don't think you dare to lie to me, Damrung said. Just then, explosions could be heard in the sky, and figures began to descend from above. They're here. Damba's expression changed. There was a hint of dread in his eyes. He stated hurriedly, Brother, they're here. Why are you panicking? Damrung saw the densely packed dots rapidly approaching from a distance, and his heart also trembled, but he didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, a surge of fighting spirit rose within him. Let me see just how strong this Queen of Rui Snake City is. Boom, boom, boom. The black dots rapidly approached from afar, moving at an incredibly high speed accompanied by thunderous roars. Eventually, they appeared in the sky several kilometers outside Lee Snake City. Lee Snake City, yield or fight. A faint voice echoed from the sky, resonating above Lee Snake City. Surrender? Quite an audacious request, Damrung sneered, then ascended into the sky looking at the person ahead. You must be the Queen of Rui Snake City. That's right. It's me, the Queen, Changju, replied calmly. Very well. Just as strong as expected. Damrung nodded as he looked at the Squeen in the distance. He said, Let's fight. Let the Heaven Stage martial warriors step forward. The rest is unnecessary. We're all snake men, and if we die, it's a loss. If we lose, Lee Snake City will be under your command from now on. But if we win, you will submit to me. Fight. The Ophidian monarch didn't say much. Her stance was clear. Ha ha ha. Good, let's battle. Damrung laughed heartily and let out a resounding roar. All Heaven Stage martial warriors, follow me into battle. Fight! Fight! The Heaven Stage martial fighters from both sides shouted and clashed violently, causing terrifying waves of force to resonate throughout the sky. In the distance, groups of fighters from the stellar academies appeared. Besides Wang Teng, Tong En, and others, there were naturally many other stellar academy students performing missions. The Queen's conquests in recent months had caused quite a commotion, naturally drawing the attention of many students. On top of a mountain, a team of martial fighters stood at the peak, gazing into the distance at the ongoing battle. The monarch of Rui Snake City seems powerful. A martial warrior crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed. He was wearing a suit of armor, but with both his arms exposed, not wearing any clothing. Chapter 2062, let me see how many punches you can block, 3. On those exposed arms were 2 serpent tattoos, pitch black in color, giving them an especially sinister appearance. You can't unify Scorpion King Star without some strength, another martial warrior carrying a battle sword on his back said indifferently. If she wins this battle, she can unify Scorpion King Star. The martial warrior with serpent tattoos on his arm replied, "Her thinking is quite naive. Trying to resist us, the extraterrestrial humans, by unifying Scorpion King Star is wishful thinking. She's just unaware of the true nature of Scorpion King Star. It's hardly worth anything." A third martial warrior chuckled. "It doesn't matter. Let her make a fuss. Afterward, we can step in. The bloodline of this queen seems interesting and should be useful to me," the martial warrior with serpent tattoos on his arms said nonchalantly. "Boss, it looks like your Python King venomous art is going to make some progress again," one martial warrior remarked with a smile. "I hope so," the warrior with serpent tattoos on his arms said softly. Meanwhile, in the far northern reaches of Scorpion King Star, there was a treacherous and toxic wasteland filled with various deadly substances. Few could venture into this place, and even Heaven Stage martial warriors who entered it faced a near-death experience. Little did people know that the source of the poison tide was located here. The ancient Naga race's architectural complex atop the poisonous tide was also in this northernmost region. It existed within a spatial crevice, hidden from discovery. At this moment, in the forbidden area, numerous venomous creatures lurked. Mid-tier Imperial-level emperors and high-tier Imperial-level venomous creatures were everywhere, constantly engaging in bloody battles. This was the way of life for these venomous creatures. They fought and devoured each other to grow stronger and become the kings of their species, right on the edge of the forbidden area. The fabric of space suddenly rippled, and a spatial rift appeared. Roar! Roar! The venomous creatures in the vicinity sensed something and were alarmed, roaring in the direction of the rift. Just then, a figure stepped out from the rift, without any movement, without a sound. But when the venomous creatures around saw this figure, they all prostrated and emitted a low, mournful sound, as if they had encountered a terrifying presence. This figure was none other than Wang Teng, who had awakened from the blood pool. At this moment, Wang Teng looked around and appeared puzzled. "Where is this?" "It seems to be the far northern region of Scorpion King Star, and you're now inside a forbidden area," a voice said in his mind. "I've ended up in the far north. That poison tide is moving all along," Wang Teng remarked in disbelief. "Otherwise, the ancient Naga race's architectural complex wouldn't have taken so long to be discovered," Roundball said. "That's true. I wonder if they've left," Wang Teng said. "They've probably already gone, after all. No one would have waited for you, especially considering how long you were in there," Roundball replied. "I didn't expect it to take so long either. I was just absorbing it, and it took this long." Wang Teng shook his head. Fortunately, the harvest was decent. "Let's go. It's time to leave this planet." With that, he took a step, transforming into a streak of light, and disappeared into the sky. "Before leaving, I should pay a visit to Rui Snake City. I need to check if they've prepared the poison spiritual herbs and poison star beasts I requested earlier. I wonder if they've got them ready," Wang Teng thought while speeding through the sky. "That's part of my mission." Boom, boom, boom. Above Lee Snake City, the intense battle continued, with the devastating shockwaves of forces capable of annihilating everything. 2 brilliant light masses collided repeatedly. Boom. In the next moment, another light mass was sent flying, transforming into the figure of Damrung. He was panting heavily, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked ahead. The queen also emerged, her serpentine body swaying gently, incredibly alluring. Her expression was remarkably calm as she gazed at Damrung. "It's time to end this," a voice emanated from her mouth. Boom. A tremendously powerful aura suddenly erupted from her, and a massive python shadow materialized behind her, coiling in the air. Endless, ancient, and vast intent swept forth. "What is this?" Damrung's eyes widened, looking incredulously at the enormous python phantom that had appeared before him. The queen's sword radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a streak of sword energy as she swung it. The ancient and majestic primordial oceanic serpent phantom above her head seemed to merge with the sword energy. It let out a resounding roar and descended upon Damrung. Damn it! Damrung's pupils contracted as he shouted. His force surged, and he wielded his battle sword, sending a terrifying blade light soaring into the sky to confront the gigantic python phantom. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and the blade and sword energies raged in the sky, forming a restricted area within a radius of thousands of meters. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the blade energy finally crumbled beneath the terrifying giant python phantom, breaking into countless blade fragments that scattered in all directions. Pff! Damrung spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body felt as though it had been struck by lightning. In the distance, other Heaven Stage martial warriors were shocked, turning their gaze in this direction. Submit or die. The queen stood in mid-air, her voice faintly echoing. Damrung's face was filled with reluctance, but in the end he let out a sigh and bent his body slightly. The surrounding sky fell into silence for a moment, and then the snakeman warriors of Rui Snake City erupted into cheers. They won. They had won, and the Rui Snake City lineage had finally unified Scorpion King Star. This was a moment worth celebrating. Chapter 263, Let Me See How Many Punches You Can Block. 4. A moment worthy of being recorded in the history of Scorpion King Star. A faint smile curved on the queen's lips as she had finally achieved her goal. At this moment, she was the true queen of the snake race. Slap. Just then, applause rang out. The queen slightly furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. Several figures had arrived, with one young man, bearing serpent tattoos on his arms, looking at her with keen interest. The way he looked at her made her uncomfortable. Extraterrestrial humans. The queen squinted as she looked at him. That's right, I am indeed what you call an extraterrestrial human, the young man with serpent tattoos on his arms said, introducing himself with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Liu Meng. What do you want? The queen asked calmly. I would like you to give me your bloodline power, Liu Meng replied with a smile on his face, but the words sent shivers down one's spine. How dare you? Morong and the other Heaven Stage martial warriors shouted angrily at the extraterrestrial humans for disrespecting their queen, finding it utterly contemptible. Furthermore, the fact that they were after the queen's bloodline power was unforgivable. Liu Meng smiled. He didn't say anything. But boom! Behind him, another Heaven Stage martial warrior suddenly made a move, thrusting a long spear that transformed into an endless barrage of spear radiance directed at Morong. Morong's face changed dramatically. He let out a roar and unleashed his force, delivering a fierce counterattack. Boom! Their attacks collided, creating a thunderous explosion. Morong's attack instantly crumbled, and the spear radiance surged towards him once more, causing his pupils to contract sharply. The queen coldly snorted and swept her sword in response. Boom! The spear radiance was immediately blocked. Not bad. However, it isn't enough to stop us. Liu Meng smiled. The queen's eyes glinted with a cold light. She hadn't expected that right after unifying Scorpion King Star, someone would come after her. Were they unable to escape from this world at this moment? She seemed to finally understand why the previous Snakemen rulers couldn't unify Scorpion King Star, because once they did, as the sole ruler, they would become a target for everyone, unable to escape the hunting of these extraterrestrial humans. In their eyes, their bloodline was a commodity to be taken at will. They didn't even have room to grow. The queen suddenly felt a sense of desolation, a chill sweeping over her entire body. What do you say? Have you thought it through? If you don't agree, then we'll have to take action. By then, I'm afraid your subjects won't be able to bear it, Liu Meng said with a faint smile. Your Majesty. Morang and the others had their expressions altered dramatically in the distance. Some members of the stellar academies observed and whispered among themselves. That seems to be Liu Mang from the Second Stellar Academy. I heard his cultivation technique requires collecting various exotic python bloodlines. Could it be that he regards the snakeman bloodline as one of them? The bloodline of that queen is quite special. No wonder Liu Mang has targeted her. It's a pity. They finally managed to unify this planet, but they are facing such adversity. The disparity is too great. Liu Mang is too lawless. Why is he treating the snakemen like this? Well, most people view these natives as mere livestock and not as mortal beings. Some people were just bystanders appearing indifferent, while others couldn't help but feel sympathy for the snakemen. In truth, it was bad luck that the queen happened to encounter a warrior like Liu Mang who required exotic python bloodlines for his cultivation. Otherwise, she might have been able to hold out for a while longer, not facing such a threat immediately after unifying her rule. At this moment, the queen's gaze swept across the snakemen warriors around her, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation erupted from within her, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Not good. She's going to self-detonate, a martial warrior behind Liu Mang shouted. Liu Mangman hadn't anticipated that the queen would be so resolute, choosing to self-detonate rather than let him gain any advantage. He snorted and cold light burst from his eyes. His figure disappeared in an instant. You won't die if I don't inquire you to. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the queen and reached for her neck. Force surged, attempting to seal off her force and prevent her from self-detonating. The queen rapidly retreated, frantically mobilizing the force within her. You can't escape, Liu Mang shouted, and his force transformed into a giant python, lunging toward the queen. The force python was incredibly fast and suddenly pounced on the queen in the next moment, appearing correct in front of her. The queen's pupils constricted, her face full of reluctance. But at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from beside her and slapped down fiercely. Boom! A loud, intense explosion rang out as if the space was being crushed beneath that palm, resulting in a resounding blast. The force python couldn't withstand it and exploded with a resounding crash, dispersing into waves of primal energy. Who? Liu Mang's face showed a hint of surprise, his figure retreating, and he shouted. The queen was momentarily puzzled. Someone patted her shoulder, suppressing the force within her. Since you've come, don't be in such a hurry to leave, a light laughter suddenly emanated from the void. In the next moment, Liu Mang's pupils dilated, and with a flash in the void, a figure appeared before him and reached out to grab him. Get lost. He reacted swiftly as well, roaring angrily and punching forward. A fist imprint condensed and force transformed into a series of giant python illusions entwining around him. Chapter 2064, let me see how many punches you can block. 5, boom. The opponent's fist came crashing in without using any force. It appeared to be just an unremarkable punch. The sound of space being crushed echoed once again. The two fists collided with each other, and the fist imprint entwined by the giant python illusions couldn't resist, instantly collapsing. Liu Mang's pupils contracted, and he hastily retreated, but it was already too late. The opponent's fists had already struck. Boom, 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 in just one instant. 3 punches landed squarely on his body. Crack, crack. A series of clear and crisp cracking sounds echoed as Lehman let out a miserable scream. The confident smile on his face had vanished completely. His face turned pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat, his entire countenance twisted in pain. Boom, the figure flashed once more, reappearing above Liu Mang with a swift stomp. A terrifying force erupted. Liu Mang's body bent like a prawn, and he spat out blood. He was propelled towards the ground like a projectile. Bang. In the next moment, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and Liu Mang's entire body was buried in the earth. This series of exchanges happened within a few breaths, leaving everyone in shock. It wasn't until this moment, when Liu Mang was buried in the ground, that everyone regained their senses. Lu Meng's squad of martial warriors regained their senses, their faces displaying sheer astonishment. The queen, although bewildered for a moment, quickly recognized the figure, and her eyes lit up with a gleam. It was him. He was back. But the difference in strength was quite extreme. His power was undoubtedly strong before, but it didn't seem this exaggerated. "Brother Wang Teng," little Chinger shouted happily. Her heart had sunk when she saw her teacher about to self-destruct. But to her amazement, Wang Teng suddenly appeared and saved her teacher from self-destruction. 2 times. The last time in Rui Snake City, Wang Teng appeared and saved them. Now, in this moment of crisis, he appeared again, saving not only her teacher, but everyone present. If her teacher had truly self-destructed, none of the snakemen would have had a pleasant outcome. At this moment, her gratitude towards Wang Teng was beyond words. "What are you all doing? Why all this commotion?" Wang Teng turned and looked at them, asking in an exasperated tone. He had rushed here and coincidentally stumbled upon the queen about to self-destruct, leaving no time for further consideration. He had to act immediately. However, the person on the opposite side seemed to be somewhat fragile. It took only a few punches, and he couldn't get back up. The queen was stunned. Has this guy not figured out what was going on yet? Even the members of Lu Meng's team in the distance were somewhat bewildered. They had not quite grasped the situation, and this person was intervening without understanding the circumstances. Who was this guy? They felt that their leader had been wronged. "Who are you?" One of the Heaven Stage martial warriors from Liu Mang's team asked with a gulp, his face turning unpleasant. "Me," Wang Teng pointed to himself and said, "who I am doesn't matter. What matters is who you are. We are students from the 2nd Stellar Academy. You should be from a Stellar Academy too. Why did you intervene in our affairs?" Another Heaven Stage martial warrior from Liu Mang's team asked. "Because you attacked my friend, and I couldn't stand by and do nothing," Wang Teng retorted. The members of Liu Mang's team were speechless. A student from a Stellar Academy befriending a native. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from below, and Liu Mang wobbled out of the deep pit. "Leader." The members of Liu Mang's team rushed over. "Oh, you're not dead yet, as I said. How could you be killed by just a few punches?" Wang Teng said with a grin. "Liu Mang." He made it sound like he was very weak. He had just suppressed the injury in his body, and now it almost exploded again. A mouth of blood surged up his throat, but he forcefully suppressed it. He felt far from calm. His stare was fixed firmly on the person in front of him. Who was this person? He appeared to have only reached the cosmos stage, but why was he so strong? Those blows earlier seemed to be powered solely by his physical strength, yet they rendered him helpless, which was incredibly terrifying. Where did this monster come from? "Who are you exactly?" Liu Mang took a deep breath, his expression tense. 7th Stellar Academy. Wang Teng. Wang Teng replied calmly. Wang Teng. Many people around were momentarily stunned by the name, unable to immediately recall it. "Wang Teng, it's him!" However, some people quickly recalled and shouted in astonishment. Liu Mang was one of them. But he couldn't believe that the person before him was the same newbie who had recently joined the Stellar Academy. Impossible. Not to mention him, even if it were someone else. No one dared to believe it. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior, a freshman, completely overpowered, a Heaven Stage martial warrior, and an experienced one at that with just a few punches. It sounded absurd. This was no laughing matter. "You make it sound like I'm a fake?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes. No one accepted him even when he was speaking the truth. He couldn't be bothered with these people, so he stated directly, "Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want to fight me? We have so many people." "We're not necessarily afraid of you," Liu Mang stated with an unsightly expression. He could tell that Wang Teng was still at the Cosmos Stage. They were at the Heaven Stage, so they were not afraid of him. This guy might just have a stronger physique. Chapter 2065. Let me see how many punches you can block. 6. The reason he was utterly helpless earlier was that Wang Teng suddenly appeared and he didn't react in time. Then let's fight. Wang Teng was eager to try, taking this opportunity to test the extent of his physical strength. Come on, don't hold back. Liu Mang and the others felt their faces twitching. This guy seemed eager to get into a fight. Brother Wang Teng, don't let them go. These bad guys almost forced Master to death. They want to snatch Master's bloodline, little Chinger shouted. You heard that? My friend wants me to beat you to death. Wang Teng looked at Liu Mang and the others, his eyes slightly narrowed. Trying to steal bloodline power, that's ruthless. Go. Liu Mang's face darkened, realizing that more words were pointless. He immediately shouted to make his team attack. Liu Meng's team consisted of 5 members, all at the heaven stage, ranging from the 5th level to the 6th level. Each of them had formidable strength, significantly stronger than the heaven stage martial warriors of the Snakemen. Liu Meng himself was at the 6th level of the heaven stage and had power comparable to the queen who awakened her bloodline. However, he understood that this was the present situation, and if the queen had more time to grow, he and his team wouldn't be her match. The only difference was the depth of their experience and knowledge. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Liu Meng and his team erupted in a coordinated attack against Wang Teng. They wore determined expressions, knowing that today wouldn't end well, so their only option was to eliminate Wang Teng. The 7 stellar academies involved both cooperation and competition. The students came from various regions and couldn't always be in perfect harmony. When matters reached the point of irreconcilability, they had no choice but to resort to violence. Wang Teng remained calm, faced with 5 martial warriors at the 5th or 6th level heaven stage. He appeared extremely composed, even exuding a hint of confidence. His composure was grounded in the fact that his recent enhancement in physical strength had been extraordinary. In a span of a few months, he had completely drained the blood pool. He would be letting down the Naga race if he wasn't powerful. Wang Teng let out a light exclamation, simultaneously activating his true dragon battle body and ancient god physique. Boom, flames surged, engulfing Wang Teng, layering fiery dragon scales like presents all over him. At the center of his brow, a golden mark appeared. Crack. Wang Teng cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound, and grinned at Liu Mang and the others. He bared his gleaming white teeth, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Come, let me see how many punches you can withstand. At this moment, Wang Teng was utterly defiant, radiating an indescribable self-confidence. What's this? Liu Mang and the others' expressions shifted drastically. Wang Teng was already formidable moments ago, but now with his sudden outburst, they felt like they were facing a terrifying fire beast. The searing, overwhelming aura made it almost impossible to breathe. However, Wang Teng didn't give them time to react. His figure abruptly vanished from its original location. Boom. The spatial distortion was so profound that Wang Teng's outburst tore through the space, instantaneously teleporting him to the front of a heaven stage martial warrior from Little Teng's team. Then he delivered a punch. A punch descended with this punch. Flames converged, as if an overwhelming sea of fire was crushing down from the sky. The heaven stage martial warrior was utterly horrified, his pupils contracting to their limits. Eric, go all out. Liu Mang had no time for rescue, so he roared. Eric immediately snapped back, shouting in anger. The force within him erupted, and his domain power surged into the sky. He held a battle axe in his hand and swung it ferociously. Die! A terrifying axe aura, condensing the power of the 7th-rank domain, slashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng punched out once more, then twice. Boom! The next moment, the axe aura shattered and the domain power exploded. Wang Teng struck with a 3rd punch, directly hitting Eric's heart. A thunderous sound, and Eric spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his heart. His heart was burst by a single punch, and he couldn't be more dead. Others were left in shock. 3 punches. He killed a 5th-level heaven stage martial warrior with 3 punches. This world was too crazy. Kill! The remaining 4 members of Liu Mang's team were visibly enraged. They charged at Wang Teng, and one Heaven Stage martial warrior unleashed a horde of razor-sharp golden blade energy with a 7th-tier metal domain erupting. He viciously swung the golden blade energy towards Wang Teng. The other Heaven Stage martial warrior brandished a sword while a 7th-tier water domain surged from him. The sound of crashing waves seemed to resonate in the sky. He swung his sword from the left towards Wang Teng, and the sword's radiance was accompanied by surging water, as if an ocean were engulfing Wang Teng. Yet another, wielding a long spear, released a cold light that emanated from the spear, encompassing a 6th-tier ice domain, freezing everything. Wang Teng responded with 3 punches, striking directly on the golden blade energy. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal resounded through the air, and cracks started to appear on the golden blade energy. Wang Teng's fists merely left a few bloodstains, without even harming his bones. The Heaven Stage martial warrior's expression changed. Boom. In the next moment, the blade energy shattered, and Wang Teng's figure flickered as he manifested in front of the warrior wielding the sword. He unleashed a punch. Bang. The Heaven Stage martial warrior's head exploded, and he died on the spot. At this moment, the sword light, like crashing waves, approached. The spear glows had arrived too. They enveloped Wang Teng at the same time. Such an assault could be overwhelming, even for some of the most strong Heaven Stage martial warriors. Huh! Wang Teng snorted coldly, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He uttered a command in his mind. Solidify. The power of time erupted, momentarily freezing the attacks in front of him. Wang Teng unleashed another punch. The crashing waves of sword energy shattered, the tiny specks of the spear's energy were pulverized, and the ice-freezing effect quickly dissipated in the presence of Wang Teng's celestial fire. How is that possible? The 2 martial warriors, filled with terror, didn't think twice. They immediately withdrew and retreated. Their eyes trembled with fear. This person was too strong, terrifyingly powerful. At this point, they couldn't muster any intention to continue fighting. They only wished to escape this place as soon as possible. Die! Wang Teng roared and reappeared behind them. His fists struck both of them simultaneously. Splurt. They violently spew out large quantities of blood. Inexplicably, there were large holes in their chests. Their gazes quickly dimmed. Ah! Liu Mang almost went crazy. In just a few breaths, all 4 of their team members had been dead by Wang Teng's fists. This person was nothing short of a demon. Liu Mang realized that running wouldn't save him now, so he had no choice but to battle for his life. Kill. Liu Mang roared as the snake patterns on his arms came to life, transforming into 2 black serpents that lunged fiercely at Wang Teng. Their venomous fangs bared, exuding a deadly poison that filled the air. This person was a poison element martial warrior. Is that all the poison you have to offer? Wang Teng mockingly shook his head. A sinister black lotus flower manifested at his brow, and he fearlessly stepped forward. His 2 hands extended, and flames condensed into 2 enormous hands that firmly seized the heads of the serpents. Then he clenched his fist tightly. Splat. The 2 black serpents were crushed into a cloud of black mist. Liu Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. His treasured Python King venomous art had been effortlessly thwarted by his opponent. At that moment, he could hardly believe his own eyes. "Don't let me see you again," Wang Teng uttered as he reappeared in front of Liu Mang. He pointed directly at Liu Mang's forehead. "No!" Liu Mang's pupils shrank, and his face contorted in terror as he let out a loud cry. Swoosh! A black light flashed over Wang Teng's fingertip, coalescing into a tiny black lotus, no larger than a fingertip, which instantly shot toward Liu Mang's forehead. Liu Mang's body froze in an instant, his face contorted. In the next moment, his eyes dimmed. To die beneath my abyssal hell devil lotus is the greatest respect I can offer a poison element warrior like you, Wang Teng uttered calmly. Boom! With those words, Liu Mang's body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. Silence. Silence enveloped the world. Everyone stared in astonishment, their mouths slightly agape, but not a single sound escaped their lips. The 5 heaven stage martial warriors were dead. None of them survived. What a frightening accomplishment. Chapter 2066. Chance Encounter. Rejected. 1 in the sky. The battle had ended, and the entire squad was annihilated, with no survivors left. Wang Teng could have spared their lives, but he chose to kill them. These people weren't kind-hearted individuals. If he was weaker, they might have tried to eliminate him. Since the other side harbored a kill or be killed mentality, he didn't hold back. Sometimes the world of martial warriors was that simple. Just because you're on the same side doesn't mean there's no internal strife. If you believe that, you're being naive. The onlookers from the stellar academies regained their senses and were now in an uproar. Lu Yumeng's team is dead. Oh my God. Wang Teng is scary. Is he really a new student? Could it be fake? To single-handedly take out 5 heaven stage martial warriors, he's probably invincible among his peers. Yes, with such achievements, there's hardly anyone who can match him. Is this how powerful the talents on the star rankings are? I heard that previous star-ranked geniuses had similar achievements, being peerless at their level, even capable of defeating opponents at higher tiers. This is truly terrifying. Wang Teng is likely to stir up waves in the stellar academies. Many were left in disbelief, and there was a sense of awe in the air. Some distance away, the Queen also seemed somewhat stunned. Although she knew Wang Teng had previously defeated many heaven stage martial warriors, she couldn't help but marvel at his newfound strength. A few punches were all it took. It was almost as if he was cheating. Watching Wang Teng's battle, she had a feeling that it was effortless. Yes, effortless. Wang Teng killed those heaven stage martial warriors with remarkable ease, as if there were no significant challenges at all. This was a stark contrast to his past achievements. Little Chinger's eyes gleamed with admiration. Brother Wang Teng is so strong. He's even stronger than Master. Murong and the others involuntarily swallowed hard. Wang Teng had somehow become even stronger. Fortunately, he was not their enemy, or the Rui City snake race might be in dire straits. The muscles on Damrung's face twitched as he screamed in his heart. Where did this monster come from? Was he the friend of the Queen of Rui Snake City? Is this Rui Snake City's queen really that amazing? She can make friends with an extraterrestrial human, especially one so powerful. He glanced at the elegant and graceful figure of the Queen, then looked at himself. Then he suddenly understood. He couldn't help but regret that he wasn't born a woman. Atop the walls of Lee's Snake City, Damba had originally thought of slipping away quietly. But upon witnessing the spectacle before him, his steps involuntarily came to a halt, and he found himself unable to move. Wang Teng hadn't paid him any attention, but Damba couldn't shake the feeling that if he ran away, he would be the first target. He mustn't provoke this guy. In the sky, Wang Teng looked around and collected the scattered attribute bubbles in the surroundings. One by one, these attribute bubbles rushed toward him, transforming into the power of original attributes, domain insights, spirit, enlightenment techniques, and scriptures, all merging into Wang Teng's body or consciousness. Suddenly, Wang Teng trembled, and several types of forces simultaneously broke through. Constellation, Metal Force. 13,500, 60,000, Cosmos Stage 6th level. Constellation Water Force, 14,600, 50,000. Cosmos Stage 5th level. Constellation Ice Force, 15,000, 50,000, Cosmos Stage 5th level. Constellation Ice Force, 11,000, 3,000, Cosmos Stage 3rd level. Constellation Poison Force, 7,600, 90,000, Cosmos Stage 9th level. All 5 force attributes rose at the same time, and all of them had broken through. This undoubtedly allowed Wang Teng's overall ability to rise greatly. Among them, the constellation Poison Force rose the most. It reached the 9th level Cosmos stage directly. It wasn't at the peak yet, but it was far ahead of the other forces. Liu Meng wasn't weak. He had provided a substantial amount of constellation poison force, which Wang Teng found quite satisfactory. The constellation ice force was weaker. It was originally at the first level of the cosmos stage, so it was easier to raise, hence it rose directly to the third level. The other three forces only rose by one level. Of course, this was already quite fast. One battle, one level of improvement. What more could one ask for? Following this, there were advancements in enlightenment and spirit. Spirit, 68600, 20,000. Cosmos realm, enlightenment, 275,000, 300,000, universe realm. These two attributes were also very important for Wang Teng. Enlightenment would affect his ability to deduce techniques, understand the power of origins, and improve his power. As he planned to create techniques at the heaven stage, universe realm enlightenment might not be enough. After all, the scripture he wanted to create was extraordinary. Spirit, on the other hand, influenced Wang Teng's spiritual power. The stronger his spiritual power, the more spiritual power Wang Teng could control. Now that his physical body had reached a frightening level, he would strive to catch up with his force and spirit as soon as possible. All three were indispensable. Each of these elements was like a plank of wood in a barrel, and if any of them were too short, it became the limiting factor for a martial warrior. However, not all martial warriors could balance these elements, and many chose to specialize in one. Some specialized in force, some in physical strength, some in spirit. Everyone's choices were different. As for Wang Teng, he wanted all of them. Where others were strong, he was strong. Where others weren't strong, he was strong too. This was his martial arts path. Then there was the power of domain. The domains of the 5 martial warriors weren't weak. Besides one ice element martial warrior who had a 6th rank domain, the others were all at the 7th rank. In Wang Teng's mind, he suddenly found various insights. His frost domain, originally at the 5th level of the actualization phase, had now elevated to the 6th level of the normal phase. He was still at the 5th level of the actualization phase, but even that was an accomplishment seldom achieved by a cosmos stage martial warrior. Chapter 267. Chance Encounter. Rejected 2. What's more, this was the frost domain. It was stronger than a normal domain, frost domain, 1250, 6,000, 6th rank, 105,000 actualization, 5th rank. Also, his metal, earth, and water domains rose to the 7th level. The enlightenment of the 3 heaven stage martial warriors wasn't weak. Wang Teng was lucky. These 3 domains were originally at the 6th rank, but they had risen by a full rank now. Mind you, the further you went, the harder it was to grasp the power of domain, especially the latter 3 tiers that belonged to the advanced stage of domain mastery. Some heaven stage martial warriors might not even be able to grasp it completely, much less cosmos stage martial warriors. Metal domain, 2300, 7000, 7th rank, Wang Teng, took a deep breath and smiled when he saw that all his domains had reached the 7th rank. This was a huge gain. As his earth and water domains increased, his flaming magnetic meteor domain and netherworld domain increased too. Wang Teng smiled. He looked at the last domain, poison domain. Poison domain, 1500, 7000, 7th rank. Liu Meng's poison domain wasn't weak either. It reached the 7th rank and allowed Wang Teng's poison domain to rise from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. It rose by 2 levels. It wasn't easy to improve a poison domain. Finding a poison element martial warrior was hard. He's my benefactor. I should have kept him alive to continue reaping the benefits, but I lost control momentarily. Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. At this moment, another attribute bubble merged into King Teng's mind, transforming into enlightenment. A human-shaped light figure emerged, sitting cross-legged and engaged in cultivation. Meridians and various acupoints appeared within the human-shaped light figure, glowing brightly outside the light figure. Serpentine shadows materialized, coiling around it in a peculiar manner. Python King Venomous Art. A poison scripture? King Teng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a rare discovery, and according to the insights, the Python King Venomous Art was a universe stage scripture, making it even more valuable. Python King Venom Art, 1500 5000, well versed. The attributes and techniques he obtained from Liu Mang were substantial, allowing Wang Teng to quickly reach a well-versed level of mastery in the Python King Venomous Art, which saved him a lot of effort. He closed his eyes, allowing his constellation poison force to flow along the path of the Python King Venomous Art, feeling its intricacies. It requires the fusion of different serpent bloodlines to unleash its formidable power. No wonder Liu Mang sought to obtain the bloodline of the Queen. Wang Teng shook his head. The pursuit of techniques and power had led Liu Mang down this path, and it wasn't the most honorable course of action. Apart from that, there were various talent attribute bubbles, and several heaven stage martial warriors' talents had reached the divine level. However, with his poison, ice, and water talents already at the divine level, Wang Teng didn't have much use for them. Divine level metal talent, 2,108 50,000. Divine level earth talent, 18,500 to 50,000. In an instant, Wang Teng felt that his two talents had improved again. He was more sensitive to the metal force and earth force around him. Unfortunately, this was a small world, and the power of origin wasn't complete. If not, Wang Teng would have gained some understanding of the origin of earth and the origin of metal besides talent attributes. Wang Teng also received a few divine-level weapon talents. Divine-level sword talent, 13,500, 50,000. Divine-level axe talent, 13,500, 50,000. Divine-level axe talent, 13,500, 50,000. Divine-level axe talent, 3,800, 50,000. Divine Keval Spear talent, 16,500,000. His 4 weapon-type talents, including sword talent and spear talent, were already at the divine level, and they had now improved even further. This made Wang Teng's proficiency and comprehension of both sword and spear techniques even more profound and skillful. Wang Teng was now proficient in sword and spear techniques. Having mastered various sword and spear techniques, he felt a sense of enlightenment. He understood some things he didn't in the past. In an instant, his mastery and comprehension of various sword and spear techniques had greatly improved. His talents in axe and blade techniques, which were originally at the imperial level, had now risen to the divine level, resulting in significant changes. Wang Teng felt an immediate clarity with sword and axe techniques and related insights emerging vividly in his mind. His gaze even seemed to emit a bright blade and axe light, exuding a sense of sharpness. Fortunately, he shut his gaze in time, for if anyone were to face him at that moment, they might experience some form of spiritual impact. With all the attribute bubbles now integrated into his body, they had become a part of him. Wang Teng gradually opened his eyes, a glint of satisfaction in his gaze. Just coming out of the blood pool and experiencing such a significant power-up, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel quite delighted. Those 5 heaven stage martial warriors were good people. They were here to give him gifts. He looked towards the Queen in the distance and flew over to her, asking, "What are you all doing? Having a battle?" "I intend to consolidate Scorpion King Star," the Queen replied calmly. "Wow." Wang Teng widened his eyes. This woman had quite ambitious goals. "Brother Wang Teng, Master has successfully unified the star already." Little Chenger flew over and smiled. "Oh, it's already over?" "I was wishing to join in on the fun," Wang Teng replied regretfully. The Queen of Rui Snake City, Little Chenger, far away. Damrung was utterly speechless. Who was this guy treating battles like child's play? Chapter 2068, Chance Encounter, Rejected. 3. It was fortunate that this monster arrived late. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle, there would have been trouble for everyone. Damrung was even questioning whether he could withstand a single punch from this terrifying figure. He might die. "Brother Wang Teng, you seem to have become stronger. Little Chinger broke the awkward atmosphere and said with admiration, "It's not that big of a deal. Just a slight breakthrough. Those people are too weak. They couldn't even withstand a few punches," Wang Teng said humbly, but no one felt his modesty. They thought he was showing off. They couldn't even withstand a few punches. While the statement might be true, it sounded rather insensitive. They were already dead, but he was still criticizing them. The Queen couldn't be bothered with him and flew to the side, ordering others to take control of Lee Snake City. Damrung showed no signs of unwillingness. Well, he was too afraid. He was afraid of being beaten to death by Wang Teng. Wang Teng paid no attention to these trivial matters. He only needed to acquire what he came for. The Queen didn't disappoint him either. She had everything prepared. While Wang Teng was in slumber, she had already ordered her people to gather various poison element spiritual herbs and even sent them on hunts to acquire the poison element star beast that Wang Teng had instructed them to find before. After uniting the various major serpent cities, there was a massive outburst of resources and manpower at the disposal of the Queen, which made all these tasks quite manageable in Rui Snake City. Kang Ju, Little Chinger, Wang Teng, and the others were all back to prepare for the final coronation. Kang Ju was about to become the ruler of the entire Scorpion King planet. On this day, all the powerful members of the snake race gathered. They had come from various cities to witness the Queen's ascension to the throne. Many of them had complex expressions as they waited in silence. It had been a long time since someone had managed to unite all the snakemen on the Scorpion King planet, and now the Queen of the Rui Snake City had emerged as a ruler, which was truly surprising. The plaza of the Rui Snake City was packed with people. Everyone swarmed onto the main street. The city was adorned with decorations, and the atmosphere was incredibly festive. As the people of Rui Snake City, the original citizens of this city were particularly proud. Their queen would soon become the ruler of the entire Scorpion King planet. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the entire Rui Snake City resounded with the beating of drums. All fell silent as their gazes turned toward the raised platform ahead. On the platform, a series of stone steps extended up to the throne. The throne had a peculiar appearance, resembling a coiled serpent, radiating solemnity and majesty. This throne was designed to mimic the Naga race's throne, as per the Queen's request. From this moment forward, it would symbolize the supreme authority over the entire Scorpion King planet. At this very moment, a graceful figure appeared beneath the stone steps. She stood with her back to the audience, dressed in an opulent purple robe. Adorning her head was a snake-shaped crown, representing her royal status, and in her hand she held the scepter of the snakeman's supreme authority. The scepter was crafted by fusing the scepters from each of the 9 major snake clans. It bore 9 snake heads, each embedded with a gem. These gems were taken from the scepters of the 9 strongest snake clans. Some of the powerful beings in the crowd twitched at the sight of the scepter. However, when their gazes shifted to 2 figures standing atop a palace at a distance, they couldn't help but sigh deeply. Upon that palace, 2 figures stood together. One was a young man with black hair, hands clasped behind his back. Facing the grand coronation event, his eyes held no excitement, only a calm serenity. Beside him, a young snake girl was visibly excited, her eyes gleaming as she gazed toward the Queen in the distance. "Why are you so excited?" Wang Teng chuckled. "Brother Wang Teng, you don't understand. It was so difficult for our snakemen to unite like this. Master has achieved a remarkable feat," Little Chinger explained. "Perhaps," Wang Teng nodded. He looked to the sky and continued, "We'll be leaving soon, and you'll discover that the world outside is much larger than this. Once you've experienced it, scenes like today won't hold the same significance." Little Chinger bit her lips, her gaze flickering slightly. She was feeling quite nervous inside, but she chose not to say much at this moment. Meanwhile, the Queen from afar was making her way up the stone steps towards the raised platform. All eyes followed her every move. Once she reached the throne and turned to face the crowd, her striking, elongated eyes surveyed those below. She spoke slowly. "Today, the entire snakemen of Scorpion King Planet will be unified, and you all shall become my subjects. Together, we will strive and not be subject to the oppression of the extraterrestrial humans." As the Queen's voice reverberated, many in the crowd had mixed emotions. Was it possible to avoid the oppression of extraterrestrial humans? It seemed too difficult. Even with the help of that man, it would still be an arduous endeavor, they thought. However, they couldn't help but admire the Queen, for she was doing something they wouldn't dare to attempt. Some things had to be tried, and perhaps this would be a promising start. At least there was a glimmer of hope, wasn't there? I know many of you are skeptical, but I want to tell you that after today's coronation, I will leave to explore the outside world. The Queen suddenly dropped a bombshell, leaving the crowd stunned, their hearts shaken. What? The Queen was leaving this world. Was it because of the extraterrestrial human? In the past, some had left, but they had been captured and taken away as slaves. However, the Queen's announcement indicated that she wasn't becoming a slave. Instead, she was leaving with another identity. Chapter 2069, Chance Encounter. Rejected. 4. A legitimate and honorable identity. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Who wouldn't want to leave this world? Who would be willing to stay here and continue to be treated like livestock? They all wanted to leave. "Your Majesty, can we also leave?" Someone finally asked the question. "I will become a formidable warrior and return to lead you out of this small world." The Queen's voice came once more, calm and majestic, as if describing a simple matter. Even Wang Teng couldn't help but feel that she was a bit ostentatious. Did she learn from him? Wang Teng had some doubts, but it couldn't be related to him. He never acted ostentatious. It must be an inherent skill of this Queen. After all, she was a queen. Wasn't being ostentatious part of the job description? The other snakemen fell into silence. While they had already guessed the possibility, hearing the outcome still filled them with a sense of loss. "During my absence, all of you must fulfill your duties. If anyone causes trouble, do not blame me for being ruthless upon my return," the Queen stated. She glanced around calmly. Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The Queen was quite interesting. She thought of using this method to make these people obedient, and it worked. As long as these people desired to leave this world, they wouldn't act rashly in the days to come. Furthermore, from this point on, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, others wouldn't allow it. Leaving this world was their most fervent desire. It was hard for this woman of such exceptional beauty, and she was a snake woman to not be eye-catching. "Little Chinger, can you do it too?" Wang Teng looked at Little Chinger, who was still chuckling. "Yes," Little Chinger said, and her face underwent subtle changes, different from before. Her demeanor also experienced a slight shift. "How fascinating!" Wang Teng exclaimed. The universe was vast, and it held countless wonders. He hadn't expected the snakeman to possess such a unique ability. This ability is somewhat akin to his morphing talent, allowing for changes in muscles and bones to alter one's appearance, making it challenging to detect. It's not all that great. We can't make drastic changes. This is already the limit, the Queen said. Wang Teng nodded. It seemed that his advanced stage disguise talent was a bit more powerful. After all, it was designed specifically for such purposes. "So what should I call you?" Wang Teng asked. "Let's go with Chang Yu." "I've always liked this name," the Snakeman Queen said with a glint in her eyes. Kang Yu. This name sounds better than Kang Ju. Kang Ju sounds old-fashioned. Wang Teng nodded. The Queen, even though she liked the name Kang Yu, she didn't appreciate others calling Kang Ju old-fashioned. And was it old-fashioned? Kang Ju was a pleasant name. "All right, since we're all ready, let's set off," Wang Teng said, not knowing what the others were thinking. Kang Yu and Little Chinger exchanged glances with each other. They took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Then let's depart." Wang Teng ascended into the air and with a sweeping gesture summoned a massive spaceship. Devil Slayer. Chapter 2070. Chance Encounter. Rejected. 5. With his current confidence, Wang Teng was not afraid of drawing attention with a universe-level spacecraft. If anyone dared to challenge them, they would find out that his fists were not to be trifled with. Kang Yu and little Chinger were awestruck and amazed when they saw this massive and ferocious-looking spacecraft. They had seen various spaceships from extraterrestrial humans, but this large and unique vessel was something entirely new to them. The aura emanating from the spaceship made it clear that it was no ordinary spacecraft. Many snakemen were drawn to the sudden appearance of the spaceship and looked up to the sky. Numerous snakemen elites were left in shock. They understood that the time for the Queen to depart had arrived, and all eyes were on this moment. Their expressions complex. Let's go. Wang Teng paid no mind to the onlookers and flew directly into the spaceship. Kang Yu and little Chinger took a close look at the Rui Snake City below, a tinge of nostalgia in their eyes. Finally, they turned towards the massive and fearsome spaceship. In the next instant, the spaceship transformed into a streak of black light and shot into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Many people gazed at this scene, unable to snap out of their trance for a long time. Inside the spaceship's control room, Kang Yu and little Chinger sized up their surroundings curiously with an air of country girls venturing into the city. Even if they were beautiful women, they couldn't hide the strong rural charm they exuded. Take a seat. Don't be shy, Wang Teng called out, warmly inviting them. Round Ball popped into view and gave a slight smile to the two. Wow, so round. Little Chinger saw Round Ball, and her eyes widened, amazed, and exclaimed, "You're so round? That's good to know." Chang Yu felt relieved. "Let's all take a rest. Once we arrive, Round Ball will let us know," Wang Teng suggested. Chang Yu and little Chinger nodded. However, they were about to leave this world, and their hearts were far from calm. They had no intention of resting at this moment. Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to them, allowing them to adapt in their own time. There would be many things that would astound them in the future. The Devil Slayer spacecraft sailed through the starry sky of the poison erosion world at high speed. After half an hour, it reached the edge of the poison erosion world, and Round Ball woke Wang Teng up. Wang Teng flew out of the spaceship and presented his token, activating it. The token transformed into a stream of light and headed toward the emptiness in the starry sky. Before long, a dim blue vortex appeared, initially a mere speck, but quickly expanding into a massive gateway. Kang Yu and little Chinger stood beside Wang Teng. As they witnessed this scene, their emotions surged. Was this the exit? The exit from this world appeared so easily before them, and everything seemed unreal. The two of them were in a daze. Let's go. Wang Teng smiled and kept the Devil Slayer, heading towards the dim blue vortex. Kang Yu and little Chinger regained their senses and quickly followed, fearing that if they were even slightly slower, the vortex would disappear. In an instant, the three of them entered the vortex. They experienced a disorienting sensation, and soon they found themselves in a grand hall. Before Chang Yu and little Chinger could stabilize themselves, a voice was heard. Simultaneously, a powerful pressure descended from the hall and pressed onto Kang Yu and little Chinger. Chapter 2071. The Constellation Society will disband today. 1. A formidable presence descended upon them, casting its weight upon Kang Yu and little Chinger, rendering them pallid and immobilized. Astonishment appeared in their eyes. The overwhelming pressure was incredibly strong, signaling the presence of a powerful being in this place. Kang Yu's heart churned with restlessness. They had barely left their world, and they were already confronted by an unimaginably mighty guardian. It was no wonder that throughout the annals of time, none from their world had been able to escape solely through their strength. Boom! At that very moment, another aura surged forth, ancient and profound, providing some reprieve from the oppressive force for Kang Yu and little Chinger. Even Wang Teng, who possessed the primordial consciousness of no small measure, found himself struggling. In comparison to the aura emanating from the Great Hall, his strength seemed minuscule. His confidence, previously swelled by his surging power, was now abruptly extinguished by a deluge of icy reality. Fuck! Never had Wang Teng anticipated such an overwhelming presence within this grand hall. When he entered the poison erosion world from this great hall, he didn't feel anything. Wang Teng activated his real eye instinctively and looked around the great hall, searching for the source of this formidable aura as his gaze swept across a corner. The figure of an elderly man caught his eye. Aside from this, he beheld nothing else. This elder appeared entirely unremarkable, devoid of any apparent uniqueness. He was seated cross-legged with an aura of twilight enveloping his entire being, as though nearing the end of his days. However, Wang Teng didn't dare to underestimate him. Even his real eye couldn't see anything. This elder was a formidable warrior who was much more powerful than him. Huh. At that moment, the elderly man let out a soft, raspy exclamation. His aged voice slowly reached their ears. "Young one, what is your name?" he asked. "Wang Teng," Wang Teng replied. "Wang Teng, that name sounds familiar to me." The elder pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling. "Ah, I remember now. You are the one from this generation who ascended to the star rankings." "Yes," Wang Teng replied honestly. "You brought these two snakemen out?" The elder didn't say anything else and asked. "Yes," Wang Teng nodded and explained. "They awakened the bloodline of the Naga race, showing great talent. I intend to bring them back to the stellar academies." "Oh." The elder expressed some surprise, and at that moment slowly opened his eyes, looking toward them. "Naga race? Young ladies, release your bloodline for me to see." The elder's voice now carried through spiritual fluctuations, and even though Kang Yu and Little Chinger did not understand the common universal language, they grasped his intent. However, they didn't trust outsiders, so they glanced at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded reassuringly. Only then did the two of them release the innate power of their bloodlines, each conjuring the spectral visage of the primordial oceanic serpent. Indeed, it's the Naga bloodline, but the bloodline power of this little girl seems to be stronger. As for the other, it appears her bloodline power was activated through external means, the elder remarked, his gaze flickering briefly. "Your observation is astute," Wang Teng replied with a smile. "Since you've awakened the Naga bloodline, your talents are indeed commendable. You are both qualified to enter our stellar academies," the elder concluded. Wang Teng's face lit up with a hint of delight. It seemed this matter was going to be a success. "Very well, you may leave." The elder closed his eyes once more, paying no further attention to the three of them. It seemed that allowing them an audience had been a considerable favor. Wang Teng respectfully bowed to the elder before departing from the grand hall with Chang Yu and Little Chinger. They made their way outside, proceeding towards the valley. Kang Yu and Little Chinger heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that they had passed the first test successfully. There were many Stellar Academy's students in the valley. They were surprised when they saw Wang Teng and his companions. In particular, Kang Yu and Little Chinger left many in awe. Those who could do missions here were all frequent visitors of the toxic eclipse world. They were familiar with the snakemen. They had seen many beautiful snake women before. However, seeing such extraordinarily alluring and exceptional snake women like these two was a first. They couldn't tear their stares away from Chang Yu and Little Chinger. "Let's go." Wang Teng shook his head in resignation. Although he had expected some reactions, he hadn't anticipated their responses to be quite so exaggerated. Their self-control was severely lacking. If only they could be as composed as he was. Moreover, Chang Yu and Little Chinger had changed their appearances. They weren't as stunning as before. Nevertheless, their presence still managed to create a considerable stir. It appeared that their beauty and charisma were indeed too exceptional to be concealed entirely, even with the changes they had made. Wang Teng had no desire to draw any more attention to themselves. He intended to depart with Kang Yu and Little Chinger at this moment. A young man, accompanied by several others, approached and greeted Wang Teng with a smile. "Excuse me, which Stellar Academy are you from? What's the matter?" Wang Teng didn't reply to him and frowned. "I'm Ding Ji from the 4th Stellar Academy, and I was just wondering if you'd be willing to sell these two snake women." Ding Ji maintained his composure even in the face of Wang Teng's impatience and continued with a cheerful tone. They are not my personal property, so there's no question of selling. You should move along, Wang Teng replied dismissively, unwilling to entertain such a frivolous request. You must be joking. They are merely two snake women. Since you brought them here naturally, they belong to you. How about doing me a favor and handing them over? Ding Ji emitted a hint of pressure, his demeanor still genial as he approached Wang Teng with a smile. Chapter 2072. The Constellation Society will disband today. Ding Ji could tell that this young man was just at the cosmos stage. He was likely a new student from an academy with the audacity to undertake missions. He must have some degree of strength, as surviving a mission indicated a certain level of competence. Hence, he was a little overconfident. As a senior, he felt a responsibility to teach his junior how to survive in the stellar academies. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the young man. With a sly curve at the corner of his mouth, he suddenly chuckled. Ding Ji frowned. Clearly disliking Wang Teng's smile, he had seen this kind of smile on others, but they had been far more powerful than him. It was normal for them to look down on him. What right did this brat have? Leave at that very moment. Wang Teng uttered a single cold word. Ding Ji's face darkened, and he was about to retort when, in mid-sentence, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Wang Teng, cutting off his words. Boom. Ding Ji's expression changed slightly. He, along with several people behind him, was simultaneously pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. Wang Teng's current presence was far from ordinary. Even though he had appeared weak before the elder in the Grand Hall, he was entirely different when dealing with these individuals. His physical body had grown immensely powerful, and the intimidating aura emanating from his body alone was more than an ordinary person could withstand. With this level of strength, you still want to bully a freshman. Wang Teng advanced step by step toward Ding Ji, his aura cascading like waves, layer upon layer, pressing down upon him. Ding Ji's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He felt as though he was being stalked by a colossal beast, rendering him completely immobilized. Senior times have changed. Go back and cultivate for a few years before coming to bully people. Wang Teng passed by Ding Ji, patted his shoulder, and left behind these words before departing with Kang Yu and Little Chinger. A bead of cold sweat trickled from Ding Ji's forehead and into his eye, causing him to blink as he slowly regained his composure, his heart still filled with fear. Where did this monster come from? Such a terrifying aura. Was he really at the cosmos stage? A series of questions appeared in his mind. He contemplated Wang Teng's face and wondered when this monster appeared in stellar academies. At that moment, someone behind him tugged at his clothing. Let's get out of here, quickly. We've embarrassed ourselves this time. Ding Ji suddenly realized, looking around to find everyone reveling in his humiliation. His face alternated between shades of red and white as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Let's go. Ding Ji promptly led his group away, no longer able to face the situation. There was a buzz of discussion from those around them. That young man just now, why does he seem a bit familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere before? Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. He does look familiar. He's only at the cosmos stage, but he managed to intimidate a heaven stage martial warrior. It looks like he's not weak. I wonder who he is. When did someone like him emerge among the new students? Ding Ji felt even more embarrassed, his face burning with humiliation. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he resolved to thoroughly investigate the background of the person who had humiliated him once he returned. On the other hand, Wang Teng continued to lead Chang Yu and Little Chinger toward the academy's docking bay. Brother Wang Teng, what did that person say just now? It seemed like he was targeting us. Little Chinger couldn't help but ask along the way. He wanted to buy you, Wang Teng replied with a smile. He wanted to buy us? Little Chinger's face contorted with anger, her fists clenched tightly. Despicable, yet another person who looks down on us. Kang Yu's eyes also displayed a hint of anger. When those people were watching them earlier, she felt the stares were extremely unpleasant. and it seemed that some still regarded them as livestock. Don't let it bother you. When we get to the stellar academies, your status will change, Wang Teng consoled them. Moreover, the academy is home to various races. Once you integrate there, no one will look down on you anymore. Of course, the most important thing is your strength. As long as you're powerful enough, no one can bully you. Like the person from earlier, he's only at the heaven stage. Even among heaven stage martial warriors, he's on the weaker side. I just used a bit of pressure and he got frightened. If your strength is formidable enough, you'll directly deter anyone from underestimating you. Some people just need a good thrashing. Kang Yu and Little Chinger wanted to laugh when they heard Wang Teng's words. However, their expressions soon shifted to a contemplative look, and they nodded in agreement. Throughout the journey, Round Ball also explained to them the enormity and significance of the stellar academies, an entity that seemed both daunting and promising in such a place known for its inclusiveness. They might indeed find a way to truly integrate and escape being treated like mere livestock. In truth, when they first heard of the Stellar Academy's existence, they couldn't fathom that their world served as nothing more than a mission site for the Academy. This was a little ironic. The universe beyond was vast beyond their comprehension, teeming with countless powerful beings. Even within the grand hall they had just left, an existence beyond their wildest imagination was present. Faced with such an entity, Kang Yu had felt utterly powerless and incapable of even considering resistance. At that time, she felt that she was going to die. In that moment, she had grasped the foolishness of her previous convictions. How could she, in her ignorance, have aspired to oppose the extraterrestrial humans? She had no inkling of what they truly represented. How could one possibly resist so many formidable beings alone? Chapter 273. The Constellation Society will disband today. 3. The fact that she was able to lead the snake race out of that small world was already quite impressive. You don't need to dwell on it. This universe has always been a place of survival of the fittest, not just in your world, but everywhere else as well. The idea of resistance is nothing more than a struggle within ourselves. As long as you grow strong enough to a certain extent, you can break free from these constraints and your resistance will then hold meaning. Wang Teng glanced at her and calmly spoke. Kang Yu's eyes gleamed, and she nodded in understanding. Once my homeland was even more humble than your Scorpion King star. It lacked even a single planetary stage martial warrior yet. I still managed to make my way into the cosmos stage, Wang Teng said with a smile. Your homeland didn't even have a planetary stage martial warrior. Kang Yu found it somewhat incredulous. A place capable of producing individuals as extraordinary as him couldn't have been devoid of planetary stage martial warriors, could it? Yes, originally, there wasn't a single planetary stage martial warrior there. We were on the brink of becoming slaves to the cosmic elites, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, as though recounting a rather mundane tale. And what about now? Kang Yu couldn't help but inquire softly. Wang Teng spoke with such calmness, but her heart was deeply moved, and she couldn't help but think of Scorpion King Star. How similar. Could it be that this guy was just like them? Did he have a similar past and experiences? No wonder he never looked down on them. I led them out. Wang Teng calmly stated. Kang Yu was deeply moved. Had he led a whole planet out of adversity on his own? Such a remarkable individual. But considering his extraordinary talent, perhaps only someone of his caliber could lead their people out of dire circumstances. Could she do the same? Little Chinger, too, gazed at Wang Teng with profound admiration. Wang Teng, their big brother, was truly remarkable. As they spoke, the group arrived at the docking bay where several ancient-looking warships were moored. Wang Teng led the two of them onto one of the ships. Wang Teng, what's this? It looks different from a typical spaceship and appears quite ancient. Little Chinger marveled, her curiosity piqued as she examined everything around her. This is an ancient warship. It's the standard of the Stellar Academies. It's good stuff, Wang Teng smiled and explained. An ancient warship? Is it very old? Little Chinger inquired. Yes, it's extremely ancient, even older than your Scorpion King star, Wang Teng replied. Wow, that's impressive, Little Chinger exclaimed. Once the group was assembled, the warship slowly lifted off, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the skies of the Devilwood star. It headed towards the planet with the spatial teleportation array they had visited earlier. At the same time, in the 7th Stellar Academy, a group of individuals had gathered at the Academy's sparring arena, their expressions marked by seriousness. These individuals were attired in the Academy's uniforms, each bearing a peculiar badge on their chests. The emblem displayed a deep cosmic backdrop, adorned with countless stars devoid of any other designs, giving it a simple yet majestic appearance. The Constellation Society. This was the symbol of the Constellation Society. In the 6 months since Wang Teng's departure, the Constellation Society, under the guidance of individuals like Yue Chiqiao, had gradually found its footing. However, it also encountered increasingly significant challenges as the membership of the Constellation Society grew. It was inevitable that conflicts would arise with other Academy factions. Wang Teng's absence had left the Union without its core, and many others had set their sights on this lucrative target. In resolving disputes between different factions, the best method was through the arena. Yu Chao had originally set guidelines for the Constellation Society to avoid stirring up trouble and focus on self-improvement while lying low, awaiting Wang Teng's return. However, other factions refused to leave them in peace and continually provoked them. Whenever a member of the Constellation Society was found in a training area, they would be immediately blocked by rivals. If they refused challenges, they would be obstructed to prevent them from practicing in peace. This method might be underhanded, but it was undeniably effective. It didn't violate the Academy's rules, so the Academy didn't intervene. The Academy's sparring arena was designed precisely for resolving conflicts among students. When words couldn't resolve disputes, fists and martial skills were used instead. The Stellar Academies trained warriors, not a bunch of scholarly scholars. Ultimately, martial prowess held the highest regard. Facing the shameless actions of various factions, some members of the Constellation Society couldn't bear it any longer and accepted challenges. However, most of the Constellation Society members were still new students and hadn't yet matured, resulting in more losses than victories in the competitions. As this continued, frustration grew among the Constellation Society members, and more of them joined the sparring arena battles, each fighting with a burning resolve. With each defeat, the Stellar Union members' morale sank lower, casting the whole organization into a state of despondency. Once morale was shattered, many lost their motivation and will to fight. The Constellation Society had recently been established as a new force. While Wang Teng had gained some renown, the relentless setbacks over the past 6 months had severely tarnished its reputation. Meanwhile, some new students who had joined the established older factions rapidly grew in power, far surpassing the Constellation Society members. This dealt another blow to the morale of the Constellation Society members. Many had joined the Constellation Society with the hope of finding strength and solidarity quickly. However, the situation had turned out quite the opposite. These circumstances led many members to consider leaving. They thought that it might be better to join the older factions for the possibility of better development rather than enduring mistreatment in a fledgling force. In the end, people were pragmatic, and not everyone can persevere until the end. Chapter 2074. The Constellation Society will disband. Today, 4. Of course, the people who joined the Constellation Society at the start were the most resolute. They had witnessed Wang Teng's capabilities and knew that everything would improve when he returned. So they waiting for Wang Teng's return. However, in the face of the current situation, the Vice President Yue Chiqiao couldn't stand idly by. Other factions were pressuring them relentlessly, and she understood that if she didn't take action, the remaining members of the Constellation Society would likely disband. That's why a few days ago, when the Qingyan Society challenged them to a duel, Yue Chiqiao accepted, Undoubtedly, among the factions targeting the Constellation Society, the Qingyan Society was the most eager. They already had a grudge against Wang Teng, and their last attempt to force the Fengyun Alliance to take over the Constellation Society failed, resulting in significant animosity. With Wang Teng's departure, they had no reservations and immediately launched an attack on the Constellation Society. The Qingyan Society had shown their fangs and tore off their pretense. They didn't plan to let the Constellation Society off. Their goal was to make the Constellation Society vanish from the 7th Stellar Academy altogether. At this moment in the sky, a ship belonging to the Qingyan Society hovered silently. The Qingyan Society's leader, Feng Qingyan, and Vice President Ruan Banlian, along with some of the Society's top members, had gathered here. They looked down with expressions ranging from indifference to mockery. Surviving after provoking the Qingyan Society? That hadn't happened in years. The Constellation Society is coming to an end today. Feng Qingyan sighed, sounding quite regretful. Ha. We thought this Constellation Society was something extraordinary, but it turns out all it takes is raising a few freshmen to deal with them. One of the Qingyan Society's high-ranking members chuckled. It's just a new faction after all. What kind of foundation could they possibly have? Another Qingyan Society high-ranking member said dismissively, I'm just a little disappointed. Compared to past new factions, this one wasn't so bad, Feng Qingyan remarked. Ruan Banlian gave him a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat exasperated with their leader's pretentiousness. President, it's just a Constellation Society. Why worry about it? These factions come and go with every generation. If you miss one, you'll catch the next. We don't lose anything if the Constellation Society disbands, a high-ranking Green Flame Society member said. Yeah. If you feel regretful, we can absorb the talented individuals from the Constellation Society once it disbands. I'm sure these people will understand the reality and be more than happy to join us, another person confidently added. Good. Feng Qingyan nodded and said, That sounds good. You'll handle this. I want all these individuals to join our Qingyan Society before Wang Teng returns. No problem. Leave it to us. The members of the Qingyan Society responded. President representatives from the Feiyun Alliance and the Witch Tower Alliance have arrived. Will they take action? Ruan Banlian asked with concern. Don't worry, they won't dare. Wang Teng has become worthless, Feng Qingyan said indifferently. On the other side, members of the Witch Tower Alliance and the Feiyun Alliance had also arrived. Their ships hovered in mid-air, ready to observe the crucial arena battle that would determine the fate of the Constellation Society. On the Feiyun Alliance's ship, Ji Feiyun was in communication with the head of the Witch Tower Alliance, Wu Ming. Both of them had opened a video screen, and they looked at each other with a hint of resignation. I didn't expect Feng Qingyan to go this far. Ji Feiyun shook his head. Heh, that guy is a schemer. He puts on one face in public, but another behind your back. Since Wang Teng offended him so severely last time, there's no way he would spare the Constellation Society. Wu Ming sat on the ship's couch, swaying a wine glass in his hand, speaking casually. That's true. Feng Qingyan is not a good character. Ji Feiyun sighed and rubbed his temples. The problem is, this puts us in a difficult situation. Last time you and I both made a stance in front of Wang Teng. If we don't do something this time, our relationship with him might come to an end. That guy, I can tell, is not one to let bygones be bygones. If you miss a chance with him, you're out. He's quite carefree, leaving his organization in the hands of his subordinates and going on missions himself. He has a big heart. Back when I first established the Witch Tower Alliance, I didn't dare to leave for even a moment. Wu Ming sighed. Ha, he's indeed carefree. Ji Feiyun couldn't help but laugh, but then he became serious again and asked, Do you think Wu Di will get involved? Definitely not. Wu Ming rolled his eyes again, seemingly annoyed that Ji Feiyun was asking the obvious. Oh, and why's that? Ji Feiyun inquired, his eyes glinting as he questioned further. You're still playing mind games in front of me. Right now, many people know that Wang Teng received an appointment notice as an associate council member from the Academy Arbitration Council before he left. But what did he do? He just walked away and didn't even attend the council meeting, let alone accept the appointment. It's like he slapped the face of our arbitration council. Do you think Wu Di would dare to step in? He certainly won't. Wu Ming shook his head, expressing his mixed feelings. That kid Wang Teng is truly stubborn. He's too proud, even more than us. It's a kind of deep-seated pride, and he doesn't take the 7 judges seriously. Yeah, he's extremely proud. Ji Feiyun also felt deeply about it. Can you do something like that? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Ji Feiyun pondered for a moment, and Wu Ming didn't push him. Making such a decision wasn't something that anyone could do as casually as Wang Teng. Chapter 2075. The Constellation Society will disband today. 5. I can't do it, and I dare not do it. Ji Feiyun shook his head after a moment. That's right, I wouldn't dare either, Wu Ming smiled. This kind of thing can only be done by someone like him, with confidence and pride. We can't. You've said so much, it seems like you want to help him? Ji Feiyun suddenly said. Yes, I want to take a gamble. I'm betting that he can do it. Wu Ming put away his smile, his eyes gleaming, nodding. Do you dare? Do I dare? Ji Feiyun laughed, his laughter somewhat sharp. If you dare, why wouldn't I? In addition to these 3 major forces, others had also gathered. The members of the Tong En's team piloted their spaceship, hovering in the air. They sat in the main control room, activating the panoramic simulation to display the situation below. I didn't expect junior brother Wang Teng to form a constellation society. He knows how to have fun, Tong En remarked curiously. Outstanding individuals shine wherever they are, Wei Na said with a slight smile. Talented individuals like junior brother Wang Teng will have many people willing to follow him. Suddenly, I feel like we're all a bunch of amateurs. I used to think I was good at stirring up trouble, but when compared to junior brother Wang Teng, it seems like we're nothing. Bi Yao said with a hint of helplessness. You're right. It seems we're not as exciting as junior brother Wang Teng, Tong En said, rubbing his chin. Enough of you guys, you'll play yourselves to death sooner or later, Qin Quan said, exasperated. Yuan Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he added, I wonder how he's doing on Scorpion King Star. Has he finished absorbing everything? He ventured quite deep into the blood pool, and it took him quite some time. I wonder what the final results will be, Tong En said curiously. Maybe his strength will make a significant leap. It might startle a few people, Yuan Bai suggested. But for now, we need to see if this Constellation Society can overcome this challenge. I know that Feng Qingyan is not a good guy, Wei Na said. If worse comes to worst, we can always intervene and help the Constellation Society. Junior brother Wang Teng has helped us out quite a bit, so we should return the favor, Tong En said nonchalantly. While others might fear Feng Qingyan, I'm not afraid of him. That's right. We should help out with this favor. Bi Yao and the others nodded in agreement. Hehe, he must be feeling quite pleased with himself right now. When we intervene, I can't wait to see Feng Qingyan's expression. Tong En suddenly chuckled, finding it quite amusing. By the way, why don't we join the Constellation Society? It sounds like fun. Join the Constellation Society? Bi Yao, Vina, and the others were taken aback. After all, the Constellation Society was just a new student faction, and they hadn't considered joining it. After all, they had people supporting them, and whether they joined such a faction or not didn't matter. When a few of them gathered together, they already represented a formidable force. But now Tong En suddenly proposed the idea, and the group took a moment to think about it. The Constellation Society was established by Wang Teng, and they had high expectations for him. Joining the society might not be a bad decision. So, shall we give it a try? Bi Yao looked at the others with uncertainty. I don't mind, Yuan Bai scratched his head. I'm in, Qin Quan said simply. Then count me in, Wei Na smiled. It's settled, Tong En's eyes sparkled, finding the situation increasingly enjoyable. Wan Dong and Feng Mo's team were watching the battle arena between the Constellation Society and the Qingyan Society. Their eyes flickered, and their thoughts were hard to discern. They tried to remove the poison from their bodies, but it was proven to be impossible. This left them quite uneasy. After all, they belonged to the Heaven Crane Hall, and they had agreed to join Wang Teng's Constellation Society. If their association with the Constellation Society were to be discovered by the Heaven Crane Hall, they would be in deep trouble. What made the situation even more absurd was that the Constellation Society was now on the brink of collapse. They secretly hoped that the Qingyan Society led by Feng Qingyan would eliminate the Constellation Society so they wouldn't have to join it. In the arena, Yue Qiao was standing face to face with a fellow warrior. Yue Qiao remained expressionless as she looked at the lady opposite her. Her heart was heavy. The other woman was a new member trained by the Qingyan Society named Wen Ningfu. She witnessed Wen Ningfu's strength in action and knew she was strong. She had already defeated many of the Constellation Society's talented members. That was why she had to step in. Wen Ningfu had a beautiful face, radiating a sense of pride as she looked at Yue Qiao and said, "You're the vice president of the Constellation Society, aren't you?" She had seen Yue Qiao before, and her question was more of a deliberate confirmation. She believed that Yue Qiao wasn't a match for her, and by revealing Yue Qiao's identity, she aimed to defeat her in the upcoming duel. This way, she could step on Yue Qiao and boost her reputation. The Constellation Society had gained a lot of attention recently, and Yue Qiao, as Wang Teng's representative, had also caught the eye of many. If she could defeat Yue Qiao, it would undoubtedly make her stand out among the new students. "That's right," Yue Qiao replied calmly. There were no emotions in her eyes. "Don't resist. You're not my match." Seeing Yue Qiao's attitude, Wen Ningfu frowned and then lifted her slender neck arrogantly. "Since you're in the arena, don't say such childish things. Let's fight." Yue Qiao sneered. "If you want to make yourself known by defeating me, be careful not to step on your own feet." "You." Wen Ningfu was infuriated by Mun Chikao's words. Yue Qiao appeared to be at the end of her rope, yet she remained defiant with her high and mighty attitude. Wen Ningfu wished she could tear her apart. Since you're looking for death, I'll gladly oblige." She snorted and took a step, charging fiercely towards Yue Qiao. Yue Qiao's gaze sharpened, and she wielded her battle sword, gracefully gliding out to meet her opponent, colliding with her head-on. Boom, on the dueling platform. A fierce battle erupted, resounding with thunderous clashes below. Wade Borei Yu Yunxian and other members watched the duel with concern. Wen Ningfu had recently gained popularity and secured a position within the top 30 of the freshman leaderboard. In contrast, Yue Qiao was ranked within the top 50 because she was often preoccupied with various matters related to the Constellation Society. There was still a considerable gap between them. However, Yue Qiao rarely challenged the freshman leaderboard, and it had been 2 months since her last challenge. Her actual strength was hard to determine. Boom, boom, boom on the dueling platform. The echoing booms reverberated. The two women seemed to be filled with fiery determination, and their clashes became increasingly intense. With each unleashing their domain power, Yue Qiao wielded a battle sword, as did Wen Ningfu. Both of them unleashed their sword light, targeting each other's vital points with every strike. It was either a direct assault or aimed at each other's faces, making the spectators below break into nervous sweat. "She's so fierce," Wade muttered, swallowing hard. Barrett was also astounded. He had always thought of Yue Qiao as an easygoing person who rarely got angry. However, now it seemed that it wasn't that she didn't get angry, but rather that she hadn't reached the point of getting angry when she did get angry. It was terrifying. Yu Yungshan's face was hazy. Her gaze flickered slightly as he watched the fight on the dueling platform. It was unclear what was going through his mind. Soon he closed his eyes, apparently no longer paying attention to the match, choosing to rest instead. On the other side, several martial artists from the Qingyan Society were secretly observing them. They would intervene next, and their opponents would be berate, Yu Yunxian and the others. Chapter 2076, I Won't Disappoint the President, 1. Boom in the arena. A figure was thrown back, and it was Wen Ningfu. She took a shallow breath and suddenly felt a warm sensation on her cheek accompanied by a sharp pain. Her expression changed. As she reached out to touch her face, a glaring crimson color came into her view. You dare to hurt my face, you wretch. Wen Ningfu was furious, glaring fiercely at Yue Qichao across from her. My apologies, I couldn't control it. Yue Qichao exhaled softly, her expression calm. You're asking for death. Wen Ningfu's face turned extremely unpleasant, and the force within her erupted completely. Strange fluctuations emanated from her body. A powerful sword conscious filled up the arena. She integrated her domain into her sword technique, creating a series of sword lights. Her wood domain was extraordinary. At this moment, the arena was filled with emerald green sword lights, permeating the sky with an unending sense of vitality. It was as if the trees were growing, flourishing without end. These sword lights were full of life, but concealed a deadly intent, a manifestation of the wood domain's characteristics. It was evident that Wen Ningfu had a firm grasp of her wood domain. There, a hint of seriousness appeared in Yue Qiao's eyes. Although this woman was verbally offensive, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yue Qiao did not underestimate her. She brandished her longsword with a shake, releasing peculiar fluctuations. Water-lunar domain. The unique domain wielded by Yue Qichao was now unveiled on this dueling platform. The domain's power spread out, and Wen Ningfu's expression changed slightly. It was as if she could see a vast sea with a bright moon rising above it. What kind of domain is this? She could feel that this was a water element domain, but it was different from the ordinary ones. There seemed to be something special within it. This wasn't just a water domain, it was a hybrid domain. Even if your domain is mixed, it doesn't matter. My domain has already reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, while yours seems to be in the early stages of the 4th tier, perhaps recently comprehended. Wen Ningfu snorted coldly. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of insight, as if she had seen something. She didn't give Yue Qichao any more time. Her domain erupted, and all the sword lights in the sky formed a torrent of emerald green sword lights crashing down towards Yue Qichao. Yu Qichao stood beneath this torrent, lifting her head. She swung her war sword with a sudden motion. Boom in the next moment. It seemed like there was a peculiar burst of sword light on her sword. At this moment, her entire being appeared as if it had transformed into a bright moon rising from the sea. Mirror flower, water moon, the illusory and real moon existed in between, and countless illusions surfaced. When Ningfu saw a scene where her torrent of sword lights overwhelmed Yue Qichao, she had won. Boom! But at that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated. Crack! When Ningfu felt as though something shattered before her eyes and all the illusions vanished. In their place, she saw a bright moon with a sword light cleaving through it. What? When Ningfu's face filled with shock, a look of disbelief. She attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword light struck her directly. Her battle armor managed to block the sword light, but the devastating force behind it still sent her flying, blood spraying from her mouth. Fine sword rays had left behind scars on Wen Ningfu's cheeks. Wen Ningfu almost had a breakdown, feeling the stinging pain on her face. She knew she had to be disfigured. Her opponent had done it intentionally. For martial warriors, such injuries could be quickly healed with some medicinal herbs, but her unsightly appearance must have been seen by many people, which she couldn't bear. Wen Ningfu wanted to scream, but her voice was trapped in her throat. Just then, a cold gleam flashed as Yue Qiao's sword rested on Wen Ningfu's neck. "Why don't you try screaming?" Yue Qiao said nonchalantly. Wen Ningfu's eyes widened, her face turning pale, filled with reluctance. But as she looked at Yue Qiao's indifferent expression, she found herself unable to speak. The environment fell silent, followed by a wave of gasps. So powerful. When Ningfu lost, this vice president of the Constellation Society has some skills. That last strike wasn't ordinary, it seemed to involve some spiritual techniques. This is impressive. The Constellation Society seems to have quite the talents. The Qingyan Society made a fool of themselves this time. They initiated the challenge only to be defeated in the very first battle. Below the arena, Wade and the other members of the Constellation Society exploded in cheers. Sister Yue is impressive. Sister Yue is amazing. Wade led the charge, and a group of people in the crowd below began proclaiming and cheering with deafening voices. Sister Yue is impressive. Sister Yue is amazing. Sister Yue is impressive. Sister Yue is amazing. Yu Chi-kiao sighed in exasperation and shot a glare at Wade. She was not too pleased with his enthusiastic cheering. She was not Wang Teng and didn't need such raucous support. On the other hand, Yu Yunxian showed a momentary flicker of interest. That last sword strike had piqued his curiosity. This young lady, another prodigy from the great Qian Empire, had created her unique swordsmanship path. In the distance, a young guy in a black combat suit, wearing an intimidating expression, watched the arena in surprise. His fingers twitched slightly, as if he had the urge to unsheath his sword on the Qingyan Society's spaceship. Feng Qingyan's face darkened. This situation was not what he had anticipated. The Constellation Society's vice president possessed such formidable strength. He turned to the other high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society. They wore uncomfortable expressions, not having expected this outcome either. When Ningfu, who was in the top 30 of the freshman leaderboard, was defeated by Yue Chi-kiao, who was ranked among the top 50. This was embarrassing. Chapter 2070, I Won't Disappoint the President, too. In their hearts, they cursed Wen Ningfu. There's no need to worry too much, President. This is just the first round. Yu Chi-kiao is the vice president of the Constellation Society, and perhaps Wang Teng has invested a lot in her, helping her improve her strength, said Ruan Banlian. I hope the following matches won't disappoint me. Feng Qingyan nodded, speaking calmly. No, President, don't worry. The other members of the Constellation Society don't have much of a track record. We are confident that we can win the upcoming matches. The high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society assured. Ji Feiyun, Wu Ta, and the others were astounded. They hadn't expected the vice president of the Constellation Society to possess such strength and win the first match. They initially only recognized Wang Teng's potential, but now it seemed that the Constellation Society wasn't just about Wang Teng's talent. There were other remarkable talents within their ranks. In the past, Wang Teng's brilliance overshadowed everyone, but now that he was absent, Yue Chi-kiao and others were displaying their unique brilliance. The situation was getting more and more interesting. On the other spaceship, Tong En and the others were equally astonished by Yue Chi-kiao's performance. This young lady has excellent talent. Tong En looked at Yue Chi-kiao with renewed enthusiasm. After leaving Scorpion King Star, she could no longer flirt with the beautiful queen, so she was quite bored. Now she seemed to have found another interesting young lady. To serve as the vice president of the Constellation Society, her talent and strength must be exceptional. Wang Teng has a good eye, Wei Na commented. The Qingyan Society has just been slapped in the face. They probably never expected the Constellation Society to have such talents, Bi Yao said. I'm suddenly excited. I wonder if there are other talents in the Constellation Society? Tong En asked curiously. It's hard to say. It seems like other members don't have any remarkable achievements, Wei Na replied, in the arena. The match had already concluded. Yue Chi-kiao sheathed her sword and left the arena without casting another glance at Wen Ningfu. Wen Ningfu's face was filled with resentment as she gave Yue Chi-kiao's departing figure a hateful look. She then turned and left. She had no face to stay any longer, and she was unsure of how to explain the situation to the Qingyan Society. They had invested significant effort in nurturing her, and it wasn't for her to be a stepping stone for the Constellation Society. Unfortunately, there was no turning back, and she anticipated facing some severe consequences when she returned. Thinking about this, she felt extremely uneasy. How would their president punish her for this failure? Despite her hesitation, Wen Ningfu eventually decided not to leave entirely. She took out her spaceship and entered it, remaining in the sky to observe the ongoing battles. The fights in the arena were far from over, and more contestants would soon take the stage. Can Qi Lianfeng win? It would be best if someone lost. At least I won't be the only one, Wen Ningfu thought with some malice. If it's Gaden, that would be even better. We are on bad terms, and if he loses, he might stop underestimating me. Next, 2 more individuals stepped onto the arena. Wen Ningfu's expression turned strange. Is it already Gaden's turn? One of them was a young and handsome man who seemed quite youthful. He had a prominent aquiline nose, deep-set eyes, and an arrogant look that seemed to disdain everyone around him. The other person who stepped onto the arena was a plump man who appeared timid and meek. Surprisingly, it was Wade from the Constellation Society. Many people were bewildered, not expecting the Constellation Society to send such a chubby contestant. Something felt wrong. Looking at his timid expression, he hardly looked like someone ready to engage in battle. Many people were speechless. They didn't know what the Constellation Society was up to. Gaden was especially displeased, and he furrowed his brow while looking at Wade. In a cold tone, he asked, "Is the Constellation Society sending you to entertain us?" Wade quickly shook his head and with a hint of panic on his face. He said, No, I'm here to battle with you. I hope you'll go easy on me. I'm not very skilled, so please be merciful, brother." Gaden didn't know what to say. Who was this? Did the Constellation Society not have anyone else? Why did they send such an odd character? The spectators around the arena were equally perplexed. Was the Constellation Society genuinely serious about sending this fatty? Wen Ningfu covered her face, wondering why she didn't get such an opponent. It seemed like they were giving Gaden the prevail on a silver platter. Cut the nonsense and let's begin. Gaden had no patience for Wade's words and uttered coldly. He had already decided to finish the fight quickly. This kind of adversary couldn't stir his fighting spirit in the slightest. "Brother, I'm ready." Wade took out an axe, setting up a defensive stance hurriedly. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. There was hardly anything exciting about this match. Gaden brandished a battle blade and, without wasting words, struck directly at Wade. Boom! A brilliant golden blade light soared into the sky, leaving many people stunned. So powerful. The onlookers stared in shock, unable to hold back their exclamations. It was evident that Gaden hadn't held back at all. His initial strike was extraordinarily powerful. He wanted to finish the contest in a single blow. However, in the next moment, something unexpected occurred. The fatty in the arena seemed to be as slippery as an eel. Astonishingly, he narrowly dodged Gaden's blade light and ended up in a corner of the arena. The expression on his face resembled that of a startled rabbit. This scene made it appear as though he had miraculously escaped the devastating strike. However, quite a few people squinted and displayed a hint of suspicion on their faces. Chapter 2078, I Won't Disappoint. The President, 3. People couldn't help but feel that this fatty had something more to him. Gaden furrowed his brow, surprised that his opponent managed to dodge his attacks. His eyes narrowed as he advanced toward Wade, once again raising his battle blade, unleashing the blade light. Boom! He slashed 3 times in quick succession, sealing off all the areas around Wade, leaving him with no escape. Many onlookers shook their heads, thinking the fatty was done for. If he managed to escape, they would stand on their heads. Suddenly, Wade moved. He shifted his feet and his plump body swayed like a willow leaf, managing to slip through the gaps in the 3 blade lights, once again narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Gaden's blade lights weren't entirely impenetrable. There were still tiny gaps between each blade, but they weren't the kind that most people could find and pass through. It required an extraordinary level of agility and lightning-fast speed, and yet a chubby man had accomplished the seemingly impossible. The chubby body managed to squeeze out from the gaps between the 3 blade lights. This was unbelievable. People gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and embarrassment. Wade's abilities far exceeded everyone's expectations. Many people's expressions turned serious as they could now be certain that this fatty was far from ordinary. Gaydon's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening further. He felt that this fatty was toying with him. He had the power to dodge his attacks, yet he continued to act clumsy and feeble, which was both frustrating and despicable. "Brother, go easy on me, please." "I can't handle this," Wade said, darting to the other side of the arena, keeping a safe distance from Gaydon. He looked at Gaydon with a panicked expression. "How long do you plan to keep up this act?" Gaydon asked coldly, his tone filled with disgust. "What are you saying?" "I don't understand," Wade replied innocently. "Show me your true strength, or I will make you regret it," Gaydon said, no longer willing to waste time on Wade. He began gathering energy into his blade, with traces of his domain power mingling with it. Boom! In an instant, Gaydon shot forward like an arrow, his sword blade gleaming with a golden light, slashing at Wade repeatedly. Wade raised his battle axe, trying to defend himself, but he seemed overwhelmed and disoriented. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their attacks continued, producing a resonating metallic hum that filled the air. Wade kept retreating, his body swaying unsteadily, and his forehead was covered in dripping sweat, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Gaydon furrowed his brow. Could this fatty have such limited strength? "Brother, please show some mercy. I can't take it anymore. I really can't." Wade kept crying out in misery, and his battle axe was almost knocked out of his hand. Everyone was once again puzzled. Did this fatty only possess slightly better agility, but such limited strength? However, their expressions soon changed peculiar. Despite his constant cries of pain, Wade miraculously managed to fend off each of Gaydon's attacks, persistently and resolutely continuing the fight. It was Gaydon who, in this situation, grew increasingly grim, his expression souring as he realized that, no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't seem to get the upper hand. This fatty's strength was indeed quite enigmatic. Despite his seemingly feeble appearance, Wade remained undefeated, as if Gaydon's attacks were hitting soft cotton, frustrating him to the point of wanting to vomit blood. "Do you only know how to defend?" Gaydon barked, "Brother, I can't take it any more. Please show mercy." Wade carried on to cry out, his vocal performance convincing anyone unaware that he was in great suffering. In reality, he had not been harmed in the slightest, and his cries were full of energy, making others want to silence him. "That's enough." Gaydon's eyes reddened with anger, and he roared, unleashing his domain power with all his might. He finally stopped holding back and fully initiated his domain, instantly engulfing Wade within it. D! In an instant within the domain, blades of light crisscrossed, leaving countless blade marks on Wade's body, causing blood to flow profusely. Wade's expression shifted slightly, but he did not evade. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he let out a furious roar. Similarly, a powerful domain erupted from his body, fourth-rank domain. Wade's domain had reached the fourth rank as well, and at this moment it erupted without reservation within Gaydon's domain. He had been waiting for this moment to break through the opponent's domain from the inside. This was his only chance. Gaydon's expression changed slightly as he seemed to grasp Wade's intentions. An expression of shock and anger flickered in his eyes. "You're too naive, die!" However, he had great confidence in his domain. He let out a cold yell and, with his battle blade infused with domain power, struck down forcefully. Boom. He didn't hold back. The fourth-rank metal domain was compressed within the blade, exuding terrifying power. Wade held his battle axe high, not rushing to make his move. His expression was ferocious and resolute as he watched the blade approach. Only then did he unleash his axe. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the blade struck him, while his battle axe also delivered its final blow. A fiery storm swept through as a colossal beast's illusion emerged, gathering flames that transformed into an axe blade heading straight for Gaydon. A resounding explosion erupted. Gaydon's expression underwent a drastic change, and his pupils shrank to their limits. He hadn't expected this fatty to be so ruthless, willing to risk severe injury and even death to defeat him. Chapter 2079, I Won't Disappoint the President. 4. This was a strategy that would leave both parties severely wounded. Gaddon's eyes widened with fear, and he hastily retreated, but he couldn't escape. He was instantly struck by the axe's edge, splat. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent flying. His armor shattered, and there was a long axe mark left on it. Fresh blood spurted out as their domains dissipated. Both men fell almost simultaneously and collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. Gasp, the audience below the platform erupted in astonishment. No one had expected this outcome. Both of them had fallen. Was it a draw? They found it unbelievable. Everyone could tell that Gaydon's strength was superior, yet the result was like this. Just then, on the platform, one of them suddenly stirred, slowly climbing to his feet. Wade! He had managed to get up once again, swaying as he stood on the platform, his face and body covered in blood. He had stood up, but Gaydon could no longer get up. At this moment, this once seemingly timid, chubby guy showed a ruthless and determined side. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. The Constellation Society won. The Constellation Society won again. The members of the Constellation Society below burst into cheers, their emotions running high. They were supposed to be the underdogs, and yet they managed to win 2 rounds in a row, surprising even the members of the Constellation Society themselves. This outcome was completely unexpected. When Ningfu widened her eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth, she began to doubt if her words had some magical power. She had hoped earlier that Gaydon would lose, and it had happened. Did her words have some sort of mystical influence? No way. She mustn't let her president know what she said. If not, she would be dead on the spaceship of the Qingyan Society. Feng Qingyan's face was as calm as water. He glanced at the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society, his eyes flashing with coldness. Was this what you assured me? That you had the confidence to win the following rounds? Feng Qingyan wanted to punch someone right now. These people had promised him with absolute certainty that they could win the subsequent rounds. Yet the outcome of the second round was so humiliating. They lost, and they lost so terribly. This had completely disrupted his plans. He wanted total domination. He wanted to crush the Constellation Society completely. He wanted to show Wang Teng that their newly formed association wasn't even qualified to be his stepping stone. However, now they had lost the first 2 rounds of the competition. Even if they managed to win the remaining matches, it would still not be an impressive victory. President. One of the high-ranking participants of the Qingyan Society cautiously addressed Feng Qingyan speak. Feng Qingyan replied, suppressing his inner anger. We still have a chance. The contestants in the following matches, such as Qi Lianfeng, are all prodigies who ranked in the top 20 of the freshman leaderboard. We purposely placed them toward the end to astonishment the Constellation Society. The happier they are now, the more disheartened they'll be later. The Qi Lianfeng's high-ranking member explained. Are you sure? Feng Qingyan inquired. Absolutely sure. I have no doubt that Qi Lianfeng and the others can win. The Qingyan Society's high-ranking member stated confidently. Feng Qingyan wasn't entirely convinced, so he turned to Ruan Banlian. The talents of Qi Lianfeng and the others are indeed impressive. There should be no one in the Constellation Society who can match them. Ruan Banlian frowned and contemplated for a moment before nodding. In that case, I will take another look. Feng Qingyan mentioned calmly. We will not disappoint you. The member of the Qingyan Society assured, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. In the arena, the 3rd round of the competition was about to begin. Below the platform, Yue Qiao looked to Yue Qiao, who was standing not far away, and whispered, We're counting on you for this match. The opponent they're sending out is Qi Lianfeng. Ranked 15th on the freshman leaderboard, he should be the strongest among them. Yu Yunxian nodded in response, but didn't say much. His figure lightly shimmered, and he appeared in the arena. Sister Yue, will he be all right? Wade whispered. It was understandable why he would ask. Although Yuan Xian was the crown prince of the great Qian Empire and had performed spectacularly in the League of Talents, He had been nurturing in seclusion for some time now. No one knew the extent of his growth in strength during this period. In Wang Teng's eyes, the Crown Prince appeared to have lost some of his former radiance since being defeated by Wang Teng, and it was difficult to see him shine as brightly as he did before. Go get treated for your injuries quickly. Do you really think there's a problem with him, that Qi Lianfeng can't possibly be his match? Yue Chao replied, glancing at the rather miserable-looking, wounded, fatty Wade. Him being concerned about these matters, despite his severe injuries, made her both amused and exasperated. Really? Wade was surprised. You'll see in a moment, Yue Chao said. In that case, I'll watch this match first and then get my injuries treated, Wade said. Are you all right? Yue Chichao questioned with a strange expression. I won't die, Wade said, pressing on his wound, causing another pool of gore to ooze out. Yue Chichao? Haha, no problem, no problem, Wade chuckled awkwardly. As they spoke, both sides had already taken their positions in the arena. Representing the Qingyan Society was Qi Lianfeng, who was ranked 15th on the freshman leaderboard. Although it may seem like he couldn't break into the top 10, in reality, over the 6 months since Wang Teng's departure, many new talents had emerged, and now the top 10 spots were occupied by some unfamiliar names. As for Wang Teng, he was nowhere to be found in the rankings. Anyone who could make it into the top 30 was undoubtedly an exceptional talent among talents and should not be underestimated. Chapter 2080. I won't disappoint the President. 5G Lianfeng looked at Yun Shen, who was opposite him. His face was misty, and he exuded an aura of unparalleled grace. Her divine appearance, so utterly unique, made him furrow his brows in annoyance. In short, he couldn't help but wonder why this guy looked so damn handsome. I won't waste my time with a nameless nobody. What's your name? Qi Lianfeng huffed. Yun Shen, on the other hand, remained silent. He slowly unsheathed the long sword from his back, and an overwhelmingly domineering aura enveloped the surroundings. Qi Lianfeng's expression immediately changed. In the distance, a young man in black armor widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Yu Yanshen. That sword aura, his heart trembled and his hand swiftly rested on his sword. If it was Yue Chichao who had ignited his desire to draw his sword, then the sword aura emanating from Yue Yunxian at this moment had him yearning to rush onto the dueling platform and fight on behalf of Qi Lianfeng. However, the circumstances did not permit it. The young man in black armor kept his intense gaze fixed on Yue Yunxian too. Onlookers who didn't know better, it might seem like he had some peculiar obsession. Draw your sword in the arena, Yue Yunxian spoke in a calm voice. Lianfeng's expression became entirely serious. He didn't waste any more words, slowly unsheathing his sword, and then watched Yu Yanxian with great caution. His mind was far from calm. Where had this unparalleled swordsman come from? Why hadn't anyone told him that the Constellation Society had someone like this? I'll use only one strike. Yu Yanxian spoke again, and the sword in his hand exuded even more intense sword conscious, filling the air above the dueling platform. Golden sword lights appeared suddenly, sweeping around as if they could cleave through space. One strike only? Qi Lianfeng felt insulted, his face turning extremely unsightly. What did the other person mean? Was he planning to defeat him with one strike? Such arrogance. I'll see how you plan to overcome me with just one strike. Qi Lianfeng snorted coldly, his eyes glittered with icy light, and the sword in his hand erupted with radiant sword energy. Also, a metal element martial warrior. His sword radiance was dazzling. It was filled with sharp conscious, sweeping in all directions in a terrifying display. The protective barrier on the dueling platform shuddered under the cutting force of this golden sword radiance, as if it might collapse at any moment. Onlookers around the arena had expressions of shock, instinctively stepping back several paces to avoid the possible outbreak of the frightening sword radiance. Can you withstand my strike? Qi Lianfeng shouted explosively, choosing to act first. If the opponent wanted to resolve it with one strike, he would do the same, using his one strike to settle things. He would let everyone see how powerful his sword was. Boom. The sword radiance erupted, with domain power infused within. This was a 5th-rank sword domain. With one fierce strike, countless golden sword lights burst forth, creating a fearsome 100-foot-long golden sword radiance. Faced with this frightening single strike, Yun Xian's expression remained incredibly calm, though deep in his eyes, glimmers of sword intent flickered. The next moment he unleashed his move, a single stroke, simple, yet unparalleled in dominance. He seemed to merge with that one sword, becoming a resolute and majestic sword himself. The sword was him, and he was the sword. This was the unity of man and sword. Boom. It felt like there was nothing else in the world but that one sword. Li Lanfeng's sword was entirely overshadowed by Yu Yunxian's sword. In an instant, Chai Lanfeng's sword attack disintegrated. How is this possible? Chai Lanfeng's countenance was filled with astonishment, his pupils constricting as he involuntarily let out a furious roar. Boom! But his voice was instantly drowned out as Yu Yunxian's sword, like a fierce dragon descending from the skies, landed upon him in an instant. Chapter 2081. It's useless, even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. One boom on the platform, the explosions reverberated, and the lingering power of Yunxian's sword remained for a long time. Under the platform, everyone was shocked, with only one thought in their hearts. The power of this sword was terrifying. No one had expected that besides Wang Teng, the Constellation Society had such an extraordinary prodigy. On the Qingyan Society's ship, Feng Qingyan was no longer composed. He stood up abruptly, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was disbelief in Ruan Benlian's eyes. What had been her carefully laid plan was now in ruins. Yung Xian's strength had exceeded her expectations. This level of power was enough to place him in the top 10 of the freshman leaderboard. The top 10 of the freshman leaderboard was not easy to break into. It required both talent and power. Even if they had gathered a group of talented warriors, it would be impossible to elevate them into the top 10 so quickly. Yet, the Constellation Society had gathered 2 prodigies with top 10 qualifications, making it no wonder she was astonished. The other high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society were equally embarrassed, having lost 3 matches in a row. Their earlier guarantees now seemed like a joke. Originally, there were 5 matches scheduled with a best-of-3 format. However, the Constellation Society won 3 matches in a row, leaving no chance for the Qingyan Society. Qi Lianfeng was the strongest among the freshmen sent by the Qingyan Society. They had hoped to turn the tide with him, but now that even Qi Lianfeng had been defeated, their chances of a comeback were bleak. The following 2 matches didn't even need to be played. Even if they won both, it wouldn't make a difference. They had already lost. In fact, when Yu Yunxian made his move, they knew they were going to lose. Chai Lianfeng couldn't withstand his attack, so there was no hope for the other 2. The high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society were utterly embarrassed. They had lost face today. On the platform, the sword energy gradually dissipated, revealing the scene underneath. Qi Lianfeng lay on the platform with a deep, bone-deep sword wound on his chest. His armor was in complete tatters, not just around the sword wound. Almost his entire upper body armor was shattered. The power of Yu Yunxian's sword was unimaginably powerful. If Wang Teng had returned at this moment and witnessed this sword strike, he would likely be very surprised. Yu Yunxian successfully entered the cosmos stage, and his understanding of domains as well as the comprehension of the unity of man and sword had seen significant improvements. The talent of the Crown Prince was truly unmatched by ordinary geniuses. Li Lianfeng hadn't fainted. He struggled to get up from the ground, coughing up blood continuously, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed at Yun Xian on the opposite side. You lost. He lost completely. The opponent's sword strike had been terrifying to the extreme, leaving him powerless to resist. His sword had been shattered. At this moment, the lingering might of that previous sword strike still haunted his thoughts. Yunshen slowly sheathed his sword and turned to descend from the arena without giving his rival another glance. Qilian Feng's face turned even paler, his eyes filled with bitterness. The opponent's contemptuous attitude made him feel deeply insulted. In the end, he was the clown. Initially, he had looked down on the martial warriors from the Constellation Society, only to discover that he was the one being looked down upon. Most importantly, he had lost. That was an undeniable fact. Actions spoke louder than words, and since he had lost, he had to acknowledge it. There was no point in saying anything more. The onlookers below the stage finally came to their senses. The members of the Constellation Society erupted into loud cheers. No one expected them to win all 3 matches. Also, winning these 3 matches was of great significance. It meant that the Constellation Society had won the Qingyan Society. Wasn't the Qingyan Society an established power? Weren't they impressive? Yet they had still defeated to the Constellation Society. The previously somber atmosphere was swept away, and the suppressed spirits of the onlookers lightened considerably. Wade, disregarding his injuries, burst into laughter and shouted at the members of the Qingyan Society on the opposite side of the arena. "Qingyan Society, you can't win us." Yue Qichao also heaved a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lovely face. Wang Teng had left the Constellation Society in her care, and at the very least, she hadn't driven it into the ground. Great job, Brother Yu. Wade looked at Yunshin, who was descending from the arena, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. So, Yunshin replied calmly. Wade, was he boasting? This crown prince of the great Qian Empire rarely spoke, so he didn't expect him to be so pompous. It seemed like the members of the Constellation Society were well versed in this art. It seems like I won't have a chance to fight, Barate stated in frustration. You can go to the freshman leaderboard, Yue Qiao stated with a smile. I wonder when our president will return. If he doesn't come back soon, the freshman leaderboard will close. Yes, they say the academy is about to hold the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony, and the freshman leaderboard is an important evaluation criterion, Wade added. That guy has been gone for over half a year. It's infuriating. Yue Qiao grumbled as they spoke in the sky. The Qingyan Society's spacecraft slowly descended, and figures suddenly emerged from the spacecraft. Yue Qiao and the others stopped talking and looked up at the sky with a frown. It's Feng Qingyan, Wade whispered. The members of the Constellation Society glared at Feng Qingyan when they saw him appear. If it weren't for him, the Constellation Society wouldn't have been suppressed so severely during this time, delaying the cultivation of many individuals. Now, with the freshman leaderboard about to close, and their cultivation having been delayed, it might affect their future opportunities to find a master. Chapter 2082. It's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. 2. Cutting off people's wealth was like killing one's parents. This enmity was not to be taken lightly.
Don't worry, let's see what they want to do.
Yue Qiao comforted everyone. At this moment, she harbored an ominous premonition. Feng Qingyan was not a virtuous person, and his humiliating defeat in the recent competition didn't bode well. If he had personally come to confront them now, it couldn't be for the sake of celebrating their victory, could it? She could feel the pressure when facing an established force like the Qingyan Society. While there had been room for maneuvering in the previous arena battles, given that they were all freshmen, if it involved Feng Qingyan and the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society, they would be out of their league. The disparity was truly insurmountable. Slap. At this moment, a round of applause echoed from the sky. Feng Qingyan gazed down at the members of the Constellation Society, lightly clapping his hands, and said, "The Constellation Society has truly impressed me. I thought only Wang Teng would be able to grace the stage, but it seems all of you are exceptionally gifted talents. What does President Feng want to say?" Yue Qiao stepped forward, gazing at Feng Qingyan, and asked calmly, "Not much. I'm someone who values talent. I just find it a pity." Feng Qingyan shook his head, displaying a sense of regret. He continued slowly, "With your talents, why should you settle for being beneath Wang Teng?" Instead, come to the Qingyan Society, and I will provide you with more resources. You will quickly grow stronger than you are now. Have you finally shown your true colors now that you've lost? Yu Qichao mocked Feng Qingyan, saying, "Are you using these underhanded methods to try to merge the Constellation Society into the Qingyan Society? You lost the competition, and now you're trying to play the good guy. Do you think we're fools? You can't put it that way. I just want you to see the reality. Wang Teng can't offer you anything. He's been absent for the past 6 months, and the benefits he provided earlier have likely been depleted. In the end, he's just been offering you empty promises. Why cling to him?" Feng Qingyan remained composed and said calmly, "Furthermore, the doors of the Qingyan Society aren't just open to a few of you, they are open to other talented members of the Constellation Society as well. Your talents are remarkable. Don't waste your time in the Constellation Society. Come to the Qingyan Society. The freshman leaderboard is about to end, and if you don't make a decision soon, you will surely regret it in the future." Yu Qiqiao's complexion subtly changed. Feng Qingyan was playing hardball. Since he couldn't win against them, he was trying to lure their members, and he was doing it in front of such a large audience, clearly looking down on the Constellation Society. While a few of them could resist Feng Qingyan's temptations, not everyone could. Everyone could see the ability of Qi Lianfeng, Wen Ningfu, Gadon, and others. Under the grooming of the Qingyan Society, they had indeed become stronger quickly. Suddenly, Yue Qichao understood that the arena competition was not only about defeating the Constellation Society. Of course, winning would be the best outcome, but more importantly, they aimed to showcase their strength. Despite their loss, it was impossible to deny the power of Qi Lianfeng and the others. Everyone could see it. Not just anyone could make it into the top 30 of the freshman leaderboard. For many geniuses, becoming stronger was achievement enough. The top 10 rankings were a luxury they didn't dare to hope for. As long as our president returns, everyone's strength will rapidly catch up to the others. Yue Qichao thought rapidly, and then said, "Our president is a peak Grandmaster alchemist. This won't pose a problem for him." The members of the Constellation Society calmed down after hearing Yue Qiqiao's words. That's right. Their president was a peak Grandmaster alchemist, and they have already enjoyed some advantages from him. With their president's expertise, boosting their strength wouldn't be an issue. Furthermore, the Constellation Society was in its infancy, and those who stayed would become the pioneers of the society. The people who joined later couldn't be compared to them. This was a golden opportunity. They couldn't just give it up easily. They had nearly been led astray by Feng Qingyan. Many of them reaffirmed their determination, but there were also some whose gazes flickered. They considered joining the Qingyan Society a promising choice. Established factions came with their advantages, and at the very least within the Qingyan Society, they wouldn't be easily harassed by others. In contrast, in the Constellation Society, they were constantly subjected to various forces scheming. It had been that way before. Even though the Constellation Society had won the arena competition this time, and their adversaries might quiet down for a while. What about the future? No one was willing to squander their precious time on ceaseless disputes. In the stellar academies, time was extremely valuable. Everyone was engaged in a race against the clock in their cultivation. Because if they ever slacked off or wasted too much time, others were very likely to surpass them. One step behind meant one step behind. In the world of martial arts, it was essential to be relentless. The struggle was not only for resources, but also for time. A peak Grandmaster alchemist is indeed impressive. But can Wang Teng handle everything on his own? Feng Qingyan laughed, a laugh filled with disdain. In the Qingyan Society, we have several Grandmaster alchemists, not to mention Master alchemists. Whatever pills you desire, we can supply them internally, and at a more affordable cost than the Academy's treasure pavilion. If that's the case, why are you going through all this difficulty to win over our president? Yue Qichao sneered, and don't forget, our president's alchemical efficiency is not something an ordinary alchemist can compare to. The pills he produces on his own can match the pills created by several master alchemists, and they have even better effects. Even alchemy's Saint Dao Yuan and Grandmaster Pu Yongnian recognize his talent. Can your alchemists measure up to that? Chapter 2083. It's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. 3. As for the price, our Constellation Society members who've used our services all know that it's cheaper than yours, Yue Chikiao retorted confidently. Feng Qingyan squinted. He looked at Yue Xiao indifferently and said, I didn't expect the vice president of the Constellation Society to be so sharp-tongued. Thank you for the compliment, Yue Xiao replied. Having spent a long time with Wang Teng, she hadn't learned much else, but she had certainly picked up the skill of quick-witted retorts. Feng Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Wade couldn't help but give Yue Chikiao a thumbs up. He had been quite impressed with Yu Nyangxian just a moment ago, but now he thought that Sister Yue was also formidable. He couldn't decide who was better between them. In the entire Constellation Society, aside from Wang Teng, Wade now admired both Yu Nyangxian and Sister Yue. Yu Nyangxian and Beret looked at Yue Chikiao too. They were astounded. Impressive. At the very least, you're the vice president of the Constellation Society. Can't you even understand human language? Ruan Banlian stepped forward, saying indifferently, That depends on whether it's human language or animal language. I don't understand animal language. Yue Chao smiled. Are you insulting me? Ruan Banlian glared at Yue Chao. Can't you tell if I'm insulting you? Do you admit that you're speaking in animal language? If not, please don't misinterpret. Yue Chao retorted. You're looking for death. Ruan Banlian's eyes flashed with anger, and with a cold snort, she swiftly appeared in front of Yue Chikiao, delivering a resounding slap. Yue Chikiao's expression changed slightly, caught off guard by this woman's sudden aggression. She didn't react in time, and watched helplessly as the slap came towards her. There was a huge difference in their ability. Yue Chikiao was only at the cosmos stage, while her opponent was at the heaven stage. She couldn't evade this slap at all. Slap. The sound echoed in the surroundings. Yu Qiao took the slap head-on, her lovely face reddening instantly. A clear palm imprint appeared on her cheek. Vice President, Sister Yu! Wade Borate, and the others' expressions changed. Everything happened so quickly that they had no time to intervene. By the time they reacted, Ruan Banlian had already struck. Now all the members of the Constellation Society were furious. Their emotions were running high as they glared at Ruan Banlian. Wade struggled to get up, his face contorted with rage and his eyes nearly spitting fire. Borate stepped forward, staring coldly at Ruan Banlian. Yu Yingxian's hand rested on his sword. Even though his opponent was a heaven-stage martial warrior, he didn't show the slightest fear. Ruan Banlian had gone too far. At this moment, the members of the Constellation Society shared an unexpected consensus in their attitudes. But when Ruan Banlian saw this, she displayed no fear at all. Instead, a contemptuous smirk appeared on her face as she said, You can try to retaliate. In an instant, the fury of the Constellation Society members was completely ignited. Contempt. This was blatant contempt. This was too much. You better not get involved. This is a matter between their women, Feng Qingyan said, looking at the members of the Constellation Society with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society around them stepped forward, releasing their overwhelming presence that enveloped the members of the Constellation Society. Boom. The faces of the Constellation Society members suddenly paled. The aura emanating from the Qingyan Society's high-ranking members was far from ordinary. It made them struggle to catch their breath. While Beret, Yu Yunxian, and several others weren't as severely affected, they still found it uncomfortable to face this imposing aura. They had to try their best to withstand it. Ruan Banlian gave a cold smile, looked at Yue Chikiao, and said, This is to teach you to respect your senior in the future. It's best to think before you speak. Don't think you're untouchable just because you're the vice president of the Constellation Society. Yue Chikiao touched her slightly swollen face. A bloody taste lingered in her mouth, and blood had seeped onto her lips, making them appear crimson, but she smiled and said, "Senior, you're truly imposing." Ruan Banlian frowned, surprised that this girl could still smile, but that's all you've got. A heaven stage martial warrior slapping the face of a cosmos stage martial warrior. How does that look? Yue Chikiao continued with a faint smile. Look around you. Everyone is looking at you with disdain and revulsion. Ruan Banlian glanced around and her face darkened completely. She had been thoroughly provoked and were about to slap Yue Chikiao again. Yue Chikiao neither dodged nor resisted, her gaze fearless as her locked eyes with Ruan Banlian. How dare you? However, at that moment a stern shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Ruan Banlian's hand froze in mid-air, and her looked up to see several figures descending rapidly from a spacecraft with imposing auras. Her expression changed as she watched their descent. Boom. Several figures landed beside Yue Chikiao with strong auras, glaring coldly at Ruan Banlian. Try moving again, a petite woman with an assertive demeanor stated coldly. Tong in! Ruan Banlian looked at the people who had suddenly appeared before her with a wary expression. Yue Chikiao looked at the people beside her in surprise. Where had these seniors suddenly come from? She didn't seem to recognize them at all. Ruan Banlian, you have some nerve. You laid hands on a junior, and you're not ashamed of it. Tong En said. It's none of your business, Ruan Banlian replied coldly. She insulted me first, and I were just teaching her a lesson. Everyone saw what just happened. Do you think we're clueless? Tong En sneered. Ruan Banlian's eyes gleamed with a cold light. She had been using her authority to intimidate others, and now with Tong En and the others intervening, her authority had crumbled. Chapter 2084. It's useless, even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. For Snowchild team, right? Feng Qingyan landed from the sky and patted Ruan Banlian's shoulder, motioning for her to step back. He then looked at Tong En and the others. President Feng, you know us? We're flattered, Tong En chuckled. You're quite famous, Feng Qingyan said. Whether our reputation is big or not, we don't know. But we do know that the reputation of your Qingyan society is quite significant. And you're becoming increasingly audacious, Ba Yao scoffed. You must be joking. Our Qingyan society has always been low-key, so how could we be audacious? Feng Qingyan squinted at them. However, even if we are low-key, if you think you can meddle in the affairs of our Qingyan society, I, Feng Qingyan, am not someone to be trifled with. Is President Feng going to take action against us as well? Tong En remained unfazed, calmly looking at Feng Qingyan. Even Tong Ya wouldn't speak to me in such a manner, Feng Qingyan remarked. In his view, Tong En and her group only had powerful backgrounds and were not individually powerful. What he feared was the influence behind them. So what? You can try taking a shot at me, Tong En challenged. It seems you're determined to intervene, Feng Qingyan said, his eyes briefly revealing a cold glint. Feng Qingyan, enough is enough. You've gone too far. Before Tong En could reply, another voice was heard in the sky. Ji Feiyun, Wu Ming. Feng Qingyan raised his head, and there was finally a subtle change in his expression. While he had been somewhat wary when facing Tong En and her group, upon seeing Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming, he felt a jolt in his heart and became more serious. Are you also going to intervene? He asked coldly. Before Junior Wang Teng left, we promised him that we would take care of the Constellation Society. We can't stand by while you mistreat members of the Constellation Society. Ji Feiyun descended calmly, stating his stance. Feng Qingyan, that's enough. You've gone too far. You challenged the Constellation Society to a match, and they accepted. But when you lose, you resort to such actions. Are you unable to accept defeat? Don't you think it's utterly disgraceful? Wu Ming snorted, showing disdain. We admit defeat in the match, but this vice president of the Constellation Society disrespected Ruan Banlian, which provoked her to act. It's not related to anyone else, Feng Qingyan said expressionlessly. You're as shameless as ever, Wu Ming retorted. I advise both of you not to interfere in our affairs. The Qingyan society can't be bullied so easily. Perhaps I've been too passive for too long, and you all think I'm easy to deal with? Feng Qingyan looked at them, saying calmly. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming exchanged delicate glances, surprised by Feng Qingyan's firm stance. It seemed his patience had reached its limit. The two of them hesitated a bit. They were willing to help the Constellation Society, but that was only because both parties were holding back. If they wanted to confront Feng Qingyan, they needed to consider carefully. At their level, they wouldn't act rashly. Once they made a move, it would undoubtedly involve many consequences and potentially reveal their hidden strengths. If they got injured, it would also attract the attention of other forces. The Stellar Academies was home to more than just their few factions. Other factions were waiting for any opportunity to exploit the issues within their group, and they were ready to encroach on their territory and influence. Both of you should step aside. You should be well conscious of the circumstance regarding Wang Teng, and it's not worth it. Feng Qingyan said with a slight smile. He knew that the two of them had many concerns and wouldn't engage with him over something as trivial as the Constellation Society. Feng Qingyan, things on that side are not settled yet. If you act hastily now, aren't you afraid of potential repercussions? Ji Feiyun asked through voice transmission. There won't be any repercussions. Wang Teng can't cause any more trouble. I'm confident of that, Feng Qingyan replied firmly. I'm not so sure. Even if he offends a few judges, he's still a Grand Master Alchemy Saint, and that won't change. If he ever ascends to become an Alchemy Saint, Wu Ming smirked, leaving his sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Ji Feiyun shared the same opinion. An Alchemy Saint couldn't be suppressed easily. Wang Teng's identity was too special. Normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to him. In this situation, Wang Teng's identity as an alchemist was more valuable than his martial strength. But he needs to grow to that level. By then, I fear I'll have reached eternal stage, and I won't be afraid of him. Feng Qingyan stated calmly. He also had his considerations, and he wouldn't have acted against Wang Teng if he didn't have some degree of confidence in the outcome, eternal stage. Ordinary martial warriors found it challenging to ascend to that level, but Feng Qingyan had already reached the peak of the universe stage, and he had exceptional talent. He had immense confidence in his ability to advance further. Moreover, when he did, he wouldn't just be an ordinary eternal stage martial warrior. When that time came, he wouldn't fear even an alchemy saint. These developments weren't initially necessary, but the circumstance had become highly contentious, and given his character, Feng Qingyan was determined to restrain Wang Teng while he still had the chance. He didn't want to watch Wang Teng become a significant threat to their group. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming had their expressions changed as well. With such self-assurance had Feng Qingyan already touched the threshold of the eternal stage. Tong En and the others also heard Feng Qingyan's words, and their expressions grew increasingly serious. If Feng Qingyan was on the brink of advancing to the eternal stage, they couldn't afford to take him lightly. Chapter 2085, It's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. 5. Even with their respective backgrounds, they couldn't easily offend an eternal stage martial warrior. The situation had reached a deadlock. Yu Qiao and her companions showed increasingly worried expressions. Feng Qingyan seemed determined to eliminate Wang Teng, and even the few seniors and the respective leaders of Feiyun Alliance and Witch Tower Alliance who had just arrived appeared to be hesitant. In response to this, they didn't say much. They understood that the other party had come to assist because of Wang Teng helping was a matter of goodwill, not an obligation. Now, the situation had exceeded their expectations, and Feng Qingyan's strong stance made it certain they wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation with him. Feng Qingyan smiled faintly, knowing that everything was under his control. Puff! At that moment, a menacing black spaceship approached rapidly from the distance, eventually coming to a halt above the arena, a universe-level spacecraft. Feng Qingyan and the others blinked. A universe-level spacecraft wasn't something ordinary, martial warriors could afford. Feng Qingyan and the others also use universe-level spacecraft for traveling. However, the strange appearance and the aura of menace radiating from the approaching spacecraft indicated it was far from ordinary. They wondered if another powerful figure had arrived. Feng Qingyan stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless as he looked at the spaceship, thinking that Wang Teng was truly extraordinary to have attracted so much help. The cabin door opened, and a figure flew out, landing gracefully. "Hey, there are so many people. How lively." A voice was heard. Wang Teng, boss, President Yu Qiqiao, Borate, Wade, and the others, upon seeing that figure, were overjoyed and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Wang Teng!" Feng Qingyan squinted his eyes. "You came back just in time. However, it's useless. Even if you come back, you won't be able to do anything." Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming couldn't help but sigh with relief when they saw him. They were relieved that he was back, as now they could withdraw after helping out. They didn't want to clash with Feng Qingyan. Wang Teng landed next to Yue Qiqiao and the others. As soon as he came back, he learned about the duel between the Qingyan Society and the Constellation Society and rushed over. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. At least from the current situation, the situation wasn't out of control. Junior Wang Teng. Tong En greeted him. "Thank you for your help." Wang Teng understood the situation upon seeing Tong En and the others and immediately expressed his gratitude with a bow. No need to be polite. "It's just a small effort." Tong En waved her hand, then spoke to Wang Teng using voice transmission. "Be careful. Feng Qingyan is not to be underestimated. He seems to be on the verge of reaching the eternal stage. We can't afford to provoke him too much." Wang Teng nodded, and he also felt a sense of gravity in his heart. Feng Qingyan was going to advance to the eternal stage. This darn guy, if he's going to advance, why doesn't he just go back to his cultivation quietly? Why bother coming here and causing trouble for their new faction? Is he that bored? Swearing inwardly, Wang Teng turned his gaze toward Yue Qiao and the others. The next instant, his gaze landed on Yue Qiao's face. Who did this? Wang Teng's face darkened as he asked. It was one thing to hit someone, but hitting a woman in the face was another matter. This was outrageous, although he often acted similarly when it happened to someone from his group. He couldn't accept it. Yu Qiqiao didn't say anything because she knew that Feng Qingyan was not someone to be trifled with, and she didn't want Wang Teng to do something irrational because of this. "Boss, it was that woman who hit her," Wade said, pointing directly at Rowan Banlian. He didn't think too much. So what? Rowan Banlian had no intention of denying it and stepped forward, looking at Wang Teng with a cold smile. She had no fear of Wang Teng. Even though Wang Teng had remarkable talent, his actual strength had not fully developed yet. Why should she be afraid? "You hit her." Wang Teng's face remained expressionless as he gazed at her. His gaze was very calm. "Very well. It's good that you admitted it." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of explosions in the air. Boom! Wang Teng's figure vanished abruptly from its original location, and his powerful physique erupted with incredible speed. With the use of space flash, he practically emerged in front of Ruan Banlian in an instant, revealing a cold smile. "You're looking for death." Ruan Banlian's pupils abruptly contracted. She hadn't expected Wang Teng's speed to be this fast. However, she showed no fear. Instead, she grinned coldly and slammed her palm at him. Wang Teng delivered a powerful punch, directly striking her outstretched hand. Boom! The collision of their fists sent shockwaves of force rippling outwards. Crack! A cracking sound reverberated as Ruan Banlian's arm contorted, and she let out a scream. Her body uncontrollably flew backward. This sight left countless people in shock. Ruan Banlian was a heaven-stage martial warrior, yet she had her hand broken by a single punch from Wang Teng, which was unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Teng's figure flashed again, catching up to Ruan Banlian. "Wang Teng, how dare you!" Feng Qingyan's face wore a displeased look as he sternly shouted. He hadn't intended to take action, but Wang Teng's strength surpassed his expectations. Now he had no choice but to step in. With one hand extended, he channeled his force to form a claw, making a fierce grab at Wang Teng. However, it was a step too late. Wang Teng didn't evade or dodge, he simply slapped his palm down onto Ruan Banlian's face, sending her flying, slap. The next moment, a crisp sound echoed in the air, resonating for quite some time. Chapter 2086, Don't Taint My Nobility with Your Filthy Thoughts, 1. Slap. The swelling on Ruan Banlian's face was visibly increasing at a rapid pace, even more terrifying than what happened to Yue Qichao's face. A mouthful of blood spewed from her mouth along with 2 broken teeth. For martial warriors, as they progressed in their training, they could strengthen their entire bodies, and the stronger their abilities, the more exaggerated the strengthening in various parts of their bodies. For instance, the teeth of a heaven stage martial warrior could bite through extremely durable materials like iron and gold directly, making them even more effective than regular weapons. However, now 2 of Ruan Banlian's teeth were broken simultaneously by a slap from Wang Teng. It was easy to imagine the force behind Wang Teng's slap. Boom! Ruan Banlian's body slammed into the platform behind her, and she once again spat out blood. At this moment, Feng Qingyan's attack also arrived. Wang Teng couldn't afford to be careless and returned a punch with tremendous Constellation Earth Force surging from his body, transforming into an earth-yellow fist imprint. Simultaneously, his 7th-tier Earth domain subtly integrated into it. The fist imprint fiercely struck Feng Qingyan's claw imprint, and a highly compressed, deep yellow domain erupted from the fist imprint. Boom. The reverberations echoed as Feng Qingyan's claw imprint shattered, and Wang Teng's fist imprint was also crushed. Both of their attacks exploded, sending out shockwaves of force in all directions. Everyone was dumbstruck. The rapid exchange of attacks left them stunned. The vice president of the Qingyan Society, Ruan Banlian, got beaten up. Wang Teng had managed to fend off Feng Qingyan's attack. The sequence of events happened so quickly that they were overwhelmed and had a surreal feeling. Wasn't Wang Teng a cosmos stage martial warrior? How could he be this strong? At this moment, Ruan Banlian was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get slapped? And it was a slap from a cosmos stage martial warrior. Her face was throbbing, her head was buzzing, and her thoughts were in disarray, but the overwhelming sense of humiliation drove her to lose her sanity. "Wang Teng, I'll kill you!" A furious roar emanated from her mouth, though it was somewhat incoherent. At this moment, Wang Teng's foot lightly touched the void, and his figure once again vanished from his original spot, reappearing in front of Ruan Banlian. "You!" Ruan Banlian hadn't expected that Wang Teng would attack again, and her pupils constricted as she turned pale in shock. Wang Teng suddenly reached out and instantly grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. "Wang Teng!" Feng Qingyan let out a furious roar. "Try attacking again!" Wang Teng, gripping Ruan Banlian's throat, turned to face Feng Qingyan. He spoke with a cold and unwavering expression. Feng Qingyan's movements froze. He wasn't anticipating Wang Teng's decisive and ruthless action in restraining Ruan Banlian, causing him to be wary. He stared at Wang Teng with a cold look. Waves of emotions crashed into his heart. Wang Teng had made significant progress in his power in the past 6 months, achieving such an easy victory over a heaven stage martial warrior. While there was an element of surprise in the attack, Ruan Banlian was no pushover. She had been completely dominated by Wang Teng, something that a typical cosmos stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to accomplish. What had Wang Teng been through during these 6 months? Yu Chao was in complete shock, and to be honest, it was only at this instant that she snapped out of it. She had never imagined that Wang Teng could go this far for her. When Ruan Banlian slapped her, Wang Teng slapped her back. What's more, he slapped her even harder. Now he was holding her by the throat, using her life as leverage against Feng Qingyan. Ruthless, but satisfying. When Ruan Banlian slapped her, she felt anger and resentment. However, the Constellation Society couldn't afford to provoke her, so she endured it, knowing that there would be opportunities to settle the score in the future. But she didn't expect that Wang Teng would take action as soon as he returned. What was more important was that his strength seemed to have become exceptionally formidable, capable of withstanding even a heaven stage martial warrior. At this moment, she also gained some confidence. Yunxian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Had this guy become stronger again? And significantly so. His newfound power left him astonished. Tong En and the others exchanged glances, sensation incredulous. How did this guy improve so much? Could it be that he drained the blood pool of the Naga race completely? They had initially speculated that Wang Teng's power would improve significantly, but they never thought it would increase this much. This was too scary. As heaven stage martial warriors themselves, they felt that they might not be able to withstand Wang Teng's punch. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ta exchanged glances with each other. They were astounded and surprised. Wang Teng's power was too incredible, far beyond what one would expect from a cosmos stage martial warrior. In this brief exchange, he had defeated a heaven stage martial warrior in just 6 months. This guy had improved so much. What kind of monstrous talent was he? In the distance, the young man in black warfare armor couldn't help but tighten his grip on the longsword, and his facial muscles twitched. Wan Dong and the others had stiff expressions. They felt exasperated. Why? Why did this guy become so much stronger? They couldn't accept it. Let her go. Feng Qingyan took a deep breath and stared at Wang Teng. President Feng, is this how you bully my Constellation Society in my absence? Wang Teng ignored his words and looked at the members of the Constellation Society, then turned his gaze back to Feng Qingyan, saying calmly, "The Constellation Society is too weak, and weakness is the original sin," Feng Qingyan said with a stoic expression. "Good point." Wang Teng nodded in agreement and sneered, "Unfortunately, my Constellation Society isn't as weak as you imagine. You tried to step on it, but now you're bleeding. How does it feel?" Chapter 287. Don't taint my nobility. With your filthy thoughts, too, the higher-ranking members of the Qingyan Society had unpleasant expressions on their faces and stared at Wang Teng with a sharp gaze. Now, will you all leave on your own, or do you want me to crush her to death? Wang Teng faced their collective gaze without fear and asked calmly as he looked at Feng Qingyan, "Do you dare to kill someone in the academy?" Feng Qingyan asked him back, "I'm sorry, but right now we're in the arena." "This woman has come up here as well, indicating her agreement to battle with me," Wang Teng replied. Many people were speechless. "Didn't you force her up there? Was this a forced match?" Feng Qingyan's brow twitched, and he realized he had underestimated Wang Teng's audacity. At this moment, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. "She didn't agree to battle you." "Did you agree?" Wang Teng asked, looking at Ruan Banlian. Ruan Banlian's face was half swollen. She glared at Wang Teng with intense resentment. She, the vice president of the Qingyan Society, was being held hostage by a mere cosmos stage martial warrior. This was the humiliation of her life. "Did you agree?" Wang Teng gradually tightened his grip, asking once more. Ruan Banlian's face turned bright red, struggling to breathe, her mouth opened wide, gasping for air like a fish thrown onto the shore. Many people were astounded when they saw this scene. This Wang Teng was truly ruthless. Ruan Banlian was considered a beauty, but he treated her like this. Most people wouldn't be capable of such actions. Ruan Banlian, however, remained resolute and didn't utter a word. Slap. Wang Teng delivered another resounding slap to the side of the face that wasn't swollen and repeated, "Did you agree?" Silence. Everyone was stunned. Wow, he was heartless. Ruan Banlian, who had initially seemed dazed, regained her focus and glared fiercely at Wang Teng, refusing to utter a word. Slap. Wang Teng continued to ask, slapping Ruan Banlian repeatedly, "Did you agree?" Ruan Banlian's face was now horribly disfigured, but she still gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Slap. Wang Teng didn't stop and continued slapping her, alternating between sides. He seemed to be enjoying himself. He even declared confidently, "Don't worry. I'll make sure both sides of your face remain balanced." Ruan Banlian was on the brink of losing her mind. What kind of words were you saying? Devil! This bastard was a devil. Her face was rapidly becoming numb on both sides at this moment, and she felt an unexpected sense of regret. If only she had agreed earlier. She would rather die than endure this humiliation. Below, Yue Qichao's mouth hung open, her eyes wide with astonishment. She touched her face that had been slapped by Ruan Banlian. It seemed to hurt a lot less now. Compared to Ruan Banlian's current predicament, her situation seemed like a minor inconvenience. Enough. Feng Qingyan's expression shifted back and forth, and he finally shouted with a cold tone. President Feng agreed? Wang Teng stopped what he was doing and asked. Feng Qingyan felt exasperated. Did he agree? You don't agree? Well, I can continue. Wang Teng pretended that he was about to resume the beating. Today's matter ends here. You will release Ruan Banlian, and we'll leave immediately. Feng Qingyan's face darkened, and he spoke without hesitation. President Feng, you should have said earlier. Wang Teng smiled and casually tossed Ruan Banlian into the air, allowing Feng Qingyan to catch her. Feng Qingyan acted immediately. He released a gentle force and caught Ruan Banlian. However, Feng Qingyan's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably when he saw Ruan Banlian's face up close. It was a gruesome sight. Ruan Banlian coughed violently a few times and greedily sucked in air, gradually recovering, but the pain on her face was a constant reminder of the ordeal. She didn't need to contemplate to know that her current face must be unbearable to look at. In an instant, Ruan Banlian soared into the sky, heading toward the spacecraft in the sky without even glancing back at Wang Teng. Any grudges could be settled later. She didn't want more people to see her in her current state. I generally don't hit women, but you're no ordinary woman, Wang Teng shouted after her, gazing at Ruan Banlian's retreating figure. Ruan Banlian's body swayed slightly, and she almost lost her balance, but she ultimately didn't look back and disappeared into the spacecraft, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Many people gazed at Wang Teng with peculiar expressions. To have brought that woman, Ruan Banlian, to such a state, he was no ordinary person. This young man was ruthless. Even if you can protect the Constellation Society this time, can you protect it the next time? The freshman leaderboard is about to close. How many of your Constellation Society's members can rise? It's too late. Feng Qingyan stared at Wang Teng and slowly spoke. Fear not, President Feng. We, the Constellation Society, will surely amaze you. Remember to keep your eyes wide open when the time comes, Wang Teng replied calmly. Very well, I'll wait and see. Feng Qingyan nodded without displaying any emotions and without saying more, turned to leave with his subordinates. Let's go. The members of the Qingyan Society were utterly frustrated. They were a powerful society, but they were still embarrassed by the mere Constellation Society. Wang Teng watched the departing figures of the Qingyan Society members, his eyes flickering with cold determination. Eventually, he regained his composure and descended from the arena. President Ji, President Wu, I value your aid this time, Wang Teng said, voicing his gratitude to Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming as he clasped his fists in salute. You're too kind. We didn't aid much, the two of them replied with wry smiles. Indeed, the words of Feng Qingyan had put them on edge. In contrast, Wang Teng had displayed incredible resolve. In that situation, he dared to confront Feng Qingyan and even beat up the vice president of the Qingyan Society, leaving her battered and bruised. Chapter 2088. Don't Taint My Nobility. With your filthy thoughts 3, it must be said, Wang Teng was truly fearless. Most people wouldn't dare to do what he just did. No, you both came to our aid at a critical moment, and that already shows great respect for me and the Constellation Society. In the future, if there's anything I can do to help, I won't hesitate, Wang Teng replied. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming were surprised. No wonder Wang Teng was able to gather a group of people and form the Constellation Society. He had a big heart and was willing to help others. As for Feng Qingyan, you should be cautious. He won't just give up. After 2 consecutive failures and him losing his face, He will likely send senior members of the Qingyan Society next time, Ji Feiyun cautioned. Wang Teng nodded. He was well aware of this fact. Feng Qingyan wouldn't be foolish enough to use freshmen again, especially after 2 failures. The next time it would probably be the senior members of the Qingyan Society. Although Wang Teng wasn't afraid of Heaven Stage opponents, he would need to consider his options if he had to face a Universe Stage martial warrior. Currently, he didn't possess the strength to take on a Universe Stage martial warrior alone, especially the Universe Stage martial warriors in the Stellar Academies. They are all geniuses and differ from ordinary Universe Stage martial warriors outside. I wonder when Feng Qingyan will reach the Eternal Stage, or is he just trying to intimidate us? Wu Ming asked. It should be real. At his level, deceiving us wouldn't make sense, Ji Feiyun said. It seems like we need to work harder, otherwise if he really gets the upper hand, we will have a hard time in the future. Wu Ming shook his head. Reaching the Eternal Stage is no easy feat. Ji Feiyun sighed and continued. Given our foundation, advancing to the Eternal Stage is even more challenging. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been stuck at this level for so many years. That's true, Wu Ming agreed. Then he suddenly said, Feng Qingyan is in a similar position to us. Could it be that he recently had some fortuitous encounter? Fortuitous encounter, perhaps, Ji Feiyun replied. It looks like I need to go out and explore as well. Staying in the Stellar Academies makes it hard to break through to the Eternal Stage. Junior Wang Teng, if there's nothing else, I'll make a move first. With that, he gave Wang Teng a fist salute and prepared to depart. I'm leaving too, Wu Ming said. Wang Teng saluted the two of them with a fist gesture and watched them depart. Foundation, huh? Wang Teng contemplated their words, pondering their significance. It looks like their competitiveness was ignited by the Feng Qingyan. Yue Qiqiao walked forward and said, Competition is everywhere in the Stellar Academies. Perhaps that's the essence of its existence. Wang Teng chuckled and glanced at her, saying, Is your face all right? It's fine. Compared to that Ruan Ban Lian, I'm doing quite well. Yue Qiqiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Wang Teng, you were quite ruthless just now. Ruan Ban Lian is a beauty, after all. Yet you didn't hesitate to strike so hard. Tang En teased as she joined the conversation. My actions were out of respect for her. Ruan Ban Lian is the vice president of the Qingyan Society. She's not an ordinary woman, Wang Teng said seriously. Tang En was speechless. This guy always found reasons for his actions even when hitting a woman. He was quite cunning, by the way. It looks like you've become a lot stronger this time. Seems like you gained quite a bit over there, Tang En observed Wang Teng, showing genuine interest. It's okay. I merely stayed a bit longer than you guys, Wang Teng replied casually. A bit longer? Yuan Bai, Wei Na, and the others rolled their eyes. Brother, do you call several months a bit longer? They all thought Wang Teng had drowned in that blood pool during his extended absence. By the way, you didn't drain the blood pool, did you? Tang En asked skeptically. No, how could I? I can't possibly drain it by myself, Wang Teng stated flatly. Really? Tang En stared into Wang Teng's eyes. Absolutely, Wang Teng affirmed. Good. It's a fantastic place. I want to try it again next moment if I get the chance, Tang En said. Wang Teng, should he remind them to bring some Star Beast blood essence next time they go? Never mind. They could figure it out themselves when they go there next time. Wang Teng, what level has your physical body reached now? Yuan Bai couldn't help but ask curiously. Cheers, Wang Teng. That's confidential, Wang Teng replied with a smile. All right. Yuan Bai shrugged and didn't press for more information. He chuckled and said, The freshman leaderboard is closing soon. You won't be able to hide. I'm looking forward to it. You must be joking just now. Even Ruan Ban Lian couldn't withstand a single punch from Wang Teng. Do you think someone on the freshman leaderboard can push him to his limits? Bi Yao commented. Yuan Bai was at a loss. He suddenly realized that Wang Teng might be too extraordinary to the point where even the freshman leaderboard might not be able to test his full strength. Wang Teng shook his head, wondering why these people were so eager to discover his secrets. What's more, they were discussing right in front of him. By the way, we want to join the Constellation Society. The Constellation Society suddenly said, "You want to join the Constellation Society?" Wang Teng was taken aback, looking at Tong En and the others with surprise. Yu Qiqiao and the others were stunned, too. These seniors seemed to have some background. Why performed they want to join the Constellation Society? What the hell? When performed the Constellation Society becomes so attractive that even senior students want to join? Chapter 2089. Don't taint my nobility with your filthy thoughts, for... Yes, we want to join the Constellation Society. So, are you willing to accept us? Tong En smiled and nodded, saying, "Why?" Wang Teng frowned. "Why? There's no need for so many whys. We think it's fun, so we want to join," Tong En said nonchalantly. "Or is it you look down on our combat strength?" "That's not the case. Seniors, you have decent strength. I think you can probably withstand 5 punches from me," Wang Teng mused, stroking his chin. Tong En and the others were speechless. He thinks they could probably withstand 5 punches from him. "Thank you for your acknowledgement." Tong En and the others didn't know if they were being overestimated or belittled. After all, they were all heaven stage martial warriors, but in Wang Teng's eyes, they could only withstand 5 punches. Hearing such an evaluation, they felt like crying. "If you want to join the Constellation Society, you must follow the club's rules," Wang Teng continued, ignoring their thoughts. "Having fun is one thing, but rules must not be disregarded. Of course, we're not idiots." Tong En rolled her eyes. Wang Teng looked at Yue Qiqiao, who thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, welcome to the club." Wang Teng extended his hand and smiled. "Haha, from now on you're our president, so you have to take care of us." Tong En grinned, completely disregarding the usual demeanor of a senior president. "We'll be following you from now on?" Yuan Bei, Bi Yao, and the others also chimed in, smiling. "No problem. No problem." Wang Teng was undaunted. He could take care of a few heaven stage martial warriors. The Constellation Society members behind him couldn't help but smile. With several heaven stage senior students joining, the society's strength had increased. More importantly, it seemed that these seniors had extraordinary backgrounds. They had even confronted the president of the Qingyan Society. This was a morale boost for the members of the Constellation Society. As expected, once their president returned, all problems would be resolved. Many people looked at Wang Teng with admiration. Upon the president's return, he stood up to the vice president of the Qingyan Society and took revenge for them. Furthermore, the Qingyan Society suffered a loss and had no choice but to leave in a dejected manner. Now he even attracted several senior students to join them. These were things the vice president couldn't have achieved. Of course, the vice president and the others are formidable as well. Without them, the Constellation Society couldn't have defeated the Qingyan Society. These thoughts flashed through the minds of the Constellation Society members, dispelling their earlier gloomy mood. Now they were filled with motivation. "All right, everyone, let's head back for now. We'll discuss some matters once we return." Wang Teng gazed around and spoke. "Yes, let's go back." Yue Qiqiao nodded. Wang Teng led the way toward the Devil's Slayer spaceship hovering in the sky, and Yue Qiqiao and the others quickly followed. Tong En and the others put away their spaceships and stepped into the Devil Slayer spaceship. They were all curious about Wang Teng's spaceship and wanted to explore it. After entering the spaceship, they gazed around with amazement in their eyes. This spaceship is no ordinary vessel. Tong En touched this and that, marveled. Even among universe-level spacecraft, this one is a top-tier spacecraft. Where did Wang Teng get it? "Why don't you question him?" Biao said. "Wang Teng, where did you get this spaceship?" Tong En immediately caught up with Wang Teng and asked. "This is the Ant-Man race's spacecraft. I found it accidentally," Wang Teng said. "Ant-Man race's spacecraft." Tong En was stunned. She furrowed and pondered for a moment. Then she suddenly said, "Are you referring to the Ant-Men race known for their love of slaughter?" "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. No wonder I feel an extremely fierce aura on this spacecraft." Tong En suddenly realized. "It's a ship from that race?" "President, you're really fortunate," Biao marveled. "Just good luck." Wang Teng smiled. "This spacecraft might attract unnecessary trouble if flown in the universe," Wei Na said. "No worries, since I took it out, I'm not afraid of others trying to snatch it." Wang Teng was confident and spoke nonchalantly. "It seems like you've gained significant strength this time," Tong En spoke meaningfully. As they spoke, the group arrived at the control center of the spaceship, and two figures approached them. Kang Zhu? Little Chinger. Tong En was surprised and elated when she saw the people. When Wang Teng was in a deep sleep, she had gotten closer to Kang Yu and Little Chinger on the Scorpion King star. Hence, she was not only surprised but also delighted when she saw them. Tong En. Chang Yu nodded. "Is it really you? But your appearances—" Tong En gazed at the two with a puzzled expression. If it weren't for their unique auras and the fact that they were from the snake race, she might not have recognized them immediately. "Just a few small changes," Chang Yu said. "By the way, I'm now referred Chang Yu. You can call me by that name, Chang Yu." Tong En nodded. She didn't probe further and smiled. "This name is not bad." "Wang Teng, who are they?" Yue Qiqiao curiously scrutinized the two snake women, her expression somewhat odd. "This guy went out for a trip and brought back two beautiful snake women." Chapter 2090 Don't Taint My Nobility. With your filthy thoughts 5, one mature and one naive, a perfect combination. What was he planning? In this situation, it was hard for her not to have some wild thoughts. Put away your dirty thoughts. They are natives from Scorpion King Star. Wang Teng noticed her expression and gave her an annoyed look before explaining briefly. Oh, Yue Qiqiao elongated her word and nodded, saying, "I see, my mistake, my mistake. Don't taint my nobility with your filthy thoughts," Wang Teng said. "Yue Qiqiao. This guy just wouldn't stop. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile." She didn't bother with Wang Teng, pushed him away, and went to meet the snake women. She sympathized with Chang Yu and Little Chinger, but at the same time, she respected them. She felt that she should get to know them better. Without needing an introduction from Wang Teng, the women quickly got along, chatting and laughing, leaving Wang Teng completely on the sidelines. Wang Teng was speechless. At this moment, someone suddenly poked Wang Teng in the waist. "Oh my God, fatty, how did you end up like this?" Wang Teng was taken aback when he saw Wade covered in blood. Boss, you're only noticing my miserable state now?" "All this blood is shed for our Constellation Society," Wade complained. "Cough, cough." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly, then quickly took out a healing pill and said seriously, "How is that possible? I spotted you in the crowd immediately. Here, take this pill first. I promise you'll recover in no time." Wade didn't hesitate. He took the pill and put it in his mouth. A warm current flowed from his abdomen to his limbs, and his injuries rapidly healed. Scabs formed, then fell off, and he felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. "Boss, your pills are indeed amazing." Wade exclaimed, "That's for sure." Wang Teng patted his shoulder and asked, "So what happened to you?" "It's a long story." Wade took a deep breath, preparing to recount his heroic deeds. "Let's keep it short." Wang Teng interrupted and said. Wade hesitated for a moment and said, "During the previous arena battle, I was the second to go on. To win the match, I took a hit from the opponent with my body, and then I gave him a good swing with my axe. He couldn't get up after that." "Wow, you're quite daring." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, and he started to look at the fatty in a new light. Wade used to be quite timid, but now he dared to take a hit with his body to secure a victory. Wang Teng also felt touched by the dedication of his fellow members to the Constellation Society. Compared to their efforts, he felt that he, as the president, had not been fulfilling his responsibilities properly. "Hee, I can't let you down, boss." Wade chuckled and felt elated to receive Wang Teng's approval. Wang Teng patted his shoulder again and asked, "You took a hit and your body held up well. It seems like you've been conditioning your physique in your spare time." "That's right. I've been practicing a physique scripture." Wade agreed without hesitation. "You can use these for your cultivation," Wang Teng decided after some thought. He took several crimson crystals from his storage ring and handed them to Wade. "What are these?" Wade examined the crimson crystals in his hand and asked curiously, "These are valuable items that can improve your physical strength. Use them for your cultivation," Wang Teng explained. These items were crystallized blood essence he had discovered at the bottom of the blood pool after draining it. They had similar properties to the blood pool. While they were of no use to him personally, given his character, he couldn't just leave them behind, so he brought them back. To improve physical strength? Wade's eyes lit up and he eagerly said, "Thank you, boss." Their conversation wasn't hidden from the other members of the Constellation Society, and many of them watched with envy. Wade had received a reward from the president. Moreover, those crimson crystals could improve physical strength, which was a highly sought-after benefit. President Yue Chikiao opened her mouth and hesitated. "I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I will craft some Grand Master pills for enhancing cultivation. Anyone who contributes to the Constellation Society will receive appropriate rewards." He gestured generously and smiled at the crowd. The Constellation Society members in the room were all delighted. Those who wanted to leave had already done so, and those remaining were undoubtedly the ones who had made significant contributions to the society. Their waiting and dedication were about to be rewarded. Excitement filled the hearts of everyone present. "Long live the president," someone yelled, and others joined in. In an instant, the entire spaceship echoed with the cheers of the members. Seeing this scene, Yue Chichao smiled. She didn't want these people to end up with no prizes after their perseverance. Now that Wang Teng was planning to reward their efforts, she felt reassured. She had confidence that with Wang Teng's guidance, the Constellation Society's strength would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. She had great faith in Wang Teng. If it was someone else, she wouldn't be so confident. However, if it was Wang Teng, anything was possible. Chapter 2091. What should I do when a violent senior laid her eyes on me? 1. In Wang Teng's manor, the others had already left, leaving only Wang Teng, Yue Chichao, Wade, Yu Yunxian, Bore, and a few others. Of course, Tong En's team was present too. Then there was Kang Yu and little Chinger. Wang Teng sat on the sofa, listening to Yue Chichao recounting the events that had happened in the Constellation Society during this time. He returned in a hurry, and although he knew some things, he didn't know everything. As Yue Chichao spoke, a cold light gradually appeared in Wang Teng's eyes, and he said in a stern voice, "The Qingyan Society is becoming more and more shameless. Feng Qingyan's character is not commendable." Tong En shook his head. Yue Chikiao remained silent. During this time, they suffered a lot of exclusion and pressure, so it was impossible for them not to feel any anger towards Feng Qingyan. Their anger was burning. Wang Teng didn't make any strong statements, but instead asked, "How many points have the Constellation Society earned?" "Altogether, 550,000 points, Yue Chikiao said, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. 550,000? That's quite a lot," Wang Teng exclaimed. "All the pills you gave me have been sold out, and we've also sold quite a few other items, like my Yuan Yue Pearl, which is quite popular." Yue Chiao said, then added with a hint of helplessness, "But unfortunately, my cultivation level is still low, and my efficiency is not high. I also need to practice myself, so I don't have much time to make them, which is why the quantity is limited." "Not bad. Take it slow. You can't become rich in one go." Wang Teng reassured her and said, "Transfer the points to me. I'll buy some materials." "All right." Yue Chiao didn't think much of it and operated her wristband to transfer all 550,000 points to Wang Teng. She thought that with 550,000 points, they should be able to refine many Grand Master pills. Wang Teng glanced at the transfer information on the wristband, maintaining his composure. He had most of the materials already, but he couldn't give them away for free, especially considering that he had personally refined those pills. 550,000. This is truly a highly profitable business. Alchemists make good money, Tong En, who was nearby, couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing their conversation. Wei Na, Bi Yao, and the others were both amazed and envious. Alchemists indeed made a lot of money. Unfortunately, becoming an alchemist required a high level of talent, and the initial investment in training was not insignificant. This would affect their martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, they would have loved to learn it. Wang Teng was so young, and not only did he have terrifying martial cultivation, but he had also reached the peak of the Grand Master level in alchemy. They couldn't help but wonder how he had achieved all of this. Comparisons made people infuriated. It's all right. 5,000 isn't much. I worked hard to earn this money by making pills. Wang Teng shook his head. I heard that you only spent a few days on alchemy and didn't invest much time. Tong En glanced at him and said. She was quite well informed about Wang Teng's alchemy endeavors. The commotion he caused when he was refining pills at the alchemy volcano was not small, and many people knew about it. To find out, all one had to do was spend a few points to easily get the information. In 3 days, Wang Teng had successfully refined dozens of Grandmaster-level pills. What kind of efficiency was that? It was like he was an alchemy machine. No, wait. Machines couldn't achieve this kind of efficiency. Not even the alchemists in the mecha race could match this efficiency. There were alchemists in the mecha race, too. Compared to normal alchemists, they had a huge advantage and were highly efficient. At this moment, they all wanted to open Wang Teng's skull to see what was inside. How was he able to achieve such a monstrous level of skill? Really? Wang Teng played dumb. My memory isn't good. I can't remember. Tisk. Tong En swirled her eyes and pursed her lips. Wang Teng looked at Kang Yu and Little Chinger and said, Follow me. I will bring you to the academy for registration. He came back in a hurry and hadn't enrolled the two of them. You want them to join our 7th Stellar Academy? Tong En asked. Yes, when we returned, the Elder Guardian from the Poison Erosion world checked and stated, There's no problem. Wang Teng nodded. The Elder Guardian from the Poison Erosion world, Tong En was slightly surprised and nodded, since the Elder Guardian stated, It's possible there shouldn't be a problem. Let's go. Wang Teng walked out of the manor. Kang Yu and Little Chinger tagged along him hurriedly. We'll go with you. Tong En and the others also followed. Later, Wang Teng and the others boarded a spacecraft and directly arrived at the administrative office of the academy. The administrative office was, in fact, a grand hall located deep within the 7th Stellar Academy's continent. Generally, very few students would come here, and it was mainly guarded by some instructors. Of course, the instructor would change every once in a while. It wasn't fixed. This place handled various special matters within the academy. When the Stellar Academies recruited students, powerful individuals would go to different locations to complete the recruitment process through events like the League of Talents or other special means. Only a few particularly exceptional geniuses would enter the academy through more unconventional methods, such as going through the back door. Kang Yu and Little Chinger were in a situation somewhat similar to this. As Wang Teng and the others descended from the spacecraft and looked around, they headed towards a grand hall with a sign that read Administrative Hall. As they went into the main gate, they saw a woman sitting cross-legged on a cushion near the hall's entrance, her head bowed. It seemed she was a student of the Stellar Academies. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with no one else around, and a rhythmic snoring echoed in the air. Chapter 2092. What should I do when a violent senior laid her eyes on me? Wang Teng and Tong En exchanged bewildered glances, as this situation was quite unexpected for them. Were they at the right place? Tong En motioned toward the woman, signaling Wang Teng to approach her. Then she said using voice transmission, You go. Wang Teng hesitated and then gently pushed the woman, softly saying, Senior. Senior. The woman sitting on the cushion swayed and seemed about to fall to the ground. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. What kind of person was this, at the very least? She was a martial warrior. Why was she sleeping so soundly? Wang Teng hurriedly reached out to support her to prevent her from falling to the ground. However, at that moment, he raised his eyebrows and stopped himself. Just as the woman was about to touch the ground, her body suddenly froze in a highly peculiar manner, as if the surrounding space had been frozen. Tong En and the others were also surprised and looked over. The woman slowly opened her eyes, appearing dazed as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. Her eyes moved around a few times before finally settling on Wang Teng in front of her. "Oh my!" With a cry, the woman quickly straightened her posture and looked at Wang Teng with a serious expression, saying, "Junior, what can I do for you?" Wang Teng looked at the woman's stern face, and if it weren't for the drool at the corner of her mouth that hadn't been wiped off yet, he might have been fooled. He then pointed to his lips. The woman was momentarily puzzled and then suddenly realized. She reached out her hand, moving at an extremely fast speed, almost leaving only a blur behind. "Cuff, Junior, what can I do for you?" Her voice this time was softer than before and carried a hint of guilt. Tong En and the others. "Senior, I've brought these two friends to complete their enrollment procedures," Wang Teng said with a faint smile, pointing to Tang Yu and little Chinger behind him. "Enrollment procedures." The woman was momentarily surprised and instinctively looked at Chang Yu and little Chinger. Her face then showed a hint of astonishment. Snakeman. Kang Yu and little Chinger looked at her nervously. The lady frowned and said, "Junior, this isn't the time for the academy to admit talents. It won't be easy for them to enter the academy. I understand, but they are geniuses," Wang Teng replied. "Geniuses?" The woman smiled faintly, and those two words had long lost their novelty within the academy. Who wasn't a genius in the academy? But out of respect for the reminder from Wang Teng, she patiently asked, "How much of a genius are they? Is there a specific standard for judging geniuses within the academy?" Wang Teng didn't answer directly and instead asked a question. The woman smiled and pointed at herself. "What do you mean?" Wang Teng hesitated before asking. "I am the standard." The woman pointed to herself and smiled. Senior Sister Yu Yinan, at this moment, Tong En, who was behind him, suddenly exclaimed. She rushed in front of Wang Teng and stared at the lady in front of her with wide eyes. "Are you Senior Sister Yu Yinan?" "Oh, you know me." Yu Yinan looked at Tong En in surprise. "I've heard my sister mention you. My sister is—" Tong En giggled. "Wait a minute. Let me guess." Yu Yanan suddenly extended her hand to cover Tong En's face, then stroked her chin, examining her. "You appear familiar. Let me think. Let me think." Suddenly she clenched her fist and tapped her palm. "I remember now. Your sister is Bu Tianzhen, right? You have the same cute face. It must be her." Yu Yanan had a confident expression looking at Tong En seriously. Tong En, Wei Na, and the others, Wang Teng. "What do you mean by Bu Tianzhen?" "The same cute face." "Why don't you say they have the same two eyes and one nose?" Suddenly, Wang Teng found that this senior seemed a bit silly and cute. Tong En, who is this senior? Wang Teng couldn't help but communicate through voice transmission. Yu Yinan, top 10 in the top 10 in Universe Stage Martial Warriors ranking. She rarely appears in public, but has quite a reputation. Tong En communicated. Top 10 in the top 100 Universe Stage Martial Warriors ranking. Wang Teng was slightly surprised. The top 100 Universe Stage Martial Warriors ranking was a ranking that he couldn't touch at the moment. The geniuses on that list were undoubtedly terrifying Universe Stage Martial Warriors. People of a lower stage could never defeat them, and she was among the top 10. Wang Teng's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't react for a moment. This dazed and cute senior sister in front of him was in the top 10 of the Universe Stage Martial Warriors ranking. She didn't look like it at all. Tong En didn't pay attention to Wang Teng's astonishment and viewed at Yu Yanan in frustration, saying, "Senior, my sister is not Bu Tianzhen." "Not Bu Tianzhen?" Yu Yanan was taken aback and said, "That's not right. I guessed wrong. Wait, let me ponder again." Tong En rubbed her temples. Her head was hurting. Wang Teng had also regained his senses and looked at Yu Yanan. He wanted to persuade her. Senior, there's no need to be so fixated. I got it. I must be right this time. Yu Yenin suddenly shouted. Tong En viewed at her with hope in her eyes. Your sister must be Shu Shangling, right? It must be her. Yu Yenin uttered firmly. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Wei Na, Bi Yao, and the others gazed at her with odd expressions. Why? Tong En inquired softly. She really wanted to recognize what the reason was this time. It couldn't be another girl with a cute face, could it? She's short like you, and she has baby fat on her face, Yu Yenin said. Chapter 2093. What should I do when a violent senior laid her eyes on me? 3. What's the difference between this and a cute face? Tong En said, feeling exasperated internally. Well, it's similar. Yu Yenin looked at her with a bit of guilt and said, Isn't it? It's not. Tong En didn't give her another chance and quickly said, My sister is Tong Ya. Tong Ya? Yu Yenin felt enlightenment. It was a pity she didn't guess right. She looked at Tong En in confusion. But wait, you don't look much alike. Tong Ya doesn't have a cute face. Tong En was speechless. She felt as if someone slapped her. She said dejectedly, We looked similar when we were young, but she grew up later, and I didn't. My condolences. Yu Yenin looked at Tong En and said with sympathy, Tong En, what do you mean by my condolences? Tong En suddenly felt like hitting someone. These two words were more lethal than anything else. She and her sister were from the same parents, yet one was ranked among the goddesses, while she had a cute face. The disparity was truly frustrating. Hence, having not grown out of her childlike appearance was already a pain for her, yet her senior exposed this wound right in her face, and the feeling was beyond frustrating. It was just as her sister had described. Senior Yu Yin sometimes acted like a silly person. Wang Teng found it somewhat amusing. Tong En usually had a cheerful demeanor, and this was the first time she looked so dejected. All right, back to business. Yu Yenin suddenly became serious. Since you know who I am, you should understand that passing this standard won't be so easy. Senior, isn't it unfair for you to step in like this? Wang Teng frowned. I will restrain my strength. We'll fight on an equal footing, and if you can make me use only half of my power, you'll pass, Yu Yenin said. Of course, the battle techniques and scripture I'll use will be what I possessed at that time, not what I currently have. Restraining your strength, and we only need to make you use half of your power. Wang Teng looked very skeptical. Did this senior have too much confidence? Wang Teng. She's very powerful. Back then, with her Cosmos stage strength, she killed many Heaven stage martial warriors. After advancing to the Heaven stage, she even defeated Universe stage martial warriors. Tong En immediately said, through voice transmission. Interesting. Wang Teng looked at Kang Yu and Little Chinger, relaying Tong En's words to them. Kang Yu and Little Chinger's expressions became serious, and they looked at the woman in front of them with awe. So, have you thought it over? Yu Yenin asked in a calm tone. We accept. Kang Yu stepped forward and looked at Yu Yenin. Good, you have courage. It's not often I encounter two snake women like you, and I'm curious to see if your talents are truly exceptional. Yu Yenin nodded. Wang Teng felt a hint of curiosity. It's not often that she encounters two snake women. Has this senior met other snake men in different places? Follow me. Yu Yenin got up and walked toward the back of the hall. Wang Teng and the others immediately followed. After crossing through a long corridor, Yu Yenin stopped in front of a door. She scanned her wristwatch near the door, and the door slowly opened. Come in. She entered the room in a flash, her voice lightly echoed. Wang Teng and the others exchanged glances and followed her inside. The scene inside surprised them slightly. This is... Wang Teng glanced around with astonishment. This was a vast white space, resembling the combat spaces of the freshman leaderboard. Clearly, this room used some space manipulation, and the interior space seemed much larger than it appeared from the outside. Yu Yenin stood not far ahead, watching them. After they finished their observations, she spoke. Who will go first?
I'll go first.
Kang Yu stepped forward and said, You're at the peak of the heaven stage? In that case, I'll suppress my ability to the peak of the heaven stage and fight with you. If you can force me to use half of my strength, never mind, I seemed a little abnormal at that time. You can pass if you force me to use 30% of my strength. Yu Yenin said, Kang Yu. Kang Yu sensed slightly belittled. Were these Stellar Academy's martial warriors all so powerful? She seemed unconvinced. Those warriors from the Stellar Academies who appeared on Scorpion King Planet were undoubtedly strong, but they didn't seem to be on this level. This senior is quite cocky. Wang Teng and Tong En communicated through voice transmission. She's a bit cocky, but she's genuinely strong. You'll see in a moment. Tong En replied with a wry smile. I understand. Wang Teng nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Wang Teng nodded. Let's begin. Yu Yenin extended her hand and made an inviting gesture towards Kang Yu. Don't hold back, otherwise you might not get another chance. Kang Yu's face turned serious. She understood the opponent's strength. Since Yu Yenin requested that she not hold back, she decided to unleash her full power. Boom. In the next moment, a massive phantom of a primordial oceanic serpent emerged from her back, exuding an antique presence as it rolled toward Yu Yenin. Interesting. This is bloodline power. Yu Yenin's eyes showed surprise as she faced the pressure, but her expression remained calm. Fascinating. Kang Yu wielded a sword, and the sword's radiance condensed as threads of sword conscious gushed out. This sword radiance carried the presence of Constellation Poison Force and also the aura of Constellation Ice and Water Force. Originally a poison element martial warrior, Kang Yu had now awakened ice and water abilities thanks to the bloodline power of the primordial oceanic serpent. Chapter 2094, What Should I Do When a Violent Senior Laid Her Eyes on Me? 4. As the three types of constellation forces converged, the sword radiance became even more intense, and within it, the power of three different domains also converged, making the sword radiance even more terrifying. Yu Yanin's eyes showed an even deeper sense of surprise. Wang Teng was astounded too. Three types of domain power. Kang Yu hadn't been idle in the past 6 months. Her strength had grown significantly. Boom. In the next moment, Kang Yu made her move. Her sword swung, and the intense, dark green sword radiance swept out, creating a cascading sound like waves, as if layer upon layer of ocean waves were crashing, accompanied by a chilling cold. Clearly, Kang Yu had already begun the initial fusion of her domains. Facing this sword, Yu Yenan remained extremely calm. She didn't even use a weapon, but instead threw a punch into the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as a fist imprint appeared, colliding fiercely with Kang Yu's sword radiance. In an instant, the sword radiance shattered, and a terrifying force swept over from the opposite side. Kang Yu's expression changed slightly. Her body was sent flying, and her primordial oceanic serpent illusion dissipated. Although she was not injured, she was sent flying for hundreds of meters before barely coming to a stop. The result was clear, faced with that punch. Even with Kang Yu unleashing her full power, she was no match for Yu Yenin. Tong En and the others were in great shock. While they knew that Yu Yenin was strong, they hadn't expected her to be this powerful. Was this the strength of someone at the peak of the heaven stage? It was truly terrifying. Tong En and the others exchanged glances with one another. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They were extremely confident in their talents, but when they saw Yu Yanan's ability, they couldn't bring themselves to compare with her. There was simply no basis for comparison. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he pondered whether he could match such power. Afterward, he shook his head as that single punch did not reveal much about Yu Yanin's actual strength. He realized that the real assessment of her abilities would only come through an actual fight. Kang Yu's face appeared somewhat pale as she could sense the immense power of the woman before her. Even though both of them were at the peak of the heaven stage, the difference in their strength was immense. Was this what they call a genius of the stellar academies? For the first time, Kang Yu felt the true strength of the stellar academies. Even an ordinary student was so formidable. She couldn't help but wonder what other students were like. It was truly unimaginable. Was that your strongest attack just now? Yu Yenen's voice slowly reached their ears. Kang Yu's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness, but eventually she sighed and nodded. Little Jinger was extremely nervous. Could her master pass the other party's test? If even her master couldn't make it, she wouldn't stand a chance. While she possessed innate bloodline power, her lack of combat experience hindered her from using it effectively. Tong En and her friends also looked on with furrowed brows. They were worried because she had barely caught that punch, and it seemed she was quite far from Yu Yenen's level. Wang Teng remained calm if needed. He could seek help from Instructor Sikong. After all, that instructor still owed him a favor. With the right connections, there was no need to worry decent, I suppose. Yu Yenen furrowed her brow slightly. You barely make me use 30% of my strength so you can pass the test. Wang Teng glanced at the senior student, feeling somewhat surprised. He could tell that she wasn't entirely satisfied with Kang Yu's abilities, but in the end she allowed her to pass the test. It appeared that this senior student was not as rigid as he had initially thought. Kang Yu's eyes lit up, and she let out a relieved sigh. Her core was filled with joy she had passed. Initially, she had only been interested in joining the stellar academies as a way to boost her strength, but now she had a completely different perspective. After witnessing the formidable power of the woman before her, she had gained a clear understanding of the academy's potential. She needed to stay here to become as powerful as this senior student. As for this little sister, there's no need for a duel. I can tell that their bloodlines are the same, and their talents meet the Stellar Academy's admission standards with proper nurturing. They can become strong individuals in the future, Yu Yenen said, looking at Little Chinger. Little Chinger was elated. There was no need to combat anymore. Great. She didn't want to combat with this unbelievably strong lady. Wang Teng and the others were slightly surprised by this. The senior sister had been stern earlier, but now she seemed quite approachable, exhibiting a classic case of being stern with words but kind-hearted. She was soft-hearted. Well, thank you very much, senior sister. Wang Teng extended a fist in gratitude to Yu Yenen and smiled. Don't be in a rush to appreciate me. You combat with me. Yu Yenen looked at Wang Teng and suddenly grinned. Wang Teng's mouth twitched. What does that have to do with me? Why are you challenging me to a combat all of a sudden? What should I do when a violent senior lays her gaze on me? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Chapter 2095. Taking a Giant Leap Forward. 1. At this moment, Wang Teng found himself standing in front of Yu Yenan. Yu Yenan was rubbing her hands in excitement, eagerly preparing for the fight. He had no idea how he ended up in this situation. He was just standing there, not doing anything. Why was this senior sister suddenly challenging him to a fight? He felt rather puzzled from a distance. Tong En and the others saw the look of frustration on Wang Teng's face and couldn't help but chuckle. But after laughing, there was only astonishment left in their hearts. They hadn't expected Yu Yenen to initiate a challenge against Wang Teng. They had only heard about Yu Yenen's strength before, but they had all witnessed it firsthand when she defeated Sang Yu with a single punch. Could Wang Teng defeat her? Most likely not. After all, Wang Teng was only at the Cosmos stage. The crowd was getting a bit excited. Wang Teng had remarkable talent, and if he managed to defeat Yu Yenen after she suppressed her strength to the same stage, it would be nothing short of incredible. I'll suppress my power to the Cosmos stage and fight you, Yu Yenen told Wang Teng, her eyes filled with determination. By the way, at what level of the Cosmos stage are you currently? She asked again. 5th level Cosmos stage, Wang Teng replied casually. He had actually reached the 9th level in his constellation Poison Force and the 6th level in his constellation Fire and Metal Forces, but he chose not to reveal that at the moment. It was already quite fast to advance to the 5th level of the Cosmos stage within half a year. As expected, when Tong En and the others heard that Wang Teng had reached the 5th level of the Cosmos stage, they were stunned. However, they were not too shocked. After all, Wang Teng's physical body was formidable enough to rival Heaven stage martial warriors. If Yu Yenan suppressed her strength to the Cosmos stage, it might result in a big surprise. In that case, I will suppress my stage to the 5th level Cosmos stage, Yu Yenan said. Why don't you raise your ability to the peak of the Cosmos stage? Wang Teng suggested uncertainly. Peak of the Cosmos stage, Yu Yenan raised his eyebrows in surprise. It looks like you're very confident in yourself. It's all right, come on. If it doesn't work out, I'll naturally increase my strength to the peak of the Cosmos stage. That works. Wang Teng nodded and said no more. Yu Yenan was undoubtedly very powerful, and while he had confidence in his own abilities, it was wise not to underestimate someone without knowing their exact strength. Wang Teng couldn't use his real eye to see one's battle power. He could only see the general stage. The battle power of geniuses within the stellar academies couldn't be solely judged by one stage. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and the surroundings fell silent. Tong En and the others stopped smiling and watched Wang Teng and Yu Yenan closely. Yu Yenan's eyes became extremely sharp as she focused on her junior brother. He gave off a different feeling, and his physical strength was like a dormant beast, truly formidable. If she was a martial warrior at the same level, she wouldn't be able to feel anything. However, she was at the peak of the universe stage, so sensed something unique about this junior brother. That was why she was eager to spar with him. It had been a long time since she encountered such a monstrous talent in their batch. If she had to say who gave her a similar feeling, it was probably only those few individuals. Senior sister, be careful, Wang Teng shouted. He suddenly attacked and dashed towards Yu Yenan, fast. Yu Yenan's gaze subtly intensified, and instead of evading, she simply leaned slightly to one side. Boom. Wang Teng's fist carried a fierce gust of force as it passed before her eyes, causing a force explosion. Yu Yenan kept her focus on Wang Teng's fist, and the gust of force stung her eyes. However, she didn't blink and thrust her hand out with iron-like precision, clamping down on Wang Teng's wrist. In that moment, her expression changed slightly. A powerful force surged from Wang Teng's wrist, accompanied by a searing sensation spreading towards her. Honestly, if her physical strength weren't so formidable, the temperature would be enough to cause injury. Despite the supposed suppression of her strength, her flesh remained at the peak level of the universe stage. It couldn't be suppressed, and it wasn't just a normal peak level. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Even so, she felt the scorching sensation as if her skin was about to ignite. Her gaze intensified, and she saw tendrils of blue flames enveloping Wang Teng, coalescing into scale-like structures on his arm. Inside Wang Teng's body, a fiery presence seemed to be on the verge of erupting. Without much consideration, she withdrew, retreating rapidly. Boom! In the next moment, a fierce emerald fire erupted from Wang Teng's body. This is a divine flame. Yu Yenan was astounded. Wang Teng's ability exceeded her expectation. In the first round of their confrontation, Yu Yenan hadn't even had the opportunity to strike far away. People like Tong En were too deeply shocked. Wang Teng was honestly impressive. Even in a battle against Senior Yu Yenan, he seemed to be slightly superior at this moment. Wang Teng stepped out of the fire and looked at Yu Yenan. Senior sister, you should use your peak Cosmos stage ability. All right. Yu Yanan's face became serious, and Yu Yenan didn't refuse. Her aura rose again, ultimately reaching the peak of the Cosmos stage. Boom. This time, even before Wang Teng able attack, she took the initiative and charged towards him, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Teng smiled slightly, showing no fear, and met her head-on. Boom, 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 the two clashed with their fists. It was undeniable that Yu Yanan's force was formidable. Even when Yu Yenan compressed her power to the peak of the Cosmos stage, she far exceeded the average Cosmos stage martial warrior. It was no wonder there were rumors that when she was at the Cosmos stage, she able defeat Heaven stage martial warriors. Chapter 2096. Taking a giant leap forward. 2. However, the more they fought, the more amazed she became. Wang Teng's strength was much greater than hers, and she could feel that he hadn't even used his full power. Was this fellow really a cosmos stage martial warrior? This thought appeared in Yu Yenen's mind uncontrollably, leaving her unable to remain calm. "Senior sister, why are you daydreaming?" Suddenly, Wang Teng's voice rang out. The air burst with a sonic boom as a fist imprint erupted from his fist. 5-element fist, the power of the flames converged into a fist imprint, emanating a scorching intent. Yu Yenen's ability had exceeded his expectations. Her strength could match 3/5 of his. It was about 3/5, no more. Yu Yenen didn't know what Wang Teng was thinking. If she knew that he was evaluating her strength in this way, she wouldn't know what expression to make. Facing the fist imprint unleashed by Wang Teng, her expression changed slightly. The battle techniques she used when she reached the pinnacle of the cosmos stage flashed through her mind. A glint appeared in her eyes and she threw a punch. Solid mountain fist, boom. An earth-yellow fist imprint condensed and fiercely collided with Wang Teng's fiery fist imprint. Intense fluctuations of force swept through the vast white space as the two fist imprints successively collapsed. Soon after, a figure was sent flying backward. It was Yu Yenen. Tong En and the others were greatly surprised, almost unable to believe their eyes. Senior Yu Yenen was forced back. Was Wang Teng so strong? This was one of the top 10 in the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking. Even when she was at the cosmic level, she was a formidable presence. But now Wang Teng seemed to have the upper hand. Moreover, Senior Yu Yanan was using a different level strength. She wielded the stronger peak of cosmos stage power compared to Wang Teng. This was simply unimaginable. Kang Yu and Little Chinger were also extremely shocked, especially Kang Yu, who had fought Yu Yenen directly and knew her strength. And now Wang Teng was unexpectedly gaining the upper hand. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated Wang Teng all along. He constantly surprised her, whether in terms of talent or status. Even in this stellar academy, he seemed quite exceptional again. At this moment, Wang Teng let out a light shout, his figure bursting forward. He landed in mid-air and punched his fist at Yu Yenen furiously. Encountering an opponent of equal strength wasn't easy, and now he was a bit interested, wanting to see just how powerful someone in the top 10 of the top 100 universe stage martial warriors list was. Boom, 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 the 5-element fist exploded, and the blazing domain congregated within it, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. This brat. Yu Yenen was surprised, and the fighting spirit in her eyes became even more intense. Grinning, she raised her fist to meet him. Both shot into the sky, the power of their domains erupting. In mid-air, they collided fiercely, every punch distorting space as if invisible ripples spread in all directions. Such formidable attacks, if unleashed in the universe, would be enough to shatter a planet. However, within this confined space, everything was restricted, causing only a distortion in space, Senior Sister. Why don't you use your heaven stage ability? Otherwise, it's not exciting enough. Wang Teng shouted. Yu Yenen was speechless. He was looking down on her. Boom! The next moment, she no longer held back, and a tremendously powerful wave burst from within her. This is... Wang Teng looked at Yu Yenen with some surprise. That sensation was similar to his own, as if she had activated some kind of innate talent. Wang Teng, underestimating your senior is not going to end well for you. Yu Yenen's voice was heard. Boom. In an instant, she had vanished from her original position, leaving only a lingering afterimage slowly dissipating. The velocity has increased. Wang Teng's pupils contracted. This velocity was much faster than before. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of her figure. Unexpectedly, this senior also possessed some kind of innate physical talent. However, it wasn't surprising, considering the velocity and power she exhibited. It was beyond what ordinary martial warriors could possess. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he directly activated the ancient god's body. Previously, he had only used the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, not exerting his full strength. However, now that Yu Yenen had demonstrated her strength, his strength, however, Now that Yu Yinan had demonstrated her strength, he deemed it worthy of unleashing his entire physical power. Swoosh. Wang Teng's heart unexpectedly began to beat violently, and a faint golden-colored blood flowed within him like mercury. Terrifying power spread throughout his limbs and bones. A complex and mysterious golden pattern appeared on his forehead. The next moment, Wang Teng's figure also disappeared from its original position, and a terrifying power burst forth. Boom. The two collided once again in the sky like two enormous orbs, constantly clashing, separating, and clashing again. Tong En and the others retreated to a distance, watching the battle, somewhat astonished. Kang Yu and Little Chinger swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. This was terrifying. These two must be monsters disguised as humans. After fighting for a while, Wang Teng's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Unexpectedly, relying solely on physical strength, he couldn't shake this senior. In that case, 5-element fist. He no longer hesitated, and all 5 types of constellation forces erupted within him, transforming into 5 fist imprints of different colors. The power of domain merged into them. Crimson, yellow, green, blue, gold, the 5 different fist imprints merged into one as if turning into a mountain of the 5 elements, crashing towards Yu Yinan. Boom. Finally, shock appeared in Yu Yinan's eyes. 5 different forces, 5 domains. Moreover, each type of force and each domain were quite balanced, with no significant differences. Chapter 2097. Taking a giant leap forward. 3. More importantly, in her perception, these 5 domains were extremely powerful, at least reaching the level of the 6th tier. How did this guy cultivate? In the cosmos stage, comprehending the domains of all 5 forces to the 6th tier, even those geniuses back then couldn't achieve that. At this moment, she didn't hold back anymore, nor could she. She released all the constellation force in her body. She wasn't a single-element martial warrior. She possessed 3 types of forces. Now they all burst forth, transforming into fist imprints and exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks collided, fist imprints clashed, and waves of energy rolled, sweeping out a terrifying force. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Suddenly, Yu Yinan's fist imprint collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a terrifying primal force surged, sending her flying backward. The 5-element fist glows shot toward Yu Yinan like a hot knife cutting through butter. Yu Yinan gave a bitter smile. A terrifying power erupted from his body. She reached out, and with a thunderous sound, she directly crushed the 5-element fist imprint. At that moment, the space in front of her fluctuated, and Wang Teng appeared abruptly, throwing a punch. Bang! Yu Yinan was flabbergasted. She immediately felt excruciating pain in her left eye. It went black for a moment, and her head was thrown backward from the impact. Her face turned dark, and she reached out to Wang Teng. The space constriction took effect. This guy had some nerve, actually daring to hit her. "Senior sister, you're breaking the rules," Wang Teng shouted, and the power of space erupted, breaking the opponent's constraint, disappearing from the spot. Yu Yinan grabbed the air. She stared at her empty hands in astonishment. Looking up, Wang Teng's figure slowly emerged in the distance, watching her warily. Feeling her left eye socket, Yu Yinan took out a mirror and checked. She now had panda eyes. She gritted her teeth, looking at Wang Teng in the distance. Her gaze became somewhat dangerous. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Tong En and the others were all dumbfounded. Did they see it correctly? Wang Teng actually hit Senior Yu Yinan. Impressive. "Kid, you've got some nerve." Yu Yinan put away the mirror and looked at Wang Teng. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to suddenly stop fighting." Wang Teng chuckled. "I've already used a strength beyond the peak of the cosmos stage. What's the point of fighting?" Yu Yinan felt his head hurting. She was puzzled. This fellow did it on purpose? It must be on purpose. However, she was genuinely surprised. That was a space technique, right? This fellow possessed space skills. It seemed that physical strength wasn't his only skill. He was hiding quite a lot. Thinking back to the domain power Wang Teng had unleashed moments ago, she felt even more speechless. Actually, she had cheated just now. The domain power she used wasn't something she comprehended at the peak of the cosmos stage. She only understood it after reaching the heaven stage. So, compared to this junior in front of her, her previous self was far inferior. It's not intentional. I just didn't react in time. Senior, you're at least at the peak of the cosmos stage. How could I have expected to actually hit you? Wang Teng protested. Yu Yinan collected her thoughts, her expression turning dark. As a universe stage martial warrior, she had been hit by a cosmos stage martial warrior, and with so many people watching, she felt embarrassed. She glanced around, and Tong En and the others immediately adopted the attitude of, I didn't see anything, avoiding eye contact with her. So fake. However, she couldn't do anything. After all, she was the one who used strength over the peak of the cosmos stage, and that put her in a hard position. Everyone wanted to laugh when they saw Yu Yanan's frustrated expression. However, they didn't dare to. If they laughed, their senior sister would hit them. Cough, cough. Wang Teng cleared his throat, nervously saying, Senior, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Leave? Without completing the enrollment procedures? Yu Yanan snorted, not in a good mood. Of course, Wang Teng hurriedly looked at Chang Yu and little Chinger. Hurry up and go with her to complete the procedures. You come too, Yu Yinan said, landing on the ground, sporting black eye circles, and heading outside. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like this matter was over. That was dangerous. If this senior hadn't let it go, he would have been no match for her in a fight, and he would have had to run away. Tong En and the others all gave Wang Teng a thumbs up, their faces filled with admiration. Wang Teng, from now on, I will only be convinced by you. Tong En stated via voice transmission. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care about her. Hurry up. Yu Yanan's displeased voice came from outside the door. Coming, coming. Wang Teng and the others hurriedly followed. Of course, before leaving, Wang Teng didn't forget to collect all the attribute bubbles around him. Cosmos Realm Spirit 65,000, Universe Realm Enlightenment 255,000, Earth Constellation Force 7200, Water Constellation Force 8,000, Metal Constellation Force 7,800, Earth Domain 7th Rank 1300, Water Domain 7th Rank 1500. Metal Domain 7th Rank 1200, Divine Level Physique Talent 18500. Wow. Wang Teng was surprised. There were many attribute bubbles as expected of the top 100 Universe Stage Martial Warriors. She only used his peak Cosmos Stage ability, but she dropped so many attribute bubbles. Chapter 2098, Taking a Giant Leap Forward 4. First, there were the Spirit and Enlightenment attributes. There were many of them, allowing Wang Teng's spirit and enlightenment to rise greatly. Spirit, 7510, 200,000, Cosmos Realm. Enlightenment, 23,500,000, Universe Realm. This senior sister's spirit and enlightenment are not weak. Wang Teng muttered to himself as he looked at the changes on the attributes board. It was understandable. After all, the other party was at the peak of the universe stage. Even if she only dropped a small portion of his spirit and enlightenment attributes, it was still a huge gain for him. Wang Teng didn't dwell on it and continued to look further. There were 3 types of force attributes. Yu Yanan released 3 forces at the last moment and dropped many attributes. If Yu Yanan had used only one type of force for that final punch, Wang Teng's attack would have been unstoppable. There was a cause for every effect. If Wang Teng hadn't used all his 5 basic forces, Yu Yan wouldn't have been forced to release her 3 types of forces. Getting attribute bubbles wasn't easy. He had to work hard. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel emotional. He then glanced at the attributes board, quite satisfied with the gains from this encounter. Constellation Earth Force, 2,250,000, Cosmos Stage 5th level. Constellation Metal Force, 2,330 60,000, Cosmos Stage 6th level. Then there were the 3 domains. All of them are at the 7th rank. This senior sister managed to grasp 3 7th rank domains at the peak of the Cosmos Stage. Impressive, Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart. If he didn't have the system, even at the peak of the Cosmos Stage, he might not have been able to comprehend 7th rank domain power. On the other hand, Yu Yan completely relied on her understanding to comprehend 3 7th rank domain powers, which was the true mark of a genius. He didn't know that Yu Yanan was cheating. When she was at the peak of the Cosmos Stage, she only had a 6th rank domain. She didn't have a 7th rank domain. Metal domain, 3507000, 7th rank. Earth domain, 2907,000, 7th rank. Water domain, 2807,000, 7th rank. Wang Teng immediately looked at the last attribute bubble. The attribute bubble directly merged into Wang Teng's body, transforming into a peculiar force that swept through his entire body, causing some mysterious changes. Divine-level physique talent. Wang Teng was astounded. He guessed that Yu Yanan possessed some kind of physical talent, but he didn't expect it to be of this level. He received this divine-level physique talent from Gallup when he was refining his physique in the Lightning Valley. Wang Teng was able to absorb a large amount of essence blood power in the blood pool this time, not only because he practiced various powerful body refinement techniques, but also because of this divine-level physique talent. Generally speaking, the higher the physical talent, the stronger the body's ability to withstand various enhancements to physical strength. Hence, Wang Teng was quite fond of this divine-level physique talent. At this moment, Yu Yanan had dropped 18,500 points of divine-level physique talent attributes to Wang Teng. This was enough to raise his divine-level physique talent by a huge level. Divine-level physique talent, 19,850, 50,000. Senior sister Yu Yinan's talent must be more advanced than Gallup's. I'm lucky this time. I wonder when I'll have the chance to spar with her again. Wang Teng thought to himself as he felt the changes in his physical talent. As Wang Teng was taking stock of his gains, he followed the others outside. After some time, they returned to the hall. Yu Yinan stood at the entrance of the great hall and seemed to be waiting for something. Senior sister? Wang Teng asked in confusion. Wait, Yu, Yinan said calmly. Oh. Wang Teng sighed, realizing that she wasn't in the mood to talk. To avoid getting scolded, he obediently stayed quiet on the side. Kang Yu and Little Chinger found it amusing that this guy could also be timid. After waiting for some time, space fluctuations appeared, and suddenly an illusory figure materialized in front of the hall. The person's figure was blurry, making it impossible to see her face. Some details suggested that the person might be a woman. Wang Teng was surprised. If the person hadn't appeared directly in front of them, he wouldn't have even sensed her presence. He couldn't help but open the real eye to look, only to be dazzled by a bright light, forcing him to close his eyes. The figure glanced at Wang Teng with surprise, smiled slightly, and said, "Young one, don't casually probe unfamiliar strong beings. I was reckless. Please forgive me." Wang Teng opened his eyes and looked at the person, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yu Yanan looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Then he could not help but feel a bit pleased. Serves him right. It's all right. The figure shook his head and replied calmly. Master, at this moment Yu Yanan came forward and greeted her respectfully. Master, Wang Teng was shocked. This person was Yu Yanan's master. How powerful was she to be the master of a universe-stage martial warrior? Wang Teng didn't dare to imagine when he probed earlier he didn't see everything, and the person in front of them seemed to be a projection, not the real body. A projection with such overwhelming power, how terrifying would the actual person be? It was unimaginable. Tong En and the others stood at the side obediently. They were equally astounded. The person before them was actually Yu Yanan's master. They felt fortunate to encounter such a prominent figure today. Encountering such a big shot was indeed rare, and today they were fortunate to meet a real one. Are these the two snake women genius you mentioned? The figure nodded and glanced at Chang Yu and little Chinger. Yes, they were brought by Junior Wang Teng. I've tested them, and their talents and strength are good. That's why I troubled Master to come and take a look, Yu Yenin explained. It's rare to encounter two snake women geniuses. The figure sized up Kang Yu and little Chinger, then spoke gently. Come forward. Kang Yu and little Chinger looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded naturally. Faced with such a powerful figure, they would do whatever was told. If the person had any malicious intent, they wouldn't be able to resist anyway, so it was better to lie low and comply. Of course it wasn't likely. After all, this was an instructor from the stellar academies. How could he be a bad person? The figure had a deep and profound gaze. Seeing this scene, there was no trace of impatience. Kang Yu and little Chinger immediately walked over when they saw Wang Teng nodding. Relax. The figure stretched out his hand and placed it on Kang Yu and little Chinger's wrist, seemingly sensing something. She nodded slightly and said, Very good talent. Elder, can they enter our academy now? Wang Teng asked with a flattering smile. Where did you find them? The figure smiled slightly and inquired. Poison, Erosion World, Scorpion King Star, Wang Teng replied. So that's where the figure nodded, then glanced at Chang Yu and little Chinger, suddenly saying, I have a few Naga legacy here. Are you willing to be my disciples? A look of surprise appeared on Wang Teng's face. The figure wanted to take them as disciples. He initially thought it was already great that Chang Yu and little Chinger could enter the academy. He never expected their luck to be so good, being noticed by such a powerful figure who wanted to take them as disciples. Yu Yenin's master must be an extraordinary figure. This was definitely a large shot. How could such a good thing not involve him a bit? On the other side, Tong En and the others were too shocked with wide-open mouths. Senior sister Yu Yenin's master wanted to take Kang Yu and little Chinger as her disciples. Oh my God, this was like ascending to the heavens in one step. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.